Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Once again, his mentality took a hit. Before he could overcome that, he himself had to kill his other partner, followed by the death of his father figure. He mostly lost all motivation in his life and went on a killing spree while completing Anbu missions to forget about the pain. Everyone you're talking about has already been killed. This was a line said by Kakashi, and when he said this with his famous eye smile, every reader of the manga or watcher of the anime could clearly feel the depth of pain in Kakashi's heart. That's why Kida thought of him as the burn genius of Hidden Leaf Village who could not achieve his full potential in the story and still contribute quite a bit in the final fight against Tobito, Madara, and even Kaguya. Now just imagine what would happen when he achieved his full potential. He would be a much more terrifying ninja than any Kage at the moment, Onoki included. And now Kida wanted to do so, but the problem was how. There were thousands of things Kida could use against Kakashi at the moment to make him go back to train like a crazy maniac, but the problem was how would he show the base of his knowledge? Like he could use Naruto to motivate Kakashi as the son of his sensei. There was still some relation between them. But what would Kida tell if someone asked how Kida knew Naruto's identity, as that was supposed to be hidden from everyone by Hiruzen? These were the thoughts going in Kida's mind when he heard a conversation in the hall. Which the opportunity he was waiting for. What happened, Mikoto? Why are you so sad? He asked. You remember Kushina, right? Yes, how would I forget such a cheerful lady? I also miss her. He said, thinking that Mikoto was missing her old friend. She had a baby, who has now become a political tool in Hidden Leaf Village. The boy whose parents died protecting our village is living a miserable life. He is around the same age as my Sasuke, but he has not eaten a full meal for a week. I used to provide him with some food from time to time, but lately, the ninja keeping an eye on him has become very vigilant. They don't allow anyone to go near him. Mikoto said, sobbing a little. Are they still humans? How could they do something like that to a child? He said with a shaking voice. Chapter 173, What do you take me for? She had a baby, who has now become a political tool in Hidden Leaf Village. The boy whose parents died protecting our village is living a miserable life. He is around the same age as my Sasuke, but he has not eaten a full meal for a week. I used to provide him with some food from time to time, but lately, the ninja keeping an eye on him has become very vigilant. They don't allow anyone to go near him. Mikoto said, sobbing a little. Are they still humans? How could they do something like that to a child? He said with a shaking voice. Both of them continued their discussion, but Kida was too happy to continue listening to that, like any other fan. How could he not know the condition Naruto was living in? The food was as much a luxury for him as anything else. Due to that, he had to learn how to catch fish, taught by Hiruzen himself. She had a baby, who has now become a political tool in Hidden Leaf Village. The boy whose parents died protecting our village is living a miserable life. He is around the same age as my Sasuke, but he has not eaten a full meal for a week. I used to provide him with some food from time to time, but lately, the ninja keeping an eye on him has become very vigilant. They don't allow anyone to go near him. Mikoto said, sobbing a little. They couldn't help but think, how could a kid Naruto's age, whose parents had sacrificed everything to protect the village, not be given proper food and care? The treatment he was getting was shameful. Both Mikoto and he continued their discussion, but Kida was too happy to continue listening to that, like any other fan. How could he not know Naruto's condition? The food was as much a luxury for him as anything else. Due to that, he had to learn how to catch fish, taught by Hiruzen himself. In Kida's previous life, many people speculated why Hiruzen never helped Naruto. With theories like, he was Hokage and was too busy to care about Naruto, then how the hell could he have time to teach a kid how to fish? So people speculated that he did that so that by going through such hardship, Naruto would become strong. Such people may have had a screw or two loose in their head. Keeping a 3 to 4-year-old boy hungry was by no means training. It would just stunt his growth, with many physical disadvantages in the future. If not for his high chakra reserves, Naruto may have died from malnutrition. Though chances were that someone may have saved him at a critical moment and got a Jinchuriki in their hands. The reason Kida had not done anything for Naruto was that Naruto was the person who had the most root ninja spying on him. Going anywhere near him, while being an Uchiha, would be almost like putting a target on his back. But now that the plan against Rude was already in motion, Kata would have more freedom in the future to do things. Now with an excuse for the knowledge about Naruto's real identity, Kata could finally take action. That's why he wanted to see Shizue as soon as he could, so that he could plan things in a better way. Brother, do you know about Kakashi Hatake? Kata asked. Who doesn't know him? Wait, are you planning on recruiting him into our clan? Shizue asked with a slightly shocked expression on his face. Not in our clan. I know even though he is the last member of his clan, there is no way he would leave the Hatake clan and join the Uchiha clan. But that doesn't mean that the Hatake and Uchiha clans can't be allies, right? Kata asked. Shizue nodded his head and then asked, but how are you planning on getting him to help us, since we actually had kind of bad blood among us? Bad blood? Well, since he had the Sharingan of our clan, our elders tried to take it back from him instead, and only by letting us read his memory was he allowed to keep that Sharingan. Shizue said, laughing awkwardly. Our clan tried to make an enemy out of a genius ninja. Why? Kata asked. Do you know how many geniuses die an early death in our world? The elders thought that Kakashi would be like them, but now even they regret their decision. Shizue said, shaking his head. Don't worry, brother. I am sure he will understand that we had our reasons to do that. Kata said, knowing full well that Kakashi didn't have any ill feelings towards the Uchiha, otherwise he wouldn't have taught Sasuke his signature jutsu in the anime. I hope so. So how are you trying to make him our ally? Shizue asked. I heard a talk between Anhi and Aunt Mikoto. They were talking about a boy named Naruto. He is the son of the fourth Hokage. Kata said. Nope, don't even think about using that boy. That will not only be morally incorrect but will also be an extremely foolish decision. The number of ninja watching over him is more than 10, most of them are Jonin too. Shizue said. Danzo doesn't want to take any risks, huh? Well, with the treatment Naruto was getting, there should have been another Nine Tails rampage in Hidden Leaf Village. This should be one of Danzo's concerns, with the fact that no one from the village should get close to Naruto. The thought. I'm not planning on doing anything to him, brother. What do you take me for? I heard how he was being mistreated in the village, which deeply affected Aunt Mikoto. And since Naruto was Kakashi's sensei's son, he too should be troubled by his living condition, with how bad they are. The reason behind that had to be Danzo. I'm planning on using our attack against Danzo to increase comfort in Naruto's life a little and using that as an excuse for allying with Kakashi. That's why you was in such a hurry, huh? Shizue understood what Kata was planning and continued, okay, I will go check if Kakashi is in the village or not. If he is, I will call him for a meeting in a restaurant. A restaurant, not in the Uchiha clan. Also, I will meet him alone. Kata said. Why? He may get intimidated seeing you in the meeting. Also, if by chance he doesn't want to come for the meeting, tell him that it is about his sensei's son. Kata said. Okay, also are you feeling well now? Shizue asked, remembering the burden Kata's mind has faced recently. Yes, brother, not just well, I am feeling awesome brother, Sharingan is really awesome. Kata said with an ear-to-ear smile. Obviously, the Sharingan was awesome, and the three Tomoe was on another level. There was a reason a ninja with a three Tomoe Sharingan was considered to be a Jonin-level ninja in Hidden Leaf Village. Not only did it help increase a ninja's mental capabilities, but it also had one more benefit. When a ninja evolved his Sharingan to the three Tomoe Sharingan, his base chakra reserve at that moment got increased by 2.5 times the original amount. Normally it didn't make a huge difference for an Uchiha since they didn't have a high amount of base chakra reserves, but the condition becomes totally different when you have high amounts of chakra like that did. Fine then, I will go and check on Kakashi. Shizue said and went out of the room. Chapter 174, First Meeting. Fine then, I will go and check on Kakashi. Shizue said and went out of the room. After Shizue left, Kata began thinking about the best way to approach Kakashi. He knew gaining Kakashi's trust would not be easy, especially given the Uchiha clan's history with him. However, Kata was determined to make him his ally as soon as possible, even if he had to use Naruto's mistreatment as a way to find common ground. Kakashi may have issues with the Uchiha, but he can't possibly ignore the misery of his sensei's son, Kata thought. If I can convince him that I want to help Naruto, that I'm disgusted by how he's been treated, then maybe he'll be willing to hear me out. Kata spent the next few hours going over different conversation scenarios in his head. With the additional mental capacity provided by his three Tomoe Sharingan, Kata's mind was working better than normal, like a regular car modified into a racing car. He used that enhanced processing power while trying to anticipate Kakashi's potential reactions and responses. He knew he'd have to tread carefully, as Kakashi was one of the smartest characters in the anime and would not be fooled easily. That's why Kda was not planning on lying to him extensively, following the simple principle of the best lie contains an element of truth. This was his plan for the meeting, and one thing he was sure about was that no matter how much he prepared, the end result would be quite different, and he would have to make many changes on the day. When Shizue returned after 1 hour, he informed Kda that Kakashi was indeed in the village and had agreed to meet, albeit reluctantly. He didn't seem too enthused about it. Shizue said with a pause, trying to build suspense, but seeing no change in Kda's expression, he clicked his tongue and continued, but mentioning it involved the 4th Hokage's son piqued his interest enough to say yes. He asked you to meet him at the restaurant near the Hatake clan compound at 4 p.m. Okay brother, what are you going to do now? Kda asked. Obviously, I am going to escort you to that restaurant. The village is almost at its boiling point. I don't want to take any risk with your safety, especially when you are going out of the clan's compound. Also, you can complete this meeting in 2 hours, right? Shizue asked. Yeah, but why? Oh, I managed to get the clan head to come to our bathhouse today for a trial. Since we would need to make some preparations for the bathhouse, we would need to come back by 6 p.m. so that by 8, all the preparations are done. Wow brother, how did you accomplish something so impressive? Talent. Now focus on one thing at a time. After your meeting is done, we will talk about the bathhouse. Shizue said. No need, brother. Kda said and quickly made a shadow clone with 30% of his chakra. Even though the clone only contained 30% of Kda's chakra, it was almost the same amount as many Jonins. With this much chakra, sustaining the shadow clone for 1 to 2 days was no problem at all, though the mental burden when he would get those memories would be quite a lot. For this reason, Kda had never done something like that until now. Fine. Shizue said and also made a shadow clone, but it only contained half the amount of chakra compared to Kda's clone. Seeing the questioning look in Kda's eyes, Shizue said, it's not like the clones are going to fight. No one is stupid enough to attack me in the Uchiha compound. No one. Okay, brother. Kda nodded. So while his and Shizue's clones were discussing and planning about the bathhouse, Kda prepared to head out for the meeting. Before half an hour from the time of the meeting, Kda went over his mental preparations once more, refining his approach. Finally, it was time to head out. With Shizue by his side, the two made their way across the village towards the designated restaurant near the Hatake compound. When they were 100 meters away from the restaurant, Shizue said, okay, since you want to talk to him alone, I will be staying here. If anything happens, don't forget to send a signal, and this time, the moment you sense something is off, you will send the signal. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Kda said while bowing respectfully like a soldier in front of his senior. Shizue smiled and patted Kda's shoulder. Go. Upon arrival, Kda took a calming breath before entering. He spotted Kakashi's unmistakable silver hair, one dark black eye visible while the other was covered with a headband, and the famous mask covering his face until his nose, almost immediately in one of the corner booths. As expected, the Jonin had chosen a location that gave him sightlines on all exits, the hallmark of an ever-vigilant shinobi. Kda made the best possible smile he could while suppressing his excitement at meeting Kakashi in real life. Kakashi Hatake. Kda greeted calmly. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. The Jonin's single visible eye narrowed slightly. I'm only here because you mentioned this having to do with Minato-sensei's son. Out with it, what's this about? Yup, this version of him is not the cold and collected one we saw in the anime. Until now, he is still not mentally stable enough, that's why Danzō was able to control him until now, Kda thought, listening to Kakashi's reply. While maintaining the smile on his face, Kda sat on the chair in front of Kakashi. While sitting, Kda thought, now that I'm looking closely, he is not that strong at the moment. Well, he still has 8 to 10 years to increase his strength before he becomes the sensei of Naruto and the gang. Even though he doesn't train enough, since he possesses such monstrous talent, getting an elite Jonin rank even without being serious is not difficult for him. Kda mentally clicked his tongue in annoyance. Some people have everything others would kill for and still don't care about it, Kda thought, remembering how difficult it was for him to get to this level of strength, and this boy in front of him became a Jonin even without giving his best. Life is totally unfair. But without any change in his facial muscles, keeping his expression earnest, Kda sat down. Here we go. Chapter 175, Shattered Illusion. Kda mentally clicked his tongue in annoyance. Some people have everything others would kill for and still don't care about it, Kda thought, remembering how difficult it was for him to get to this level of strength, and this boy in front of him became a Jonin even without giving his best. Life is totally unfair. But without any change in his facial muscles, keeping his expression earnest, Kda sat down. Here we go. I am thrilled to see that you will take your precious time out for your sensei's son. Kda said, but this time, The smile on his face looked obviously fake. I don't have time for silly games. If you have something important to say it now, or I'm leaving. Kakashi replied. Oh. I don't have anything important to say. I was just curious why a genius who cherished his companions so much that their loss made him lose all his motivation, will not take care of his sensei's most precious memory. But now that I'm seeing your condition, I can see that you are in no condition to help him. It looks like I will have to take it into my own hands to help that boy. De said, and even the fake smile vanished from his face. Are you trying to use him for your plans? Kakashi said, his tone becoming ice cold. Haha, do you think if I wanted to make use of him, I would come to you to talk about how miserable his life is? No, I would make his life miserable from the shadows, and then when he is at his lowest point, I would swoop in. Wow, now I have the most powerful weapon of our village in my hands. Does this ring a bell? De asked. At first, Kakashi was really angry, of course, not to the extent he had shown. Seeing the other party was trying to make him angry, he just decided to go with the flow. But after listening to De's reply, Kakashi went silent, his mind started working overtime. It is not like he was an idiot, he got that the village was not treating Naruto well, but since his security was maintained all the time, Kakashi just thought that the villagers were also sad about the death of their loved ones, just like him. When you are going through so much, it is easier to miss out on little details, like how difficult it would have been for Hidden Leaf village higher-ups to hide about Naruto being a Jinchuriki or giving him better living conditions. All of this just doesn't make sense unless someone was really trying to do what De just said. Since the Hokage can easily adopt Naruto, the chances of him doing this were slim. The only person in Hidden Leaf village who could make use of the Hokage's name in doing something like that was. Kakashi's eyes went wide after thinking of the reason and the person behind all this. Seeing Kakashi's shocked expression, De understood that Kakashi had got the clear picture of what was happening in Hidden Leaf village. It looks like you get what is happening. This was the reason why I wanted to meet you, but this meeting was nothing but an utter disappointment. I should just leave. De sighed. What do you mean? Kakashi was actually surprised at the moment. The boy in front of him casually shared so much information with him, and now he just wanted to leave without even discussing the reason behind the meeting. The reason I wanted to meet you is because I had heard many things about you, like the once-in-a-century genius, the most talented student of the fourth Hokage, and all. But now that I am seeing your real strength, it is not that impressive, at least not at a level where you could do anything. De said after shaking his head in disappointment. Hey kid, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am not strong enough, really? Kakashi asked. With his Chidori, an S-rank jutsu, and the reaction speed of the Sharingan, Kakashi's attack power even exceeded many elite jonins at the moment, so strength was something Kakashi was not lacking at all. But when he said that, his eyes went wide as the scene in front of him changed. Mainly, the boy standing in front of him vanished, and a kunai appeared on his neck, but in the next second, the boy once again appeared in front of him. However, there was a little scratch mark on his neck, indicating that he could have lost his life at that moment. Which was far from the truth. The only reason Kta could put Kakashi in a Genjutsu was that he had the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and Kakashi's mind was still a little unstable after processing such unusual information about Naruto's condition. Also, Kta had not a shred of killing intent in his attack, otherwise, his chest may have had a hole, and his heart could have been lying in Kakashi's hands. There was ever a slight electric flicker on Kakashi's hand when Kta placed his kunai at Kakashi's neck, which is why he used the body flicker jutsu to appear in front of Kakashi as soon as he proved his point. See, I am at least 8 to 9 years younger than you, and still, I could deal with you. That is not the level of strength you would expect from a once-in-a-century genius. There is literally nothing you could do to help Naruto, the last hope of your sensei. Why? Because you are stuck in your past and can't focus on training, sigh. Decide. Why do you want to help Naruto? Kakashi asked the most important question on his mind, totally ignoring the fact that a brat was insulting his strength. I am Shizue Uchiha's younger brother. My parents died during the Nine Tails attack, and if not for the Fourth Lord, I may have died on that day too. He and his wife sacrificed their lives for the village. I could bet that their last thought while dying was that at least the village would take care of their son, the village for which they gave their lives. I lived as an orphan for quite some time. I know what kind of lives orphans live, and Naruto is living a worse life than even a normal orphan, just so that a schemer can get his hands on a very powerful weapon. And the person who could do this to a savior's only child should not have that kind of power, otherwise, there will be no more peace that every ninja in our village died protecting. Kta said. Kakashi once again began thinking about how he lost his father, his teammates, his sensei, and many others during the war, just so that peace could remain in Hidden Leaf village. What are you planning to do? You know that I could help you with many things, right? Kakashi said with a fully serious tone. Bullseye, Kida cheered in his mind. Chapter 176, Rekindling the Flames. Bullseye, Kida cheered in his mind. There was a reason Kida was a little aggressive from the start during the meeting. Kakashi was a genius, that everyone knew. So what do you think would have happened when he stopped training and increasing his strength due to the loss of his loved ones? Yes, many people all over Hidden Leaf Village would have given him advice on how to cope with the loss and how to move on. But he was not able to do that, and there were two reasons for that. The first one lies in the same line: everyone you're talking about has already been killed. He simply thinks that since all his loved ones are already dead, what does increasing his strength will achieve? It is not like he could save them now. The second reason being that he had already achieved every much a final goal of many ninjas, that is attaining Jonin level strength. The rank 2 is around the corner, that's why he never did anything to increase his strength anymore. At least these were the reasons Kida could think of, that's why his plan was simple: give Kakashi 2 new reasons to once again work hard to increase his strength. And these 2 reasons should counter his other 2 reasons for not doing any exercise. First reason, Naruto, his sensei's son, may need his help. So now Kakashi will not be alone, he will have the responsibility of protecting his sensei's child, who is a Jinchuriki and is at constant risk even inside the village. Second reason, which Kida gave to Kakashi, was hurting his ego a little. Just imagine you are a boy who everyone considers a genius, who had achieved something that many twice, even thrice your age, may not achieve even by practicing hard, Jonin level strength. There is bound to be an ego inside you, especially when you are still in your teenage years. Kida used that and showed Kakashi that an unknown Uchiha child, who is almost 8 to 9 years younger, is more powerful than him, showed, not proved. With this, Kakashi will know that he is not as powerful as he thought he was, and he will need to increase his strength in the future. Why? So that he could protect his sensei's son from both external and internal threats. What are you planning to do? You know that I could help you with many things, right? Kakashi said with a fully serious tone. Of course, that's why I came to you, but now that we have actually met, I don't think further discussion is necessary. I wanted your strength, also your support on helping Naruto, but it looks like I have to do it on my own. Kida said. You can stop this facade. If you actually believed what you are saying, then you would have left without saying this rubbish. Kakashi said. That's Kakashi for you, Kida thought and then smiled, but this time it was a real smile. At least you are smart. Okay, I will tell you the full plan, but you have to insert your chakra into this seal. Kida said, taking out a paper from his pocket. Let's take this discussion somewhere else. Kakashi said since they were in a restaurant, which by no means a safe place to discuss these types of things. Kida nodded his head with a smile. This was the reason Kida had chosen the restaurant for the discussion, because it would easily specify whether Kakashi was interested in the talk or not. Let's go to my house. Kakashi said. I'm not into boys, sorry. Kida said while raising his head. With a vein bulging on his forehead, Kakashi said, I don't think it is time for jokes. Okay, I'm sorry. Kida said and followed Kakashi to his house, only to find Guy waiting for Kakashi in front of his house. Yo. Kakashi, how are you? Might Guy said as soon as he saw Kakashi, but seeing the extra serious look on Kakashi's face and Kida accompanying him, Guy also changed his goofy behavior and became serious. Are you in any problem, Kakashi? Guy said, standing in his position with the same stance he was standing in before. But suddenly, Kida felt that he was in danger. The back of his neck got a little wet from the sweat, even though there was a distance of 20 meters between him and Guy. For him, it felt like a punch was just a few millimeters away from his face. No, Guy, I have to discuss something with him. Kakashi said with a calm voice, and suddenly, all the pressure Kida was feeling vanished. I am sure that in ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and ganjutsu, I am above Guy, but the problem is his taijutsu skills are so developed that I instinctively felt danger from him. I am 100% sure that in an actual fight, Guy can wipe the floor with my face if he becomes serious and opens even 3 out of 8 inner gates, Kida thought. Who are you, boy? I don't remember seeing you in the village. Yeah, I am just a newly promoted genin. My name is Kida Uchiha, and I am currently doing my specialization on medical jutsu at the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Kida introduced himself. Guy nodded his head, hearing Kida's introduction and deducing that he was not a threat since he had heard about a young Uchiha who is doing quite well in the hospital. But one thing about Kida's introduction bugged him: a newly promoted genin and already possesses this level of strength. But stopping his thought, he looked toward Kakashi and asked, okay, then can I also join you guys in the discussion? Kakashi gave this idea a thought but then shook his head, saying, no, Guy, if I need your help, then I will directly come to you. Guy looked at both Kakashi and Da for some time, then said, "Okay, try to complete whatever you are onto. Our challenge was not completed last time, we have to start that once again." "Okay," Kakashi said with his eyes smile. Guy nodded toward Kda and then left toward a training area to continue his training. Kakashi looked toward Kda and said, "You are unusually respectful towards him but not towards me." "Why?" Kakashi had easily sensed that Kda was more respectful towards Guy. When he became serious for a second, I was sure that if he attacked me, my only choice would have been to flee, not fight. Since I was able to sense his strength, I had to give him the respect. Kda said, shrugging his shoulders. "What about me? I am pretty sure my and his strength are at a similar level." Kakashi asked. "It is not that you are weak or something, but from the rumors I had heard about you, you were not that impressive. That's why I was a little rude at that time." Kda replied. "No problem, let's continue. We have more important things to discuss." And both Kakashi and Kda went inside the Hotake compound. Well, calling it a compound would be an overstatement since Kakashi was the last member of his clan. Most of his compound had been used for other purposes by the village. Kakashi was getting a monthly rent for that property. Chapter 177, Making Plan Foolproof. Kakashi led Kda through the living quarters that made up the remaining Hotake compound. It was clear the place had seen better days, with an air of melancholy hanging over the slightly dilapidated buildings. But looking at the various buildings, Kda could conclude that this clan used to be a really powerful one at the time of its peak. Since we know only about 2 members of the Hotake clan, and both of them, the White Fang, Kakashi's father, and Kakashi, are proof that this clan had a lot of potential to rival bigger clans like the Senju and Uchiha. Maybe that's why their clan has been reduced to this state. Once they were inside Kakashi's private residence, Kakashi turned to Kda. "Alright, we're alone now. Explain to me exactly what you're talking about, the plan of helping Naruto." Kda nodded and took out the paper again. "What is that?" Kakashi asked. "What I am about to tell you must not be leaked, that's why we will both pass our chakra into this seal. It was made by a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and will confirm that our conversation will not be leaked." "And what if one of us leaks our discussion?" Kakashi asked. "Our ability to wield chakra will be lost, and we will feel the gut-wrenching pain," Kda said while passing his chakra into the seal. Kakashi looked at the seal for some time. Since he was not even a Fuinjutsu master, there was no chance that he could understand that seal, but seeing Kda passing his chakra into it, he also passed his chakra. He didn't know why, but Kakashi could feel that he could trust this person. There was not a hint of jealousy in Kda's eyes, but rather excitement, so Kakashi subconsciously let his guard down. Luckily for him, Kda didn't plan to take advantage of this opportunity. After passing his chakra, he looked at Kakashi and said, "Can we continue now?" Kda nodded solemnly. "To start, have you noticed anything unusual about how the village treats Naruto? Beyond just ignoring or resenting him for being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Kakashi's eye narrowed as he considered this. "Now that you mention it, there have been a few strange incidents over the years. Caretakers being abruptly reassigned, supplies going missing, that sort of thing. I chalked it up to human error or sabotage by those blinded by hatred towards him being a Jinchuriki." Kda stated grimly, "That may have been the case, even if those people sabotage the supplies assigned to a 4-year-old boy due to hatred. Lord Third and others should be aware of that, right? He should have assigned Anbu to provide necessities like food and clothes, but he never did anything like that." Kakashi's face showed anger as he said, "Who could be behind something like that? And why?" But by now, he had already guessed who was behind this. Think about it, Kakashi. Who in this village has the authority and connections to orchestrate such a widespread conspiracy? And who might view an incredibly powerful Jinchuriki like Naruto as a potential weapon to be controlled? Realization dawned on Kakashi's face. Danzo. Kda nodded grimly. "From what I've pieced together, Danzo aims to completely break Naruto's spirit and support system. Once he is isolated and dependent, Danzo will likely attempt to manipulate him into becoming a powerful weapon solely under Root's control." Kakashi felt a surge of anger and protectiveness rise within him at Kda's words. To think that Danzo would stoop so low as to deliberately make Naruto's childhood a living hell, all to try to gain control over the Nine-Tails power, it was sickening. That cannot be allowed to continue. Kakashi stated, his voice hard. "Naruto is the legacy of the 4th Hokage, my sensei. But I also know that I can't do anything against him at the moment." Kda nodded solemnly. "I know that since Danzo has the full support of Lord Third, it is very difficult for anyone in Hidden Leaf Village to go against him. But our clan has taken too many hits from his schemes to not do anything, that's why tomorrow we are going to launch a full-scale political attack against him." Kakashi said, "There is nothing new in that. In the last 4 to 5 years, Many clans have raised many complaints against him, and the only punishment he got from those complaints was a vacation of 1 to 2 weeks. Why do you think that this time it will be different? Because when I said full scale, I meant it. There will be no going back in that attack. We have already allied with most of the major clans. Due to the nature of Danzo's work, he has made many enemies both outside and inside the village. Kida said. If you were so sure, why did you come to me for help? Kakashi asked. Because even with this much preparation, I am sure that the punishment Danzo will get will be mostly a 6-month vacation, which is not enough. I want to at least take his power away from him. Kida said. Though in his mind, he knew that with Koto Umatsukami in play, Danzo's downfall was just around the corner, but there was no reason for Kida to tell Kakashi about that. He just continued, and for that, I need your help. Kida said. Which help could I provide you? Kakashi asked. You worked in Root for some time, right? Yes. I want to know the location of some of the Root headquarters where they are conducting experiments on Hidden Leaf Village as ninjas. Kida said. They're doing what? Kakashi asked, shocked. Are you saying that you worked for Root and don't even know this? Kida asked, genuinely shocked this time. Even though I worked in Root, I was never a part of it, so Danzo never put his seal on my head. Since that seal is one of the reasons Root ninjas can't disclose any secrets, and I don't have that seal, I was never told any secrets and only given elimination missions. Kakashi explained. Well, you should still know about some of the Root bases where they do experiments, right? Kida asked. Only one. It is near the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. I was once assigned to guard some scientists from that base to the fire capital, but I'm not sure that this is the base you're looking for. Kakashi said. That's fine. I'll figure it out. Is there any other base where such acts may happen? Kida asked. Does Lord Third know about this? Kakashi asked after thinking for some time. It would be a shame if he didn't even know what Danzo had done to Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. That would just confirm that he is not fit to continue being the Hokage. I'm pretty sure that he knows about this, but he just turned a blind eye to it. Kida said. If that's the case, then there may be 2 more bases where such things could happen. Those bases would require a huge amount of funding, which must be for continuing the research. Kakashi said. Chapter 178, Seeds of Change. If that's the case, then there may be 2 more bases where such things could happen. Those bases would require a huge amount of funding, which must be for continuing the research. Kakashi said. Okay, give me the locations of those 2 bases as well. With these 3 bases, I am sure that we can gather substantial evidence against Danzo. Kida said. How sure are you about this? Kakashi asked. If we are talking about removing Danzo from his position for 1 to 2 years, then I am 100% sure. However, if you want him to resign from his position, that will be difficult. The chances are around 30%. But just getting him removed for 2 years will be enough for us. We can plan something better in that time. These were the possibilities when I didn't know about those 3 bases. Now, the chances of increasing the punishment will increase. Kida said. Kakashi nodded his head. Last question, what do you want to do with Naruto after this? Nice question. Do you know that Aunt Mikoto and Aunt Kushina were friends? So, she wants to help Naruto. I can promise you that we will not use Naruto as a weapon. Also, truthfully speaking, we don't need Naruto to increase our power. We, the Uchiha, had the most number of Jonin and elite Jonin among other clans. Maybe the Hyuga will come close, but no one else. Then, if we count my brother and Fugaku-sama, who can go toe-to-toe against most of the higher-ups, we already have enough power. However, I know that others will not easily agree with this condition, so I will look into something else. But one thing is for sure, his living conditions will improve. Kida said. Can I take him under my care? I am sure other clans will not react badly since the Hotake clan is now just a shell of what it used to be, so they will not face a problem of one clan breaking the power balance of Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi said. Brother Shizui, Itachi, Sasuke, Fugaku, and me, the power balance is bound to break in the future, but we still have some time to reach that stage, Kida thought. Then he went back to the question Kakashi asked. I am sorry, Kakashi. You alone would not be enough. Naruto now possesses power which makes him a target of all enemy villages, including the fact that Naruto will need a parental figure since he is still 4 years old. You make a bad choice for that role. Since you have still not sorted out your feelings, once you do that, you can take Naruto with you. Until then, let's think of something else. Kida said. Kakashi's eye narrowed as Kida mentioned being unable to take Naruto under his care for now. Don't jerk me around on this, Kida. That boy is all I have left of my sensei. He slammed his fist on the table. I won't let him be treated like a weapon or worse by anyone, even your clan. Now that Kakashi had gotten a picture of what was happening with Naruto, he wanted to stop that. Kata met Kakashi's intense gaze steadily. And we won't. You have my word on that, Kakashi. But you're in no position to be a father to him yet. His eyes flicked up and down Kakashi's disheveled appearance. I'm not trying to insult you. We're the same in that regard, both wanting to help Naruto. His expression softened slightly. Once you've found your purpose again, then we can revisit this. But protecting Naruto's safety and raising him properly has to come first. Kakashi stared at him hard for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. Fine. Just keep me updated, like you said. He turned and strode out, his form tense. Kata watched him go, jaw clenched as he fought his own rising emotions. That's a promise. He murmured. That was a successful meeting. Now that Kakashi and I are acquainted, I can further increase our friendship and his strength steadily, Kata thought. You took your sweet time in that meeting, huh? Shizue said, appearing in front of him using the body flicker jutsu. I got something interesting from that meeting, so the time was worth it. Kata said, grinning. What is this interesting thing you got? Shizue asked. I will tell you about that after we complete our second task. Kata said. Right, let's go and check if the preparations are complete or not. Shizue said, and both of them used a movement jutsu to go toward the bathhouse. After reaching the Uchiha compound, both of them stopped. So, now do you mind telling me? Shizue asked. Yes, brother, I found out about 3 root bases in Hidden Leaf Village where they are researching, most likely on the stolen bodies of enemies and allies. We can use that against him during the meeting. Kata said. What are the chances that those bases are just a fake lead? Shizue asked. Very low. I don't think Kakashi will side with Danzō even after knowing Danzō is making his sensei son's life miserable. Also, the plan I am thinking will make it worth taking the risk even if the bases are the wrong ones. But we would need help from someone in the Aburame clan. Then they told Shizue the full plan he had made after getting the information about the root bases. Well, he already had the plan, he just made some slight changes to it. That's a good plan. I will tell Fugaku-sama about this. Until then, you can go back to Fugaku-sama's house. Mom is super angry that you are not resting in your room. Shizue said. He nodded his head and went back toward Fugaku's house. There was no need to worry about the plan since Fugaku had enough political knowledge to keep the Uchiha clan going for decades, even when facing unjust treatment from the village. Now that it was his time to make a move, there was no way he was going to mess this up. Kakashi was sitting in his room, looking at his father's picture hanging on the wall. Father, if you were alive, things would have been different. After losing my teammates, I understand now why you chose your teammates' lives over the mission, Kakashi thought. His mind was still going in a loop, regretting not having any strength when it mattered most, feeling sadness at losing his loved ones over time, and finding motivation to never face this feeling again. Father, I will try to become just like you. Kakashi said with determination in his voice. This was the time when the once-in-a century genius began his comeback. Since it was already 6:30, and Fugaku was going to come to the bathhouse at 7 p.m., Shizue went to the bathhouse to check if all the preparations were complete or not. Seeing that one of the pools was ready to use, he sighed in relief. There were still some areas of the bathhouse that were not visible due to all the covers placed during construction, but everything was almost ready. That's why Shizue and Kata's clones were able to prepare a bath in such little time. Kata's clone came to Shizue and said, We have prepared a medicinal bath for physical recovery since I don't think the clan head would want the bath with enhancing beauty features. Good job, you can now disperse yourself. After some time, Fugaku came to the bathhouse. Shizue could also sense about 5 Jonin level a ninja following him from the shadows. I will tell him about the root bases after he takes the bath. I am sure once I tell him about that, he will once again pull an all-nighter to make plans, Shizue thought and went to Fugaku. Welcome, uncle. Please ignore the exterior, we had to stop the construction immediately due to this incident, but the bathhouse is almost ready, and we have already prepared a bath for you. Let me guide you to that. You are sounding more and more like a businessman. Are you planning on stopping being a ninja and starting to focus on business? Fugaku asked with a smile. Not for now, uncle. Shizue replied. Chapter 179, A Random Variable. You are sounding more and more like a businessman. Are you planning on stopping being a ninja and starting to focus on business? Fugaku asked with a smile. Not for now, uncle. Shizue replied. Then Shizue guided Fugaku to the bath that his and Kata's clone had prepared. They had arranged the most luxurious pool in the bathhouse for Fugaku. After showing him the location, Shizue came out of the pool and took a seat at the hall in the bathhouse, placing a map on the table in front of him. Fugaku had been working non-stop for 3 days. The fatigue from that hard work hit him like a train when he entered the pool, which contained a highly concentrated mixture of all herbs that would help in physical and mental recovery. This is actually quite good. Maybe I should use this bathhouse occasionally when it officially opens, Fugaku thought while all the muscles in his body, along with his brain, relaxed. After taking a short nap in the bath, Fugaku came out, only to find Shizue sitting at the table with a map opened in front of him. You want to discuss it here? Fugaku easily understood that Shizue had something important to discuss. With 5 Uchiha Jonin guarding this bathhouse, and you and me inside, do you think any spy had the guts to try and spy on this conversation? Shizue said, raising his eyebrows a little. Fine, what do you want to discuss? Fugaku said, sitting in front of Shizue. Just how amazing my brother is. Shizue said. Fugaku didn't say anything and waited for Shizue to continue. Do you remember Kakashi Hatake? Of course. If not for those foolish elders, I would have loved to help that boy. He was considered a genius on par with you for a reason. Fugaku said. Well, he is older than me, so I should be the one compared to him, not the other way around. But that's not important at the moment. The thing is, my brother was somehow able to rope him in on our side against Danzō, using the living condition of his sensei's son as a reason. Shizue explained. How was Kida able to prove that it was Danzō's doing? Fugaku asked. Nothing fancy. He just used the fact that Kakashi was a genius. He just gave him some clues about who could be behind it all, and Kakashi himself found out that Danzō was behind Naruto's miserable life. Since it was Kakashi who found out that information himself, there was nothing to prove. Shizue said. Fugaku nodded his head and waited for Shizue to continue. After roping him in, they proposed a deal. We will somehow let Naruto have better living conditions from now on, and he will provide us the address of the root bases where the experiments may be happening. Fugaku was visibly happy hearing that. It was a jackpot at the moment. But since Kakashi was never a true member of Root, he was not allowed to know the deep secrets of Root, like the location of those bases. But being the genius he was able to deduce the actual true location and 2 most likely locations where these experimental bases of Root may be in Hidden Leaf Village using his memories. That's why Kida wants to use the expertise of an Aberame clan member and spy on those 3 bases, and use them for. Shizue then began to explain the plan Kida and he had come up with to Fugaku. This is a good backup plan, though I would need to make some big preparations and arrange quite a few Jonin. I'm sure it will be worth it. But we would not use this unless the chance of removing Danzō from his position becomes slim, as doing this will reduce the civilian trust in their own village shinobi. Fugaku said. Truly a peace-loving leader, Shizue thought in his head, as from his experience, Fugaku had left many opportunities to seriously harm Root because it may lead to an all-out war against Danzō. He chose peace over resources many times. But now that Danzō had begun targeting the clan shinobi, the wicked-eye Fugaku was going to take charge of things on his own hand, and the peaceful Fugaku was going to take a back seat for some time. While Shizue and Fugaku were discussing their backup plan against Danzō, the person the plan was against was not sitting idle at all. You're saying that all of the spies in the Uchiha clan are still giving the same report? Nothing unusual? Danzō said after reading the report in front of him, which had been presented an hour ago by the spies. One of the root ninjas in front of him bowed and said, Yes, Danzō-sama, but there is an unusual event. I tried to call a spy out to check if he was under some ganjutsu, but when he was about to reach the meeting destination, 2 Jonin suddenly attacked him for being a spy in the Uchiha compound and took him with them. They even tried to look for the root ninja waiting at a meeting location, but he was able to flee in time. When did this happen? Why am I only knowing such important information now? Danzō said, his face visibly a few shades darker. This incident happened just half an hour ago, Danzō-sama. I had tried to call one more spy out, but apparently, the Uchiha compound is locked until a search for all spies is completed. I knew it, those bastards from that cursed clan were up to something. There's no way they wouldn't do something after that fucking brat came back crying about the attack. Danzō said while his brain went through various plans the Uchihas might have made against him. There was a report about many clan heads visiting the Uchiha clan, right? Danzō said. Yes, sir, it was about a trade for Ganjutsu scrolls with elemental jutsu scrolls. The root ninja said, since these types of meetings were quite common, it didn't ring any danger bell in that ninja's mind at that moment. But Danzō was different. He knew this couldn't be a normal meeting. So they're planning to rile up all of the clans against me, quite a bold move for that peace-loving clan head. There will most likely be a council meeting tomorrow, and I will most likely face some setbacks. Fine, if you want a war, we will have a war, Danzō thought, easily getting most of Fugaku's plan with so little clue. This was the reason many clan heads, including Fugaku, never actually went against Danzō. Aside from having the full support of the Hokage, he was also the best schemer in Hidden Leaf Village, or one could say in the ninja world if you exclude 2 or 3 people from the list. After understanding the Uchiha plan, Danzō turned to the Root Ninja and said, "This is an S-rank order. Send the message to all the Jonins under me, target all Uchihas out of the village, none of them should return home tomorrow." Danzō said. Though it would be glaringly obvious that Danzō was behind this incident, no one would be able to put the blame on him, not even Hiruzen, and this would be a perfect message for those red rats and other clan heads not to mess with him again, or so Danzō was thinking. Though it was true that Danzō was the best schemer in Hidden Leaf Village and would come up with perfect schemes and solutions for schemes against him after processing all the variables in his hands, this time he got it wrong. It was true that he would make perfect solutions with all of the variables accounted for, but this time he missed one of the most dangerous variables from his calculations, Shizue Uchiha. There was a reason in the anime that Danzō killed Shizue as soon as he knew about his Kodo Umatsukami. This was the variable that had the power to fuck all his schemes in the most brutal way possible, which it had done now. He had taken Hiruzen's blind favor for him for granted in his schemes, which is why he thought he wouldn't get any punishment and would be able to do anything he wanted after the meeting ended. Chapter 180, Calm Before the Storm. He had taken Hiruzen's blind favor for granted in his schemes. That's why he thought he wouldn't get any punishment and would be able to do anything he wanted after the meeting ended. Just like Danzō, Hiruzen also received a report on his table about the meeting of all the clan heads in the Uchiha compound. They are serious about this, huh? Well, Danzō has crossed the line many times, but this time he has enraged the genius of the Uchiha clan, at least one of them, and threatened the life of the second one. I can easily assume that Shizue, going full on with the rebelling threat, told Fugaku about doing something about it this time. And I am also at fault here. I have allowed Danzō too many things I shouldn't have. He has done enough damage to Hidden Leaf Village until now. It seems I have to manage both the light and dark side of Hidden Leaf Village on my own for now until I find someone to take this burden from me. Hiruzen sighed. However, there was a soft spot in his mind for Danzō. Hiruzen still remembered that he was once a teammate, and at least he considered Danzō his teammate. With the contribution Danzō had made in keeping the village peaceful and safe all this time, Hiruzen was not going to give him the death penalty. Even imprisonment would be off the table, considering how many loyal underlings he had. Just the possibility of them going rogue and selling village secrets to enemy nations was enough to remove any idea of giving Danzō any punishment further than home imprisonment, like Hiruzen did in the anime after the Uchiha massacre. Even when Hiruzen's mind was under Shizue's Ganjutsu to hate Danzō, he still thought of the village before his hate. And when we are talking about hate, it is not a small amount. The dissatisfaction he had towards how Danzō did things was not small, and he would have punished Danzō many times by now if not for his important role in keeping the village safe from the shadows. For that, Danzō had done many questionable things, like killing many civilians of other nations to put the blame on someone else so that their enemy would fight among themselves, and Hidden Leaf Village would get some precious years to build their strength back. The number of innocent people Danzō had killed in his lifetime would have been enough to make a small nation like the Land of Noodles, but Hiruzen knew it was important if they didn't want all other enemy nations to form an alliance once again and attack Hidden Leaf Village when it was at its weakest. But in recent years, Danzō had gone beyond that, crazily increasing the intensity of training of the Root Ninja under him, forcefully recruiting many talented ninja from both Hidden Leaf Village clans and civilian ninja, with the death rate of training being as high as 60 to 70%. Which is what he showed on paper. Hiruzen knew the actual stats were much worse than that. And even doing that didn't give any massively great result. The ninja who completed their training just became very efficient killing machines, effectively losing their emotions, which severely affected their potential, mostly like Sai. Hiruzen was sure if Danzō had been stopped before, Hidden Leaf Village would have had many more Jonin than they had at the moment. These thoughts already made it difficult for Hiruzen to stop himself from doing anything against Danzō. But since Shizue didn't know that and thought that since Hiruzen was always in favor of Danzō, he would at least have to make his hatred and dissatisfaction 5 times stronger to have some effect. Which would have been right, but now it worked wonders since his emotions were now so enhanced. Hiruzen started making plans to effectively remove Danzō from his position and make it so that they would not face any consequences from this. Since Danzō was investing all of his focus and resources on finding the Uchiha's next move, he wasn't able to sense his impending doom. With Hiruzen, the Uchiha, and other clans planning on attacking him head-on, the chances of Danzō turning the tables in his favor in tomorrow's meeting were close to none. Since Hiruzen knew that he had won last night before the Uchiha initiated a council meeting to raise their complaints, Hiruzen was making sure that all of the preparations from his side were complete. Luckily for the Uchiha, There was no major change in his behavior, so others may not guess at something other than a simple complaint was behind Hiruzen's actions, but there was no way they would be able to find out what, no matter how much they tried. After listening and improving his plan on how to use those root base locations, Fugaku said, "This is a very important role, that's why I am giving you all the responsibility and power. Go to the Aburame clan head and ask for his help. With this seal, you would represent me. Make him move his best ninja for information gathering, heck, move him if you have to. We have to find out what is in those bases. Also, your topmost priority will be to not get detected at any cost." Fugaku said. "Don't worry, Fugaku-sama. I will make sure everything happens as planned. I am sure Danzo would be keeping tight eyes on us by now, but there is little he could do to change anything now," Shisui said with a smile and then left using the body flicker jutsu. Time was of the essence. He directly went to the Aburame clan headquarters, which was much smaller than the Uchihas, but the surveillance of that headquarters was top-notch. Shisui could easily sense that there were thousands of bugs all around the vicinity of the headquarters, and all of them contained a little amount of chakra. Since Shisui appeared all of a sudden, all of the bugs in the surrounding became active and ready to attack at a moment's notice. But after a second, a chakra wave was released from the Aburame clan's head office, and all of the bugs once again became docile. "Great," Shisui said and made his way to the reception, but before he could ask anything, the receptionist said, "The clan head is waiting for you in his office." Shisui looked at the bug on the table in front of the receptionist and understood that Shibi Aburame, the clan head of the Aburame clan, already knew about his arrival and was waiting for him. "Okay," he said and made his way toward Shibi's office. "Knock knock, come in," came a serious voice, a voice that contained the authority and seriousness of a leader. "Good evening, Shibi-sama. I am sorry I have to come here in such a hurry, but we are in urgent need of your help," Shisui said. "I already guessed that much, boy. As I had already promised your clan head, I am going to fully support you, so tell me what you need," Shibi said. Shisui nodded and began telling all the details about the locations of route they got, to what they expected to find on those bases. "How sure are you about this information?" Shibi asked. "Almost 80%, but the only doubt we have is that they are normal bases and not bases where Root is doing experimentation. There is no chance of any trap," Shisui said. "Fine, I will personally join you. There is no one better than me for this job," Shibi said. "That would be really helpful. We would never forget this," Shisui said while bowing a little. Chapter 181, Aburame Uchiha Alliance. "Don't worry, boy. I am actually doing it for myself. If what you and your clan head said is true, that any other ninja I send with you may see something they should never see," Shibi said, shaking his head. From what he remembered about the information Fugaku gave, many Aburame ninja who went missing during missions were under route. And even though Shibi already knew what lay ahead of them, when Shisui brought up the topic of root bases where they may have been conducting experimentation, Shibi became sure that no one other than him should see this. Otherwise, he would not be able to meet the eyes of his ninjas when they confronted him about this and sought revenge for them. Shisui nodded his head and said, "I am sorry, Shibi-sama, but we have to move now. We have to get all the information before the morning sun rises." "Fine." Both Shisui and Shibi went out of the Aburame clan headquarters while Shisui helped with the movement jutsu. Since with his expertise in the body flicker jutsu, it would be almost impossible to detect him in the dark when he decided to move secretly, as he would be long gone before anyone could turn their head to look for him. There was a reason Shisui was known as Shisui the Teleporter. Within 40 minutes, Shisui and Shibi came back to the Aburame clan headquarters, both of them able to successfully complete their mission without any problems. With Shisui's speed, they reached every location within seconds, and the only time needed was for Shibi to secretly send his bugs inside those root bases. He had to make ways for them from underground paths so that none of the seals would become active, which took most of the time. Also, Shibi used the bugs that were good at digging and didn't use chakra for it, since he didn't want any sensor inside the bases to sense his bugs. After he used poison to melt the walls of the root bases and send some of his bugs inside, once his bugs were inside, it didn't take long for them to find out most of the information about the bases. The same thing was repeated at the other two bases before they went back. But even though they had completed their mission, none of them were happy about it because of what they found inside those root bases. Only 2 of the 3 root bases were used for experimentation. In those bases, they found many containers containing eyes of dead Uchiha, brains of Nara clan ninja, skeletons of ninja from the Aburame clan, a complete skull of a Hyuga clan ninja with his eyes damaged, and much more. It took every ounce of discipline and sheer willpower not to attack and kill every single ninja and researcher present in those bases, just from sheer anger at seeing the condition of their clan's shinobi. After dropping Shibi at his office, Shisui said, Thank you very much, Shibi-sama. With this, Danzo will definitely not leave without any consequences now. Let's just hope that is the case. Otherwise, I would have to personally kill him by my own hand and go rogue the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep. Shibi said. That makes two of us, Shibi-sama. I will definitely join you on that noble mission. Shizue said while bowing a little. Ha ha ha, let's just hope that situation never arises. Shibi laughed, but Shizue could feel an immense amount of guilt behind it, having been in the dark about the condition of his clan's ninja for so long. Giving the man some alone time, which he was in desperate need of, Shizue took his leave and went back to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had already gone back to his office. Knowing this, Shizue directly went to his office and told him about everything they found about the bases. Don't react like that. We already knew that Danzo had eyes of our ninja. With the number of corpses that went missing from their missions and the completely clear memories of those they went after, it was clear as day that someone else was behind that. Fugaku said, seeing Shizue's condition when he was telling about the containers containing eyes of dead Uchiha. But Fugaku-sama, just 2 bases contain nearly 10 pairs of eyes. We don't even know how many more of our ninja can't even rest in pure lands because of the condition of their bodies. They are being treated as test subjects. I am sure they would have been happy if they died as warriors and ninjas during the mission, but due to that fucking Cyclops, they died as lab rats and were being experimented on even after their death. Shizue said with anger apparent in his voice. I know, and I am almost as angry as you, if not more. I am supposed to protect my clan's ninja from such things. This was my responsibility, which I failed to complete. But I will try to rectify my mistake tomorrow. Fugaku said, and these words were like a promise to himself and to those ninja who died such a miserable death. Fugaku-sama, I want to personally blow up one of those bases tomorrow. Shizue said. Okay, I will assign you 5 jonin proficient in such jutsu, and the next one will be left to Minoru-sama. Fugaku said. Shizue nodded his head. Now go back and rest. Tomorrow is going to be the longest day of our lives. With 3 of the most powerful forces in motion inside Hidden Leaf Village, things were super turbulent in the shadows of Hidden Leaf Village, and the person responsible for all this was having his fan moment at the moment. Kda and Itachi were standing on the roof, looking at the moon, when Itachi said, Do you want to make a bet on who would win in our spar? Okay, what do you want to bet? Kda asked. The loser would have to follow the winner's orders for a full whole week. Itachi said. And we're only going to use Kenjutsu and Ganjutsu, right? Kda asked. Yeah, I will not use ninjutsu. Itachi said, as if he was giving the biggest handicap to Kda. Fine by me, be ready to follow my orders for a full week. Kda said with an ear-to-ear smile. Chapter 182, Itachi Uchiha went back to his temporary house, or one could say a mansion, because in real life, the house of Fugaku Uchiha looked fitting for the clan head and leader of one of the, if not the biggest and most powerful clan of Hidden Leaf Village. After entering the house, Kda went to the hall where he and Mikoto were sitting, watching television. Yes, there was a television in Fugaku's house, but not the same as the televisions we are familiar with. The television was completely wired and worked in a very close range, meaning if one show was broadcasted on those wires, the maximum distance it could be transmitted was 10 kilometers, which was itself a technological marvel in Naruto's world. Due to that reason, it was extremely expensive, and since there weren't many interesting shows broadcast on television, not many people were fans of getting one. So you're finally back. I'm pretty sure I told you to rest for a day. He said with a smile that wasn't actually a smile. And, I was just out for a walk with brother, and I'm perfectly fine, rather than fine, I'm feeling much better than ever. Kda said. Okay, I know how much you hate resting, but still refrain yourself from doing any training for some time. Even Mikoto said that you should take some rest, and she is a veteran jonin, so you should listen to her advice. He said. Me? When? Mikoto was saying when he gave her a stern look, and she changed her sentence. Oh. I remember, yes Kda, try to take a rest for some time and let your body get adjusted to your new condition. After that, you can train as much as you want. Mikoto said. As you say, and, I will rest for some time. Kda said. Meaning he won't spar against brother? Came a small little voice from the corner of the hall where the door was located. The door was half open, and from behind, a small boy was peeking. With dark black eyes and hair of the same color, with looks from his mother's side, the boy looked so cute that no one would have believed that this boy was going to become one of the most badass characters of this world. Kda looked towards Sasuke and asked, You want me to spar against your brother? There was a small smile on his face. My brother is super strong, but brother Shizue said that you are stronger in something, which is obviously a lie, and that's why my brother will fight you and show you that he is more powerful than you. Sasuke said, as if he were stating a universal truth like the sun rising from the east or the nine tails being the most powerful among all the tailed beasts. Brother actually said that, really? They couldn't believe his eyes. He was actually stronger than the Itachi Uchiha. How? As far as the Naruto anime goes, Itachi was a genius no one could compare to. He was the most powerful ninja from the Uchiha side, much more powerful than Shisui himself, and if I dare say, even Sasuke with Indra's chakra. The reason was that even when Itachi was dying, he was able to fight Sasuke with the same level of Mangekyō Sharingan as well as years of training under Orochimaru, and could have won by all means if not for his guilt. That Itachi Uchiha was weaker than him at something was impossible. Also, like many others, Kdo was a fan of Itachi Uchiha, which didn't help. I think he said the right thing, Sasuke. Kdo is very powerful at Kenjutsu. Yami added when Kdo was thinking those thoughts. I'm sure I'm not better at it than Itachi. He is the son of Fugaku-sama, as well as 1 year older than me. There is no way I could be better than him. There is a reason he is said to be a genius on par with his brother. Kdo said. And so are you. I don't remember how many times my husband talked about how quickly you were progressing, Kdo. Don't sell yourself short. Mikoto said, but the pride from listening to the compliment about her son was visible on her face. Well, a simple spar won't hurt, I guess. He said with a smile, but Kdo could tell that she wanted him to win the spar, for some reason. For the record, I don't doubt that goofy head's judgment. No matter how much he tends to fool around, when he is serious, I could not compare to him. Still, until then, I believe in his assessment. Itachi said, entering the hall right behind Sasuke. What are you saying, brother? I'm sure you are more powerful than him and will beat him in minutes. Young Sasuke said with a huff from his nose. Flick, have this confidence in yourself, not others, you brat. Itachi said, giving Sasuke a classic forehead flick. Good lord, Itachi is handsome. With his position and being the oldest son of the Uchiha clan head, he could easily qualify for the role of a second-generation young master from a cultivation novel. The only difference being this young master will beat the crap out of a person who would offend him. Kdo went into a spiral of thoughts, seeing Itachi for the first time. Hey, I'm Itachi Uchiha. Nice to meet you. Itachi said, extending his hand for a handshake. Kdo had to use his willpower not to come across as a dumb fan and ask for an autograph. Hey, I'm Kdo Uchiha. Nice to meet you too. Kdo said, so, are you up for a quick spar? Itachi asked. Since Kdo had already gotten approval from he could easily agree with him, but he asked, I'm not that good at fighting. My ninjutsu is also not that good. No problem, we would only have a spar in Kenjutsu and Ganjutsu combined. Itachi said. Fine, let's have this spar tomorrow. Kdo said with a sigh at the end. It seems like Itachi himself wanted this spar. Is he jealous? No, there's no way, right? Kdo thought. You boys can go to the roof to discuss the details of that. Mikoto said. Flashback ends. After finalizing the rules of the duel, Kdo and Itachi went back to their rooms. While Kdo was told to take rest and Itachi didn't have anything else to do, both went to sleep. The next day, Kdo woke up only to find Shisui sleeping next to him. I didn't know we were going to share this room. Kdo said. Well, we're not at our house, and I came back late. Since this was the room assigned to me before, and I didn't want to wake Aunt Mikoto in the middle of the night, I slept here. I'm sure my awesomeness may have kept bad dreams away from you last night. Shisui said with a wink. Leaving that bad joke aside, I have something important to ask you, brother. Kdo said. I'm all ears. Did you really say I'm better at Kenjutsu than Itachi? Shisui nodded his head. Why does this not make sense? I'm not that good. Kdo asked. I think you're misunderstanding something here. I was talking about pure Kenjutsu at that time. Itachi had not focused on that part as much as you, and do you know the reason for that? Because he is already so good at mixing Ganjutsu with Kenjutsu that even an elite non-Uchiha Jonin may face problems against him. That's why you are better than him at pure Kenjutsu. Shisui explained. Kdo understood what he meant. What about ninjutsu? Kdo asked, remembering the previous night when Itachi specifically told him that he wouldn't use ninjutsu during the spar, as if he were giving Kdo a handicap. What do you mean by ninjutsu? Shisui asked. How do I compare to him in ninjutsu? Kdo asked, clarifying his question. Sai brother, it would be better if you don't know. Shisui said. I want to know now. Kdo said, now more than interested in knowing the answer. The answer is really simple, you know. You use that fire room a lot, right? Itachi has never used that once in his life. Can you guess why? Shisui asked. Because he used something better? No, he never had to use something like that. Itachi had the highest level of fire nature possible. There is nothing to improve. You know, he learned fireball jutsu by seeing it just one time, without the Sharingan at that, and he didn't even have basic elemental chakra training at that time. He was only 5 years old. And not only that, this brat's first fireball was bigger than what Fugaku-sama had shown him, which is what normal chunin use. In other words, on his first attempt, Itachi made a fireball bigger than many chunin. Now, could you compare your ninjutsu with him? Heck, I'm sure that at my age, he would almost be more powerful than me. Shizue said, as if he were telling someone how much of a cheater his friend was, who took first place in the exam of life. De was beyond shocked at that point. He knew how much of a help the fire room was, and according to Shizue, he would have to spend the next 3 to 4 years for its effect to stop working on him, and Itachi was at that level from birth. Life truly is not fair, De thought. Chapter 183, Enhanced Mind? Aside from your interest in Itachi, don't you want to know what's happening with the plan you proposed about the information you got from Kakashi? Shizue asked. No, I'm confident in Fugaku-sama's capability to use that information as best as he could. Also, a shinobi doesn't need to know more than the required information. De replied with a smile, while he thought, given that Fugaku is the clan head of the Uchiha clan, he is bound to have good political and scheming capabilities since he was able to fend off Danzo's schemes for nearly 7 years. After those 7 years, he had to plan a coup against Hidden Leaf Village because their treatment toward the Uchiha had become so unreasonable. If he cannot even use this information to eliminate Danzo's threat now, I will have to plan on leaving Hidden Leaf Village with Yami, Andy, and brother somehow, because then the doom of the Uchiha clan would be confirmed. It's good that you don't care, but I'm still going to tell you what we found out about those bases and how we're going to proceed with that. Shizue said. Why? Because you somehow come up with very interesting ideas many times, which are crude most of the time, but they sure are effective. Shizue said. Well, we could thank the thousands of fan theories I heard in my past life, De thought and just nodded his head. We found out that 2 out of those 3 bases were used as facilities to experiment on the bodies of our village ninjas. We found that one contained many containers with Sharingan in them, some contained brains of Nara and Yamanaka shinobi, while some contained full skeletons of ninjas from the Aburame clan. Shizue told him, summarizing what they had found. I assume we had used the Aburame clan's expertise in finding out what was inside those bases. De asked, his demeanor changing completely, which Shizue noticed quite easily. It looks like the effect of the 3 Tomoe is finally kicking in, Shizue thought. The thing with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan is that it affects the mentality of the person who wields it, not like trying to control their mind, but differently. It brings out the true desires of the person, making them more practical and calculative, while at the same time increasing their emotions to a higher level as well, due to which the hidden desires of ninjas become difficult to control. Also, the thing that caused the evolution of the Sharingan to the 3 Tomoe Sharingan plays a little role in how the personality of the ninja will change. In ancient times, before villages were established, the main reason Uchiha used to get the 3 Tomoe Sharingan was war, due to which their personality became centered around hating their enemies to the core, and people began considering the Uchiha as heartless killing machines. But the truth couldn't be further from this. Uchiha actually suffered from the reverse of emotionlessness. They had too much emotion and love in them, otherwise getting the Sharingan would not be possible, and evolving it would be almost impossible. With Gda, things were a little different. Due to having memories of his previous life, his mind already worked differently, always thinking about how much danger he was in and how he had to move to save himself and his family. With the 3 Tomoe Sharingan in play, these thoughts became much more concrete and repetitive. With the trauma of losing his family, which evolved his Sharingan to 3 Tomoe, in play, Gda was in full-blown protective mode, now more than ever wanting to protect his family. Also, with the enhanced mental capability of the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, the plans he had made started to become more detailed and executable, much better than what he had done before, where he just gave basic ideas and expected others to make plans themselves. Though Gda himself didn't know about that, and Shizue was not going to tell him because in 1 week or so, these effects would subside by themselves, not completely but to an acceptable level, and it was not like Gda was going to hurt anyone with these thoughts, well, at least not someone who was an ally. Yes, and the person who helped me was not happy knowing what we know now. Shizue replied. You directly went to check those bases, right? And since you were on the move, someone high among the Aburame clan hierarchy must have accompanied you, a leader or someone? Gda asked. Do you have to know that? Shizue asked. You actually worked with the clan head of the Aburame clan for this, then the plan has to be changed. This is going to be an all-out war against Danzo, and we're going to use these bases during the meeting, right? Gda asked with his hand covering his mouth, like he was thinking deeply. Ha ha ha, And you didn't even want to know about the plan. Yes, what you deduced is all true. Shizue said with a small laugh. His mind is working much more clearly than I initially thought, not like it's a bad thing, Shizue thought. You yourself wanted to tell me. Now, since Danzō will never allow someone to search those bases, our only option is to blow them up at the time of the meeting and let every clan head see that scene. That will be enough to remove Danzō from our threat list. Kda said. Yup, we're going to share about this with the clan heads before the meeting to get them on our side too. Shizue said. You know what, brother? Don't tell them anything to the clan heads. When they see this firsthand, the rage will be enough to force the Third Lord to remove Danzō from his position, even if we hadn't used our trump card. Now that we have used it, Danzō's fall is confirmed. Kda said. Okay, I will tell this to Fugaku-sama, and since the meeting is going to happen at 10 a.m., I think I should take my leave now. Shizue said. Best of luck, brother. Kda said. Don't start your spar until I come back. Shizue said and used the body flicker technique to leave. Kda didn't ask how Shizue knew about the spar. Now that he knew about the brain-enhancing capability of the Sharingan, he didn't even have a shred of doubt that Shizue was much smarter than him, with the Mangekyō Sharingan. There was no way he wouldn't be. With that out of his mind, Kda stood up and went to the bathroom to start his day. He was not going to worry about the mission now, with how much they had planned and how much they had in their favor. Messing the whole thing up was now almost impossible, unless God decided to have a mood swing and decided to screw him over. At that time, there was nothing he could do. After freshening up, Kda went downstairs to eat breakfast. Good morning, ants. Do you guys need some help? Kda said, seeing Mikoto and he bringing dishes to the table. No, Kda, come sit down. Everyone must be coming soon. Mikoto said, pointing toward a chair at the dining table. Kda nodded his head and sat down. As Mikoto said, within 5 minutes, everyone came downstairs, including Itachi and his little shadow, Sasuke. I nearly forgot how much of a brocon Sasuke was before that whole Uchiha massacre incident, Kda thought, seeing Sasuke always trying to remain close to Itachi. Chapter 184, Meeting starts. So, are you ready for the spar? Itachi asked when Mikoto and he brought the last dish and sat at the table. Considering the event that is going to take place in a few hours, I think we should postpone this until that settles. Kda said with a simple smile. You know what's happening around these days? Itachi asked. Though he masked most of his shock, Kda could sense a little surprise in Itachi's voice. Due to some circumstances, I am the reason for these events. Kda said with an awkward smile. From this conversation, Kda confirmed one thing, Fugaku hasn't even told his son about this plan. Is it for security reasons? Considering there's little Itachi could do to help in this situation since he also has around Jonin level strength at the moment, just like me and many others in the Uchiha clan. Though impressive, or one can say utterly impressive feat to attain at his age, the feat in itself was nothing big. Fugaku could command more than 100 Jonin level ninja, there's no way he's going to send his prodigious son on such a mission. None of you is going anywhere for some time, so you guys don't have to hurry about that spar anyway. Mikoto said, trying to change the mood. Okay. Itachi said and then focused on his food. Kda did the same, and no particularly interesting talk happened at the breakfast table other than Mikoto, he, and Yami discussing something which Kda didn't find the need to pay attention to. The only thing on his mind was the council meeting that was going to happen soon. This was one of the easiest and most effective plans against Danzō, for which Kda had even used one of Shizue's most powerful abilities. If Danzō came out of this easily, then the only way to remove him would be to effectively kill him, because even after upgrades with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Kda couldn't find any other way to remove Danzō's power. Since he wasn't strong enough to face an S-rank ninja yet, let alone an S-rank who had many Jonins under him, there was no way Kda would be able to do anything against Danzō for some years. And since he had taken such a major step against Danzō, there was no way Danzō would wait for more years like in the anime to do something like the Uchiha massacre. This meant this was the first and last chance to effectively take care of Danzō without any bloodshed. Kda was understandably tense at the moment, and his increasingly analytical mind wasn't helping at all. Fugaku was fully prepared for the council meeting, but there was still visible stress as well as anger on his face. This was like declaring Danzō an enemy of the Uchiha and Aburame clans. Yes, they had also decided to become completely offensive after seeing the contents in the root base. If they succeeded this time, then it would be well and good, and if not, there would be a full-blown war against Danzō. But at least Fugaku didn't have to deal with going against the whole of Hidden Leaf Village like he was planning before. Just Root was within the range of enemies the Uchiha alone could take care of. Heck, if not for those legendary Sannin, they could even go toe-to-toe against the whole village with enough preparation, of course. So now there was no need for Fugaku to ignore the atrocities Danzō had committed against ninjas from his clan. Due to this, the anger he had suppressed till now erupted, and the current plan came into action. Because now, Fugaku was ready to kill Danzō even if he had to use his trump card, his Mangekyō Sharingan, which he had kept hidden till now. After storing all the files related to the meeting in the storage seal, Fugaku went toward the Hokage building, only to find that most of the clan heads were already at the meeting hall, sitting in their respective positions. Some of the clan heads were still not there, but Fugaku was sure that they would be here within the next 10 minutes, since this was not a normal council meeting. It was a feud resolution meeting, but it was not as simple as the name represented. This type of meeting only took place when the only other option remaining was direct confrontation, a feud that would only end when one of the two parties was dead. Since directly going for the kill would destroy the peace within the village, Tobirama came up with this idea. This meeting was called not only by one clan head but two, and both of them were from prominent clans of Hidden Leaf Village. That's why this had become a hot topic among Hidden Leaf Village's high-level shinobi, and even those clan heads who were not invited by Fugaku were also interested in this meeting and were already present. The meeting hall contained a semicircle made up of chairs with 3 chairs in between, all of them pointing toward a single chair in the room which was the grandest, most likely belonging to the Hokage himself. Fugaku solemnly took his seat, and just after him, Shibi entered the hall, a little weary, most likely from not sleeping at all the previous night. But being an experienced ninja, he could easily shrug off not sleeping for a night or two. However, if the reason behind that was as horrific as seeing the remains of your close ones being defiled, the situation changes. Mind and body get tired after trying to control oneself from not going to the perpetrator and submerging him with so many bugs that even in his afterlife, he'd be born with a fear of bugs. Shibi didn't make any eye contact and just took the seat right next to Fugaku. Since it was they who had requested this meeting, they were given a single seat. After every clan head arrived, Danzō made his appearance. Without making any eye contact himself, he also took his seat, which was opposite Fugaku's and Shibi's seats. With his calm behavior and relaxed mood, no one would be able to tell that he was the person accused by 2 clan heads. But reality was a little different from what it appeared. Even after 4 hours, they were unable to find out why Shibi joined forces with the Uchiha against me, Danzō was thinking, with his brain coming up with many theories and discarding them along the way. Danzō was anything but calm. At first, one of his capable jonin died on a simple mission, and even his body was unfound. The Uchiha took full advantage of his slip and went against him with a resolution meeting, and even the Aburame clan joined them for some reason. But Danzō was sure that he wasn't going to receive any noteworthy punishment for this, like every other time. While he was thinking these things, Hiruzen entered the room. But he wasn't the neighborhood grandpa type Hiruzen who usually talked with young ninja and tried to act like a grandpa. No, this Hiruzen was the leader of thousands of trained ninja who was not only respected by each one of them but also feared for his strength. When he entered the hall, it became quiet. Everyone could feel some type of pressure on their shoulders. Hiruzen took his seat and looked toward each and every clan head's face, ending with Danzō. After that, he looked toward Fugaku and said, "Let's start the meeting." Chapter 185, The Uchiha's Accusation. As soon as Hiruzen spoke those words, the hall became much quieter than before. Fugaku stood up from his seat and said, "Lord Third, as you know, we Uchiha have lost many young geniuses of our clan, just like everyone else present here. I'm sure those who died fighting enemies and protecting the peace of our village and their families would have a peaceful afterlife in the Pure Lands. But recently, the number of deaths has been increasing. We have our doubts that these deaths were not because of enemy encounters, and something more suspicious is going on. Recently, we got proof of what is actually happening. Uchiha, one of the most promising youngsters in my clan, was ambushed by Root Ninja on his way to complete a bandit extermination mission. I assume I don't have to point out who is the only person capable of deploying Root Ninja. Do you have anything to say about this, Danzō?" Hiruzen turned to Danzō and asked, his tone neutral, not taking any sides. "Yes, I have been very concerned about one of my teams I had sent on a secret mission to Hidden Stone's village. They never reached their destination, and I don't even have their bodies. I was thinking it was the work of enemy ninja, but it looks like someone became extra paranoid and harmed allies. I am especially concerned about the death of my jonin, who had a very promising future ahead of him," Danzō said, completely making the Uchiha seem like they were in the wrong. "So you're saying that a team of 7 Root Ninja, including a jonin and 6 chunin, followed Kid for half an hour even when he tried to run from his pursuers, and when he used Shadow Clone Jutsu, they split up and followed him on their way to their mission for Hidden Stone's village?" Fugaku asked. "You know, Fugaku, with the number of years I have lived, I could come up with better stories than what you just narrated. But they wouldn't have any weight since I wouldn't have any proof, just like you, who don't have any proof. Danzo said. And who said that? Lord Third, I would like to present the proof I have to back my claims. Fugaku responded. Proceed. Hiruzen said. Fugaku would have normally taken out the bodies, but using storage seals inside the meeting hall without permission was not allowed. After getting permission, he took out a scroll from his pocket and passed his chakra through it. Suddenly, 4 bodies emerged from the storage seal. I would like to ask Danzo-sama to remove the seals from their bodies so that we could access their memories and determine who is making up a story here. Fugaku said with a smile that could freeze a lake in summer. You wish. I made those seals so that no one, not even me, could remove them once my ninja are dead. This ensures that secret information of our village never falls into enemy hands. Danzo said. Hiruzen knew that Danzo was making this up, and Danzo knew that Hiruzen was aware of his little lie. But he was sure that Hiruzen wouldn't say anything about it. To his dismay, Fugaku's smile didn't waver, and he continued with that smile. In that case, you should be able to remove those seals from the ninja who are alive, right? Fugaku asked. Those fools got caught alive. Are my subordinates becoming this incompetent? Danzo thought. But since there was no way he could refuse, Danzo just nodded his head. Fugaku turned to Hiruzen, who nodded in agreement. After a minute, a new Uchiha Jonin came inside the hall, followed by 3 root ninja who were tied in such a way that there was no way they could commit suicide. Danzo-sama. Fugaku said, gesturing toward the Chunin. I can't. They know classified information which cannot be disclosed to anyone. Danzo said. I'm sure you trust Inoichi not to share those secrets with anyone. He would be the one to read their minds. Fugaku said and then turned to Inoichi Yamanaka. I hope you don't have any problem with that. Inoichi nodded his head in affirmation. With no more excuses to make, since he couldn't say that he didn't trust Inoichi, who was in charge of handling the intelligence division of Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo's brain started working at full power to come up with a plan to minimize the damage as much as he could. There's no need for that. I agree that they were after your little prodigy, but not to kill him, rather to bring him to me. He's not just an Uchiha, he belongs to the Senju clan too, and I wanted him to have a chance to help the village rather than just a clan. I may have done something wrong in thinking about the village. Danzo said while looking toward the bodies of 4 root ninja present in the hall. And they paid the price for that. From Danzo's tone, one might think that he was grieving for his son who had just died, and civilians or even normal ninja might have believed that was actually the case. But none present were amateurs. They could easily sense that Danzo had played the victim card, using which Hiruzen could reduce his punishment, and no one would say anything. I'm sorry for your loss, Danzo-sama, but could you still remove that seal? There are many other ninja who have suddenly gone missing during simple missions. I want to know if those 2 were under your care for the sake of the village. Fugaku said, his face now as serious as it could be. Know your place, boy. I agree that your accusation this time was right, but other cases have nothing to do with me. I'm not going to remove that seal. They know many things about my organization which under no circumstance will fall into anyone else's hands. Danzo said, his presence becoming more oppressive. Fugaku didn't take that lying down, his presence also became equally oppressive, joined by Shibi. I also want to know about the various Aburame clan ninja who were recruited into Root and those who suddenly died during missions. If they are dead, I want to know the location of their bodies. Shibi said. The message was clear and concise. He was not going to play the game like Fugaku. Either remove the seal or fight, only 2 options. Quiet. Do you people think this is some battlefield? Hiruzen said, with his chakra flaring out of his body, once again showing why he was Hokage. Even when Danzo heard that, a smirk came to his face, thinking Hiruzen had come to his rescue. If everything Danzo had done came to light, then a civil war might break out in Hidden Leaf Village, just like in Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Mist Village. But to his surprise, Hiruzen appeared behind one of the Chunin and placed his hand on his head. After 5 seconds, the Chunin was screaming and writhing on the floor. You made changes to the seal without telling me, huh? Hiruzen said with an amused smile on his face. Danzo felt that something was off, but considering the dire situation he was in, he knew that coming out of it without any punishment was impossible. He thought Hiruzen was trying to save him, so he kept his mouth shut. Hiruzen then placed his hand on the head of another Chunin, who also started screaming and writhing on the floor, but by then, Hiruzen was able to crack the seal. Chapter 186, Operation Explode Root. Hiruzen placed his hand on the last Chunin and easily removed the seal on his head. As a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu just like Danzo, and already knowing the structure of the seal, breaking it forcefully was not difficult for him. However, if someone else had attempted this, the seal would have burned the Chunin's brain and attacked the mind of the person trying to remove it. After removing the seal, Hiruzen began reading the Chunin's memories. You wanted them to bring him alive if possible, Hiruzen said, looking toward Danzō. I now declare that Danzō has committed grave crimes not only against the Uchiha clan but also against the village by trying to kill one of our youngsters, and will be punished for that. Hiruzen announced. Shibi looked toward Fugaku and nodded. Hiruzen noticed this exchange and spread his chakra around the hall, but he was a second late. Fugaku had already sent the signal to Shizue to begin the plan. The signal was sent using a simple seal developed by the previous Grandmaster of the Uchiha clan. Its only function was to send a simple message across a distance of 10 kilometers. While any seal master could create such a seal, what made this one special was its untraceability. Even if Hiruzen had deployed his chakra field earlier, he wouldn't have been able to detect the start or end of that signal. Please don't do anything stupid. I don't want to make this matter bigger than it should be, Hiruzen thought. He was already planning to remove Danzō from his position, so there was no need for Fugaku and Shibi to blow up those bases. But after confirming what was inside those bases, both Fugaku and Shibi wanted nothing less than to kill Danzō in the most painful way possible. They also knew how chaotic the village's condition would become if someone killed Danzō. Who knows what those hundreds of root ninja would do to avenge their leader. Leaking sensitive information about the village was the least dangerous thing they could do, with going on a killing spree in the village and surrounding areas being among the worst possibilities. Even though Hiruzen didn't sense anything from his chakra field, he was sure something was going to happen. Since there was nothing he could do, Hiruzen just went back to his seat and began speaking. The complaint raised by the Uchiha clan is valid. Danzō really tried to forcefully abduct and even attempted to kill one of the young geniuses of the clan. Due to committing this crime, boom boom, everyone in the room fell silent after hearing the sound of explosions coming from somewhere within the village. But before they could think further, boom bomb bomb, another set of explosions occurred. Fugaku and Shibi looked toward Danzō. Looks like there's a rat inside the village. We should go and find it before it does any more damage. Fugaku said, maintaining eye contact with Danzō as he and Shibi stood up, followed by all other clan heads. Only Danzō and Hiruzen remained seated in the hall. Danzō looked toward Hiruzen, expecting him to stop them, because just by listening to the sound of the explosions, Danzō could tell that they came from somewhere around his base. Though Hiruzen also understood what had happened, there was nothing he could do now. He decided to follow the clan heads and assess the damage caused by his negligence. Shizue was present at the location of the root base. Though from the surface no one could tell that there was anything remotely similar to an experimental facility present underground, they knew better. From an initial survey with the help of his Sharingan, Shizue was able to identify 20 root ninja guarding the base in civilian disguise. It was difficult to hide years of training and the killer instinct they had developed. Due to subtle clues in their movements, Shizue was able to guess who the root ninjas were. But it was only because of the Sharingan that he was able to find them. If it were that easy to identify root ninjas, there was no way they would have been able to complete the thousands of missions Danzō had given them. After identifying these root ninja, Shizue went back to the team following him. 15 veteran Uchiha Jonin and 3 Jonins from the Aburame clan were waiting for him. He went to the center of the group and started speaking. I have identified most of the root ninjas in that area. Our job is to subdue them, don't kill them unless necessary. But if it's out of your hands to capture them alive, make sure to kill them in the most painful way possible. Fugaku and Shibi-sama have asked us not to kill unless necessary, but if it is, there is no order to give them a painless death. Everyone present nodded. Since their faces were covered by masks like Kakashi's, with only their eyes visible, it was difficult to see their facial expressions. But Shizue could easily see the immense rage they were feeling just from their eyes. This feeling was shared by him too. Everyone present had been briefed about what was in the base so they would know why they were doing this and not lose their cool after seeing the contents of the base and do something foolish. With a simple signal from Shizue, every Jonin went into action. Shizue just pointed at the root ninja, and a Jonin would take care of them. Since most of the guards were of Chunin rank, they were small fry for Uchiha Jonin with the power of Sharingan. A simple Ganjutsu attack and they were out cold. One Jonin was unlucky enough to resist the Ganjutsu attack from Uchiha Jonin, though the reason for that was the Uchiha Jonin intentionally used a weaker attack. As soon as the root ninja came out of the Ganjutsu, his throat was slit by a kunai containing a poison that suppressed chakra flow in the area. The cut was made so precisely that the root Jonin would not die from respiratory failure and would be alive for quite a long time. Just after slicing the throat, the Uchiha Jonin took out some senbon coated in a special poison designed not to kill but to cause unbearable pain, and planted these senbon in various parts of the root ninja's body. If his throat hadn't been sliced open, the root ninja would have screamed until his throat burst. The pain was truly unbearable, but he could neither move nor scream. That ninja died a slow and painful death. Shishui appeared next to that Uchiha Jonin and said, "You can take some rest. We'll handle it from here." That Jonin was the father of one of the ninja who went missing during a simple escort mission. Knowing what had happened to his son, the rage he was feeling was like no other. "Don't worry, boy. I won't make any rookie mistakes just because of anger," the Jonin replied, his face calm. Shishui just nodded and went back to his position. There were more important things to do than consoling a Jonin, and if a ninja can't control his emotions, there's no way he would ever become a Jonin. Well, not unless you're a person born with cheats like Asura and Indra reincarnation, Sharingan, and Uzumaki's absurd chakra reserves and a tailed beast inside your body. Within a couple of minutes, all of the root ninjas were either dead or unconscious. Shishui then once again gathered all the Jonin. "All of the Uchiha Jonin will be in charge of civilian security. Move them away from this position and make sure no one comes near this area. All of Burim Jonin will begin the task of planting explosion tags around the base. Make sure to accurately place them at pre-calculated locations. We don't want this base to collapse completely." All of the Jonin nodded their heads and went about their business. Chapter 187, Danzo's Downfall. All of the Jonin nodded their heads and went about their business. All of the Uchiha had a simple role: they made every civilian in the area fall under a Ganjutsu and leave the area for some urgent business. Some went to their houses to sleep, some went to check about an announcement at the completely opposite end of Hidden Leaf Village, some even suddenly fell ill and went to the hospital for a checkup. But no one had a single thought of coming back in the next 6 hours. After that, all of the Jonin created an encirclement around the base to prevent anyone from entering. While Uchiha Jonin were doing that, Burim Jonin also started their task. With the help of their bugs, they started placing explosion tags in such a way that once the blast happened, the roof of the base would disappear and the contents of the base would be visible to everyone in the area. A similar thing happened at the other base, the only difference being that the number of root ninja who died there was 3 times higher. Minoru was already angry at both Danzo for his actions and Fugaku for tolerating this and letting his clan's ninja die for some fake peace. So when he got the chance to take out that frustration, Minoru took full advantage of the situation. After placing the bombs, they once again started to wait for the signal from Fugaku. After half an hour, they got the signal everyone was waiting for. As soon as Minoru got the signal, he sent the Jonin inside the base with a command: "This is not a spy mission, no need to be stealthy. Go in with a blast and subdue everyone who tries to resist." All of the Jonin raided the base like hungry beasts, subduing every scientist they came across and killing the ninja who tried to resist or call for help. After that, they quickly retreated and gave a green signal to Minoru. Just as Minoru was about to give the orders for the blast, boom bo oh my am losing to a brat, huh? The sound came from the first base. Apparently, Shishui's team was faster than his. After hearing the sound of explosion, Minoru also gave the signal to set off the explosion. Boom bomb boom. Now we wait for their arrival. Which base do you think they would go to first? Minoru said. The Jonin next to him replied, "Sir, since the other base is nearer to the meeting hall, they would most likely go there first." "Yeah, normally," Minoru said, as there was nothing certain in this scenario. There was a reason that the clan heads of the various clans were respected by every ninja of their clan. They were way beyond the league of any average ninja in Hidden Leaf Village. That's why when they moved toward the sound of explosion, they were able to reach there before even Anbu and Root ninjas could arrive at that location. What is the meaning of this? Are the Uchiha planning on going against the whole village? Danzo said as soon as they reached the location. They had arrived so fast that even the dust had not settled completely. Danzo thought that the base was buried below the rubble and decided to attack Fugaku to not give anyone a chance to explore the contents of that base. As soon as he said those words, he began making vacuum bullets in his mouth. But Fugaku had already activated his Sharingan and was able to sense the attack Danzo was preparing to make. Since he was already serious about the whole operation, he was also about to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan. There was no need for him to hide his trump card anymore. Just as Danzo was about to launch his attack and Fugaku was going to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan, Hiruzen appeared between them. Danzo had to bitterly stop his attack and Fugaku also refrained from activating his Mangekyō. "Fugaku, what is the meaning of this?" Hiruzen turned to Fugaku and asked. The reason behind that was because the site was surrounded by a dozen Jonin from the Uchiha clan, led by Shishui Uchiha, the golden goose of the Uchiha clan. "Lord Third, why don't we ask Danzo-sama what this location is?" Fugaku said. "This is one of Root species, and you decided to harm shinobi of your own village. Have you gone mad?" Danzo replied, almost ready to attack. After Danzo said that, Shishui used a simple D-rank jutsu, Wind Gale, to remove all the dust from the surroundings. Once the contents inside the base became visible to everyone, Danzo's face became many shades paler, but he soon regained his cool, his brain thinking of all possible ways to save himself. He even had an idea of running away right now, but with the presence of all the top-level powerhouses of Hidden Leaf Village, running was nothing but a child's good dream. By then, many other ninja had also arrived there, some of them even from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. With Sharingan and Byakugan, they were able to see what was present inside the base, many containers containing skulls of Hyuga clan ninjas, some containing pairs of Sharingan placed inside them, most of them containing one Tomoe. There was a separate chamber for full skeletons of members from the Aburame clan, Akimaki clan, and even the Kurama clan. Then a section contained brains of ninjas from the Nara and Yamanaka clans, and some of them contained names of ninja from which those body parts were taken out. When clan heads read the names, the anger they felt multiplied by a huge amount. They were from the ninja they themselves had sent to Root and who had gone missing during missions. All of them looked toward Danzō, and if eyes could kill, Danzō would have died a death that even death itself would fear. "Danzō, you've fallen so low," Hiruzen said while shaking his head. Then with a blur, he disappeared from his position and appeared behind Danzō. Danzō tried to flicker away but was surrounded by all of the clan heads of Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen used a precise chakra-enhanced strike on Danzō's neck, and he was out cold. Then he turned toward Fugaku and asked, "I assume the site of the second explosion also contains something similar?" Fugaku just nodded his head, and the clan heads were now shaking from anger. "This fucker not only killed our young ones but was even experimenting on their bodies, and this is not even the last location. There may be many more such locations." This was the thought going around the mind of every clan head. But at least they had some idea of what was going on. The ninjas who came around after hearing the sound of explosion had no idea why the body parts of Hidden Leaf Village ninja were in such a state inside the village. Looking at their expression, Hiruzen sighed and raised his hand. Suddenly, 10 Anbu ninja appeared next to him, and none of them were below Jonin rank. 2 of them were even at Elite Jonin rank. Make sure the word doesn't circulate around the village. Also, begin the second part of the plan. Directly ask the Uchiha clan and Aburame clan for assistance, they will be more than happy to help. These are the lists of root bases in Hidden Leaf Village and near the village too," Hiruzen said, giving a paper to one of the Anbu guards. "I hope you guys don't have any problem with that, right?" Hiruzen said, turning toward Fugaku and Shibi. Both of them looked toward Hiruzen for some time before turning toward the Jonin of their clan. "Cooperate with Anbu guards," Shibi said to one of the Jonin assisting Shizue during the explosion mission. Fugaku also turned to Shizue and said, "Make sure everything belonging to us is within the Uchiha compound." Shizue nodded his head and turned to one of the Anbu guards who was an elite Jonin. "Follow me," he said, and with that, he and the rest of the Uchiha Jonin went toward the Uchiha compound, while the second Anbu ninja went to the Aburame clan compound. The rest of the Anbu guards began grouping all the ninja around the area and asking them to wait at the Hokage building until further notice. Since it was the Hokage's order, everyone complied quietly, but the doubt in their minds was making them very restless. After that, Hiruzen turned to all of the clan heads and said, "I don't think this is the right place to discuss anything further. Let's go back to the meeting hall." He said that while lifting Danzo's unconscious body by the neck. Despite the anger boiling inside them, the clan heads nodded their heads and went back to the meeting hall, while the 2 elders, Hamoru Midokado and Koharu Udatane, also made their way to the meeting hall. They knew that Danzo had to face retribution for his actions now, and they also knew that Hiruzen would try to save him as much as he could. But hearing about the anger of the clan heads, Hiruzen didn't have much choice. If he didn't punish Danzo appropriately, a civil war might break out. That's why those 2 elders were making their way toward the meeting hall, to save their teammate and find a middle ground. When they arrived, they were stunned by what they saw in the meeting hall. Danzo was bound with ropes and was kneeling in front of all of the clan heads. Seeing the 2 elders enter, Hiruzen began speaking, "As you guys know, I can't give the order for his death. The root ninja will make a very big mess after that. So until I absorb root into Anbu, Elder Danzo, or Danzo, will be under house arrest. After that, we will decide how he will die." This was Hiruzen's last statement. Hearing that, those 2 elders dispersed their chakra to dispel whichever Ganjutsu they thought they were in. Chapter 188, Not a Request. What is the meaning of this, Hiruzen? Koharu demanded as both she and Hamoru made their way toward the center of the hall. Hiruzen sighed, losing count of how many times he had done so already. This was precisely why he hadn't included them in the meeting from the start. Since he was already planning to remove Danzo from his position and dissolve Root, these 2 would have likely opposed it. But now there was nothing he could do. Either Danzo would die, or Hidden Leaf Village would face a deadly civil war, just like the Blood Mist Village. We know what he did was wrong, but you can't forget all the things he has done for the village. The death penalty is too harsh, Hiruzen. Hamura said in the most serious voice he could muster, trying to act as impartial as possible. I agree with Elder Hamura, Lord Third. Fugaku interjected. It would be unwise to know only one side of the story. I would like to once again use the Yamanaka clan's expertise to show us what Danzo has done and the reasons behind his actions. However, I strongly request to be part of the group. The number of Sharingan we recovered from the root base is very concerning. From the count, it seems that more than 50% of the Shinichi who died during missions have had their Sharingan stored in root bases. This was the last thing Da had asked Fugaku to complete. According to him, there might be a chance that Danzo had kept some captives alive for live experiments. Even if Da hadn't pointed this out, Fugaku was already planning to investigate. The problem was getting Hiruzen's permission, but now the situation was so much in his favor that it would be utterly foolish not to pursue it. Both Koharu and Hamura's faces went pale. If this investigation happened, they would also have to face punishment too, because they already knew about some of Danzo's experiments and had decided to keep quiet, while also receiving gifts from their old friend. Do you even know what you're saying? You want to violate the mind of an elder of Hidden Leaf Village? Koharu shouted, as if she had heard the most offensive thing in the world. Ex-elder, who had killed hundreds of my allies. Shibi retorted, his voice filled with killing intent. Forget violating his mind. If I were to do what I actually want, he would plead for death himself after I'm done with him. The main reason for Shibi's anger was that just a couple of days before Fugaku called for the meeting, Danzo had asked for Shibi's son, who had shown many qualities of a genius, to be recruited en route. Shibi was sure that given time and proper training, his son would easily surpass him and might even become an S-rank ninja. When Danzo requested him, Shibi wanted to refuse, but Danzo forced him with his authority, spouting rhetoric about sacrifice for the village. Shibi had asked for some time before giving a reply, trying to figure out a way to protect his son. After seeing what had happened to other Aburame clan ninja who were under root or captured by them, the thought of his son facing the same fate made Shibi want to kill Danzo in a way that would shred even his soul from the pain. There is no need for that. Hiruzen interrupted, not wanting to drag things out further. As I have already said, Danzo is going to die for what he has done to the village's shinobi. I apologize, Lord Third, but I must insist on my request. Fugaku persisted. The reason for this is crucial for me and everyone else here. Though he called it a request, there was no possibility that he would accept a refusal. Fine. Inoichi, can you help us? Seeing no chances of Fugaku backing down, Hiruzen conceded. Lord Third, can you please remove the seal from Danzo's brain first? Inoichi asked, already sensing a seal similar to the one Root Ninja had, only this one was much more deadly for anyone attempting to read Danzo's mind. Hiruzen nodded and placed his hand on Danzo's head. After 5 minutes, when he had almost removed the seal, he was surprised to find a message embedded within it. Hiruzen, I know this is you. No other person would be able to remove this seal this far. Since you're doing this, it means I'm going to die. Looks like I really screwed up, huh? Well, sorry for everything, and thank you for believing in me until now. Hiruzen knew this could very well be Danzo's last-ditch effort to manipulate his emotions, but the situation had progressed to a point where, even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do now. It's all for the village, my friend, Hiruzen thought as he removed his hand and nodded to Inoichi to proceed. Inoichi got straight to business. I will be able to share the memories with 5 people, he said, sitting directly in front of Danzo. Hiruzen looked toward Fugaku and Shibi, knowing he would have to include them. I will be part of the group as well, Hamura said, hoping to see the memories firsthand and come up with excuses if anything related to him surfaced. Shikaku, join us as well, Hiruzen added, knowing he would need a capable person to help him make rational decisions after seeing the memories. With a group of Hiruzen, Hamura, Shikaku, Shibi, and Fugaku surrounding Inoichi, everyone else remained seated. The tension was so high that one might have thought the Fourth Great Ninja War had already begun. Everyone touched Inoichi as he began making many hand signs, then declared, Yin release, memory share jutsu. All 6 of them closed their eyes as they began to see Danzo's most impactful memories, which were the easiest to access and share. Inoichi could access complete memories too, but he wasn't doing so at the moment because it would require an enormous amount of concentration and chakra, which he couldn't manage while sharing memories with 5 other people. The first scene they witnessed was of Danzo on a team led by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Everyone could feel the deep respect Danzo had for Tobirama. They saw many scenes of Danzo being trained alongside his teammates, with 2 individuals particularly highlighted in these memories. The first was a boy with dark brown hair, all of it pointing upward, possessing unparalleled talent. This person absorbed every teaching of Tobirama Senju like a sponge yet remained humble, helping his teammates who struggled to grasp the lessons. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi. The second was an anomaly, a handsome young boy with dark black hair and eyes of the same color. Though not as naturally talented as Hiruzen, he possessed something that made his learning speed comparable, a pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Even though Tobirama never fully trusted the Uchihas, this person was different. With a pure heart and a will to protect the village, he had found a place in Tobirama's team, Kagami Uchiha. Although they were all friends, Danzo was quite jealous of both of them. Even though he was talented in his own right, they were simply better than him. There was no denying it, but he still considered them his friends. The memory shifted, and they saw various missions where Kagami saved Danzo's and Hiruzen's lives many times with the help of his Sharingan. Though Danzo was grateful for Kagami's help, he began to think that if he had those eyes, he would be just as good as Kagami. Finally, the memory that had the biggest impact on Danzo's mind played out. Tobirama and his guard squad were sitting in a jungle, alert and ready to attack at a moment's notice. Tobirama said, "We will not be able to shake them off. It's impossible for all of us to reach the village." The meaning behind his words was clear. A team of S-rank ninja, including the Gold and Silver brothers, had been sent after Tobirama's life. This was a carefully planned attack. Someone had to stall the enemy so the Hokage and others could reach the village safely. Danzo wanted to volunteer for the sacrifice. "Come on, don't be afraid. You can do it," he thought to himself. But before he could act, he saw Kagami starting to raise his hand. Before Kagami could fully volunteer, Hiruzen spoke up, "Lord Second, I will stall them for some time. Please return as quickly as you can." There was a smile on Hiruzen's face, as if he was happy to give his life for the village. "Good." Tobirama replied. "Hiruzen, I appoint you as the next Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. All of you will support Hiruzen from now on." Chapter 189, Betrayal. "Good, Hiruzen. I appoint you as the next Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. All of you will support Hiruzen from now on," Tobirama said. To say everyone was shocked would be an understatement. Hiruzen quickly responded, "No, sensei. Your life is much more important. If I am not sufficient, Kagami and I will both try to stall for some time. Even if all 6 of you try, the most you could stall is 1 or 2 minutes. They will not stop at anything before killing me, and even if I reach back to the village, we will have to face a very fierce battle against them. The chance of losing many Jonin and elite Jonin is very high. That will weaken Hidden Leaf Village to the point that we may lose the war. Only I can prevent that outcome. That's why my previous order is final. Hiruzen, go back and stabilize Hidden Leaf Village. You are now responsible for the safety of our village," Tobirama said, placing his hand on Hiruzen's shoulder and giving a nod to Kagami, signaling that he knew Kagami was also ready to give his life. With heavy hearts, everyone made their way back to Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone was sad about the confirmed death of Tobirama, but the person who was most distraught was Danzo, constantly cursing himself for not raising his hand at that time. The memory changed, and Danzo and the others completed many missions. Kagami became Hiruzen's right-hand man along with Danzo, but Danzo knew Hiruzen trusted Kagami more since he was the only other person nominated to be a sacrifice. Slowly, Danzo became more and more jealous of the duo. The war ended, and Hidden Leaf Village emerged victorious. Hiruzen had done a very good job, and everything was going well. Danzo and his team kept doing various missions. With Hiruzen becoming the Hokage, they got the chance to learn many new jutsu. The person who benefited most from this, after Hiruzen, was Kagami. With his Sharingan, things were easy for Kagami. Combined with his talent, he was becoming a very important resource for Hidden Leaf Village. The next memory showed Danzo and Kagami on a mission. It was an S-rank mission to uncover Hidden Cloud's village's schemes against Hidden Leaf Village. Unfortunately, they were discovered by an enemy and had to flee. They were chased by a group of Jonin and an almost Kage-rank ninja. By then, both Danzo and Kagami were also pseudo-Kage level ninja, almost Kage level, so they decided to confront the enemies. After a brutal fight, both Kagami and Danzo emerged victorious, but not without a price. Both were badly injured, with Kagami in worse condition. He had to fight the Kage-rank ninja along with 3 Jonin, which was not easy. If not for his Sharingan and amazing reaction speed, he would have surely died. Kagami simply asked Danzo to heal the injuries on his back. Then, everyone felt a strong emotion of doubt, and Hiruzen had a very bad feeling. "No, Danzo, you surely didn't do that," Hiruzen thought. But the memory continued, and he saw what he feared most. Danzo took out his sword and directly impaled Kagami's heart. With a confused face, Kagami turned and tried to remove any Ganjutsu from Danzo, only to find he was not under any illusion. "Why?" was the only question Kagami asked. "You're going soft, Kagami. We could have killed them before and been done with it, But you decided to follow orders, and we nearly lost our lives. Don't worry, I will use your eyes for the village. Danzo said, as if he had done it for the village's sake. Everyone was shocked by what happened next. Kagami smiled and said, tell my son his father loved him, and make sure he grows up well. He placed his hand on Danzo's shoulder. With immense guilt for killing his friend, Danzo returned to the village with Kagami's eyes in storage, claiming that Kagami had died during the mission and he had to flee. After that, he tried to implant Kagami's eyes, only to find it impractical. They consumed too much chakra, and he couldn't turn them off like Kagami could. From then on, he started experimenting on Sharingan. Since he couldn't lose Kagami's eyes, he began experimenting on the eyes of other Uchihas. Everyone could feel a deep killing intent in the air, and they knew the only person capable of releasing such dense killing intent was Hiruzen. Knowing the reason for his friend's death, his anger was reaching a level even he didn't know was possible. Hiruzen's intense killing intent overshadowed Fugaku's, though he too was releasing a considerable amount. The clan heads sitting in the office felt their scalps tingle, with cold sweat running down their backs. Koharu had to leave the room, as she was incapable of handling that amount of bloodlust. Inoichi also felt it and waited for a while to see if anyone wanted him to stop, but receiving no such order, he continued. The memories became increasingly cruel, from kidnapping young civilian children to various village shinobi. They also discovered some bases with living test subjects, including Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Everyone was fuming with rage by now. It was difficult to determine who was angrier, Hiruzen or Fugaku. Danzo had harmed the Uchiha clan so much that even a war might have been less dangerous than this. Uchiha ninja, with or without Sharingan, were kidnapped by Danzo and subjected to mental and physical torture to see how they awakened and evolved their Sharingan. For years, he had been doing this along with experimenting on others as well. Much to Hamura's relief, memories related to him didn't surface, because Danzo never cared about them at all. After reviewing most of the memories, everyone removed their hands from Inoichi's shoulders. Fugaku turned to Hiruzen with red eyes, not because of the Sharingan, but because of blood, and said, Lord Third, please use the Yamanaka clan's jutsu to find the bases you want. After today, we Uchiha need Danzo alive. Hamura, unable to read the room, asked, and what will you do if we provide you with his body? I know what he did was wrong, and he will be punished by the village. Fugaku closed his eyes and then opened them again with his Sharingan active. The typical three-tomoe pattern of his Sharingan morphed into a mesmerizing and fearsome design. His Mangekyō Sharingan unfurled like a blooming flower of darkness. 3 thick, black lines emerged from the deep crimson of his iris, extending outward in perfect symmetry. These lines curved elegantly, creating the illusion of motion, as if they were alive, swirling around the central point of his gaze. Each line looped back inwards, forming a triad of sharp, blade-like shapes that converged at the center, reminiscent of a lethal shuriken poised to strike. Mangekyō Sharingan, everyone thought after seeing those eyes. These eyes were proof that the ninja before them was already at Kage level. If we don't get Danzo alive, then the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village will have nothing to do with each other from tomorrow. Fugaku said, focusing his killing intent on Hamura. Hamura nearly passed out from the intensity, but Hiruzen shielded him at the last moment. I will send him to the Uchiha clan compound after getting the location of all the root headquarters. Hiruzen said, showing the composure of a leader even though he was just as angry as anyone else present. Fugaku finally calmed down and deactivated his Sharingan, then bowed slightly. The Uchiha clan will fully support Anbu in capturing all of the root ninja. We will too. Every other clan had joined with Fugaku, as Shikaku had already briefed them about Danzo's memories, sufficiently informing them of the reason for such high levels of killing intent. Hiruzen nodded and turned to Inoichi. Extract the location of every root base from his mind. But don't harm his mind. He should be perfectly sane after this. Fugaku added. Inoichi nodded and got to work. No one had any thought of returning to their clan compounds. Today is going to be a long day, Shikaku thought. Chapter 190, Handling the Mess. It was a normal morning in Hidden Leaf Village, peaceful and simple, but the day was going to be anything but ordinary. At 10 a.m., half of Hidden Leaf Village heard an ear-shattering explosion followed by another, as if competing to cause the bigger blast. Afterward, all the ninja who went to check the site were sent to the Hokage building while the people of Hidden Leaf Village were flustered and afraid. Those near the Hokage building felt something akin to the presence of death. Even Genin with little strength fainted after being subjected to the dense killing intent, let alone civilians who had no chakra to protect themselves. Hidden Leaf Village Hospital was flooded with unconscious people. Luckily, the killing intent was removed before any permanent harm could occur. Hiruzen and Fugaku had nearly killed civilians of Hidden Leaf Village in their anger. Normally, killing intent doesn't cause this much harm, but they unintentionally mixed a portion of their chakra into it. Considering the amount of chakra both of them possessed, the killing intent was decently powerful and could even be compared to a C or lower B rank jutsu. Inoichi began locating root bases both inside Hidden Leaf Village and in the Land of Fire. The main surprise came when he discovered that Root also had bases in other lands. The Land of Wind, Earth, and Lightning each had 2 root bases hidden under the enemy's noses, and the number increased in smaller hidden villages like the Land of Noodles, Iron, and Lakes. He quickly informed Hiruzen and council members about these details. The good thing is that these bases are quite far from Hidden Leaf Village, and they have to cross one of the great ninja villages to reach Hidden Leaf Village. I don't think there should be frequent communication between those bases and Root headquarters, right Inoichi? Shikaku said, analyzing the situation from the basic knowledge. Yes, from the memories, Danzō normally gets reports from those bases once a month. The last report he got was 12 days ago. Inoichi replied. Then we have around 17 to 18 days to handle those bases, because they will become very high-risk targets once they learn about Danzō. The chance of leaking sensitive information about the village to other enemy villages will become very high. Shikaku said. Hiruzen nodded, already predicting this issue. The problem was he didn't know about all of Root's hidden bases and couldn't make necessary preparations for each one. That's why he had kept a group of Anbu ninjas on standby in case he learned of any new base and had to take care of it. But he didn't have nearly enough Anbu to send to every base. Luckily, this was no longer a hidden mission, and he could use Clan Ninja for that too. While this was going on in Hiruzen's mind and Shikaku was making plans to handle those bases, Fugaku turned to Inoichi and asked, Inoichi, what is the purpose of those bases? Knowing what Danzō had done to Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, Fugaku was sure that there was no way those bases wouldn't have some deep, dark secrets. Wait a moment. Inoichi said and once again placed his hand on Danzō's head. After some time, he said, some of them are just for keeping an eye on enemy villages. Others are experimental facilities, just like we had seen, but with many live targets being tortured for the sake of experiments. The content is enough to start a war, we have to handle this with caution. This is getting troublesome. Shikaku said, already thinking of thousands of ways this could lead to catastrophic scenarios. But the not unexpected. We will need to prioritize those bases. The experimental bases should remain hidden, they could lead to a war we are not ready for. Shikaku added. Hiruzen, his face etched with grief and fury, nodded curtly. The council members, however, remained silent, their faces pale and sweat clinging to their brows. The weight of Danzō's crimes had finally settled upon them. This was no longer just about the death of their old shinobi. If a war broke out, the number of losses would be enormous. Shikaku. Hiruzen said, his voice hoarse, mobilize all available Anbu. We need a swift and coordinated takedown of these bases. Clan heads, we will need your assistance as well. This is not just about Hidden Leaf Village's internal security anymore, it's about preventing a potential disaster. A murmur rippled through the room. Some, like Fugaku, Shibi, and Shikaku, were already ready to help. Other clan leaders exchanged glances, but ultimately, nods of agreement began to appear. The mission would be dangerous, but nowhere near as dangerous as a war. The revelation of Root's expansive network had shifted the situation. This wasn't just about Danzō's betrayal of Hidden Leaf Village, it was about the potential for sensitive information to fall into enemy hands. We'll need a detailed map of these bases. Shikaku said, his voice sharp with urgency. Inoichi, can you extract that information from Danzō? Inoichi hesitated, his brow furrowed. It's possible, but his mind is in a fragile state. He has been resisting my technique for quite some time, and since I have been forcing it, there are chances that he will suffer some mental injuries. Inoichi said while looking toward Fugaku, who had asked to keep Danzō's mind intact. Will that damage be curable? Fugaku asked. With time, it should be. Inoichi replied. Then go ahead and take out as much information as you want, just make sure he can be cured afterward. Fugaku said with a stoic face, but everyone present knew that something very sinister awaited Danzō after this. Inoichi, sensing the collective desperation in the room, nodded grimly. He placed a hand on Danzō's head once more and began collecting the information. The air in the Hokage's office crackled with tension as Inoichi strained against Danzō's mental resistance. There are 3 high-security facilities where main experiments are being done. One near the border with Wind Country, another in the Land of Rivers, and the last one. It's hidden deep within the Land of Iron. A collective gasp filled the room. The Land of Iron, a neutral nation known for its skilled samurai, was a potential hornet's nest. This was the land responsible for the security of all the daimyo, naturally having good connections with them. This was one of the reasons no ninja war had affected that land. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. The Land of Iron? Danzo, the fool, has he considered the potential consequences of this? Even the Nara clan head, Shikaku, let out a frustrated sigh. This just got infinitely more complicated. Entering the Land of Iron without authorization could be seen as an act of aggression. And he had set a hidden base there. We have to take care of that first. Chapter 191, Handling the Mess. Shikaku let out a frustrated sigh. This just got infinitely more complicated. Entering the Land of Iron without authorization could be seen as an act of aggression. And he had set a hidden base there. We have to take care of that first. Yes, that base in itself could damage Hidden Leaf Village's economy more than all other bases combined. Hiruzen said, no longer letting his mind be controlled by emotion. I recommend sending Shizue for that mission, obviously not alone, but a group of highly agile Jonin led by Shizue should be able to deal with that base swiftly. Fugaku suggested. Good idea. We have an ambush squad full of Jonin-level ninja and some more highly agile Jonin from other squads on standby. Lord Third, we should send all of them to that base first. Considering their mobility, all of them should return in 3 days at most, so they could handle other situations as well after this one. Shikaku added. Fugaku, call Shizue to my office now. Other bases can be handled by other ninja. Everyone else, go back to your clans. We will send a message if we need your assistance. Fugaku, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Hayashi Hyuga came to my office. Hiruzen said. The situation was so critical that there was no more time for meetings. Everyone nodded and did as asked. In such times, the orders from the Hokage were absolute. Not having to do anything from the shadows was actually very helpful for Hiruzen. Now he could employ thousands of clan ninjas for handling this issue. In just 5 minutes, all 4 were in Hiruzen's office. Inoichi, how many root ninjas are present in that root base in the Land of Iron? Hiruzen asked. That base is the most guarded one, protected by 40 root ninjas. 10 of them are Jonin, and the rest are Chunin. The base also has 50 scientists and around 100 captives, some civilians, some ninjas, and some samurai. Apparently, Danzo was trying to find some way to make civilians as powerful as ninja using ninja blood, and also how that technique affects samurai. So far, there have been no significant achievements. Inoichi reported. That insane bastard. Not only did he set a hidden base in the Land of Iron, but he was also experimenting on samurai. I don't even know whether to consider him brave or foolish, Shikaku thought, a sentiment shared by all 5 ninja present in the office. Shikaku, how many ninja do we need to send for handling the Land of Iron base? Hiruzen turned to Shikaku for the plan. Considering the general level of strength of Land of Iron samurai, I'm sure the root ninja placed there are not the top strength of root. Since we're already sending Shizue, an elite Jonin, I think sending just 8 more Jonin-level ninjas should be able to handle that base. Since they will have all of the information and an element of surprise, they should be able to manage. I also think we should send a Jonin specializing in Earth-related jutsu. We will have to remove every trace of the root base and any connection of that area with Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku said. We will also need a Hyuga Jonin. Byakugan range will come in handy during this mission. Hiruzen added. I will arrange an elite Jonin as fast as I can, Lord Third. Hayashi said, maintaining a noble-like attitude as the leader of the noble clan of Hidden Leaf Village. We would need many more than just 1 Hyuga ninja, Lord Third. I mean, 1 for every base is the bare minimum. Shikaku pointed out. I understand, Shikaku. I will send every Chunin and above ninja for those missions to Anbu headquarters. You can handle the assignment of the missions to them. I just hope they will be compensated by the village for their trouble. Hayashi said. Even though he was angry at Danzo for what he had done to Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, especially Hyuga ninja, since all of them were from the branch family and their Byakugan were destroyed, there was little Danzo could have done. That's why Hayashi didn't have the same level of hate for Danzo as Fugaku and the Uchiha in general. He wasn't going to give his ninja for free, even if he wouldn't take advantage of the situation. There was no way he was going to spend clan money for this. Don't worry, Hayashi. They will be paid according to the difficulty of the mission. Hiruzen assured. Shibi and Fugaku still didn't ask for any monetary reward, just getting rid of Danzo was enough for them. I expect you two will do the same? Hiruzen asked Fugaku and Shibi. Yes, Lord Third. I will also send all of the available ninjas to Anbu headquarters. Fugaku said. Since the Uchiha were responsible for village security, he couldn't send many Uchiha all of a sudden for missions, but Fugaku still had quite a reserve of Jonin he could deploy. Shibi also agreed. After that, they went toward their clans. What do you think will happen next? Hiruzen asked. After we take care of this whole mess, the council will start pointing fingers at you too, Lord Third. As you know, You had given way too many powers to Danzo and covered up for him many times. If you had taken action against him before, many lives could have been saved. Though those claims will not affect your position other than reducing your reputation among the clans, we can handle that for civilians and civilian ninja by placing all of the blame on Danzo. Shikaku said. You also think it was my fault, right? Hiruzen said, leaning back in his chair and taking a puff from his tobacco pipe. With all due respect, Lord Third, yes. I know Danzo was important for the village, but you had forgiven him way too many times and had given him more power than necessary, like making it compulsory to join Rutafast and not requiring him to share information about his organization completely. These were the main reasons Danzo had the courage to do those reckless stunts. Shikaku said. I think you're right. I am not fit for this position anymore and should pass it on now. Hiruzen said with a sigh, exhaling smoke. I don't see that happening unless Lady Tsunade or Master Jiraiya agree to take this position. Shikaku said with a smile. Let's handle the situation at hand first, and then we can discuss other things. Hiruzen said, and Shikaku nodded his head in agreement. Chapter 192, Pain of Truth, Part 1, Shisui was moving from one base to another with Anbu ninjas. With a team of many Jonin and some elite Jonin, it was almost impossible for root ninjas to put up any resistance. Since they didn't know about Danzo's arrest, they didn't try to fight back either, thinking it was some kind of misunderstanding and Danzo would save them in due time. When they were heading towards the 7th base, an Anbu ninja appeared near them and said, Shisui Uchiha, here's a message for you. The root ninja gave a scroll to Shisui and then turned to the rest of the group. I am the replacement for Shisui. Let's go. Leaving Shisui behind, the rest of the Anbu ninjas went on their way to subdue the remaining root bases. Shisui read the scroll, which simply stated came to my office and had Fugaku's seal at the end. Did something else happen? Shisui had a very bad premonition. Was Danzo able to turn the tables even from this situation? How is that even possible? Just thinking about the consequences, Shisui returned to the clan compound in record time. What happened, Fugaku-sama? Was Danzo able to come up with something to save himself? Shisui asked as soon as he entered Fugaku's office. No, but I have something to tell you. Before that, take a seat. Fugaku said, his voice containing a tinge of sorrow. What happened, Fugaku-sama? Shisui asked, finally sitting down and calming a little. We went through Danzo's memories to find out about all the crimes he had committed. Among many of them, there was one where he crossed all boundaries. Fugaku said. What did he do? For some reason, Shisui knew he wasn't going to like the answer. He backstabbed his friend during a mission, just because he was jealous of his talent. Fugaku said and went silent. Hearing this, Shisui also went silent. He wasn't an elite jonin at the age of 12 for no reason. He already deduced that Fugaku was talking about his father, Kagami Uchiha. Danzo's friend, talented enough to get into Obirama's squad even though he was an Uchiha. When the truth hit him, Shisui's chakra went haywire. Fugaku's guards, worried about what was happening inside the office, entered to check. Fugaku gestured that everything was fine and they should wait outside, but the amount of chakra Shisui was releasing was not only simple chakra, it was a dense chakra stream with even denser killing intent. The killing intent was powerful enough to rival what Hiruzen released. To Shisui, his father was everything the hero he always looked up to. He was the person who taught Shisui to always love the village and be nice, the nicest person in the Uchiha compound. And he died not due to an enemy, but because of a friend who was jealous of his talent. Sit down, Shisui. Fugaku said, releasing his own pressure. Shisui then came to his senses. He was already standing, facing towards the Hokage building, and was pretty sure he was going to raid that building and pummel Danzo into a paste. Is he alive? Shisui asked. Yes, I asked Lord Third to hand him over to us alive and stable, after we clear up the mess he has created. Shisui's fury had morphed into a suffocating silence. The news of his father's betrayal by Danzo created a gaping hole in his world. His hero, his inspiration, reduced to a victim of petty jealousy. Rage flickered in his eyes, a dangerous ember threatening to erupt. But knowing that he would get his chance to get answers to thousands of questions in his mind, Shisui forcefully calmed himself down to think reasonably. I want to know the whole truth. Shisui said. Fugaku, understanding the turmoil of emotions in Shisui's heart, just nodded his head and started telling about the memories he had seen. When he told Kagami's last words to Shisui, tell my son his father loved him, and make sure he grows up well, the dam Shisui had built to keep his tears from flowing broke, and a stream of tears started flowing down his face. Fugaku waited silently, giving Shisui some time to handle his emotions. Danzo actually buried Kagami's body as a sign of their last friendship. We now know the location of that place. Fugaku said after Shisui calmed down a little. Where? It's near Hidden Clouds Village. There's a mountain 100 kilometers southwest of Hidden Clouds Village. At the top of that mountain, he buried his body. Fugaku said. I'll come back in some time. Shizue said, standing up. You can't go there, at least not alone. The location is very near to one of Hidden Clouds Village's bases, the same base your father destroyed during his last mission. The security is very high in that area. I'll arrange a team to accompany you. Fugaku said. No need. If it's just a simple base, I can easily take care of that. Shizue said. I know what you're feeling, but you're not some child, Shizue. You're an elite Jonin, the son of Kagami Uchiha. How could you let your emotions cloud your judgment? Sit down and think calmly. Going against a major village base near their hidden village is almost the same as suicide. Fugaku said. With due respect, Fugaku-sama, if I had let my emotions cloud my judgment, I would have already been fighting Anbu ninjas to kill Danzo in the most gruesome way possible. I'm already using all my willpower not to do that. Also, I don't think a base will be a problem for me. By the time they know I'm there, I'll already be on my way back. Shizue said. Okay, let me complete what happened after reading those memories, then you can go. Fugaku said. Shizue nodded his head. After that, Fugaku told him everything, including how he was ordered to go to the Land of Iron to take care of the root base present there. So I have to go there first. Shizue said with a sigh. He knew it was the most practical decision. That base was basically a time bomb that could destroy the peace of Hidden Leaf Village. Don't worry, you'll be the leader of a team consisting of 7 Jonin and 1 elite Jonin, plus yourself. After you take care of that base, you can take that team to Hidden Clouds Village. I don't think that base will have any power to handle that team, considering there's nothing very important for them there. Fugaku said. Shizue nodded and said, I'll be with my family. Call me when the team arrives. He walked to the door, only to find he and Kda standing there. Shizue turned to Fugaku for an explanation. I didn't think you'd be this calm after hearing that. I thought you'd surely go for Danzo right now, which is why I called them to calm you down in that case. Fugaku said. Shizue sighed and then once again turned to he and Kda. As soon as he turned, he hugged him tightly. She was also crying. The truth was too heavy for her to bear, and she knew if Shizue had done something in anger after hearing that, he would have had no other option than going rogue. Chapter 193, Pain of Truth, Part 2. There was no way someone would be able to kill Shizue if he decided to run away, but that didn't mean he wasn't worried. To calm Shizue down, she had tried to keep a tough appearance. But when she saw that he was fine, all of the tough act she was putting on crumbled like a sandcastle, and a wave of emotion hit her. Shizue gently patted her shoulder. It's all right, Mom. Don't cry. He said, but he was also crying with her. Kda was just standing there, doing nothing. There was no way he could say anything that would calm them down, and honestly, he wanted them to cry to let the emotions flow. If they suppressed these emotions, it would be much more painful. That bastard, Kda thought. Until now, I was thinking he was just a moron who did those awful things because he thought it was important for the village. But that bastard actually did all that because he was jealous of his own teammates. And if things had gone as they did in the anime, that bastard would have killed the son of his best friend without even thinking about his friend's last words. Why? Because he wanted his eyes. Seeing his family crying increased the anger inside him. After some time, they both calmed down. Let's go to our house, Shizue said. Since there was no way Danzo or Root in general could even try to do anything now, there was no reason for them to keep living in Fugaku's house. I'll send Yami with someone, Fugaku said. Shizue nodded his head, and all of them went on their way. After reaching their home, Shizue used Ganjutsu on his mother and put her to sleep. Because of crying so much and the strain of those hard emotions, she was exhausted. Shizue could handle it a little better because of being an elite Jonin and seeing worse things in his career. But he was just a civilian and was devastated thinking about the betrayal her husband would have felt in his last moments. That's why Shizue put her to sleep so that she could get some rest. After that, he and Kda went to the hall. Kda had already made a shadow clone which brought herbal tea to the hall. Here, Kda said, giving Shizue a diary. What's this? Shizue asked, taking and reading the book. This book contains hundreds of ways to torture someone, and this is a solution which increases a person's pain tolerance capabilities so that they can't die from extreme pain. Kda said while taking out a potion from his pocket. Don't be a nice guy and use 3 or 4 of those methods when you get your chance on that bastard. Don't even think about giving a swift death to that bastard. All that talk about forgiveness is just bullshit, Kda said. I wasn't planning on going easy on him either. Shizue replied. Brother, can I join you on your mission? Kda asked. He was genuinely worried about Shishui's safety. With his current emotional state, it would be difficult to make rational decisions. Shishui just turned to Kda and said, "Are you worried about me? Don't be. There's literally no one who would be able to catch me if I decide to run away, and I'm still sane enough to know the fights I can't win." He ruffled Kda's hair. Just then, he sensed someone coming near the gate. "Take care of Mom and Yami till I come back," Shishui said. "Don't worry," Kda replied. But he noticed how Shishui took both the book and the potion, knowing Danzo was going to face something worse than hell. Shishui went to the gate and opened it, only to find an Anbu ninja standing there. "Sir, the team is ready and will leave as soon as you are. We have the location," the Anbu ninja said. Clearly, he was part of the team. "I'm ready. Let's go," Shishui said, and both of them disappeared from the house. De thought to himself, even though the plan was successful, it still feels awful. That bastard actually killed his comrade, his friend, and still thinks he is the most suitable candidate for becoming Hokage? The only good thing is that we don't have to worry about Danzo and ultimately the Uchiha massacre anymore. Even though this will change the story completely, I will now have the dream team: Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy are sure shots. Then Fugaku Uchiha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, maybe Hiruzen too. Let alone Akatsuki. Even people like Tobi and Madara without Rinnegan will struggle against this team in the future. Obviously, currently, they're not strong enough to compete against Akatsuki, let alone Madara Uchiha. When Kda was thinking about the changes he had caused in the future, a knock on the door happened. "What happened?" Yami asked, entering the house as the Uchiha Jonin who escorted her took his leave. Since both Kda and he were abruptly called by Fugaku, she was worried if something bad had happened. "First, take a seat," Kda said, pointing toward the sofa. Then he proceeded to tell the story. How can such a person be an elder of Hidden Leaf Village, betraying his friend, killing children, experimenting on allies? Yami said. "I don't know, but for now, please be with Auntie. Brother put her to sleep for now, but when she wakes up, she'll need someone to support her," Kda said. "Don't worry, I'll be with her," Yami said and went to his room while Kda went to the kitchen. He took out some herbs and pork bones and started making a herbal soup for everyone to calm their minds. Meanwhile, Shishui was present in a room with 8 other ninjas. "All 8 of you have a single job: save as many innocent people as you can, then run away from the base. I will handle the rest, and I will not take any objections," Shishui said. "Yes, sir." Since 7 of them were Anbu ninja, they knew how to follow orders, and the last person, an elite Jonin from the Hyuga clan's branch family, was not that arrogant and also agreed to the orders. Chapter 194, Into Enemy Territory. "Sir, what will be the name of Overteam?" an Anbu ninja asked. "Shadow," Shishui said, not at all thinking about it, just saying the first thing in his mind. After discussing the plan, Team Shadow went out of the village. Their location was a land of iron. There are 2 ways to reach there: either they have to cross Land of Earth and evade Hidden Stones Village and one minor village, which is shorter but more dangerous route, or going through Land of Sand and many more minor villages. Since Hidden Sand Village is an ally of Hidden Leaf Village, this path is relatively safer, but since they have to cross the largest country and many minor villages, this is the longer route. Normally a team would choose the second option since it was safer, but since the mission was very urgent, no one in Team Shadow had a plan to take that route. They just directly moved toward Hidden Stones Village. And even if they had any such plan, they would have still taken the same path since Shishui was their leader, and it was mandatory to follow orders of your leader during a mission. Failing to do so may result in termination of your ninja career. That is, if you are able to come back alive. Team Shadow had not eaten soldier pills till now since it was not certain how much time they would need to complete the mission, and if they take the pill and had a fight on the 3rd day, it would be disastrous. That's why they kept on running toward their location, occasionally using movement jutsu like body flicker and then once again running till they recovered their chakra. Since the complete team consisted of ninja who were specialized in movement jutsu or agility in general, they were already moving very fast without the use of any jutsu. After 12 hours, they reached the border of Land of Fire. "Sir, there is an outpost near this area. I think we should take a rest there before moving further," an Anbu ninja said. Shishui nodded his head. Even though they were Jonins and elite Jonin, running at their full speed as well as using movement jutsu so many times would drain energy and chakra like a hole in a pot. After seeing Shishui nod, everyone sighed in relief. From the urgency and anger they had seen in Shishui's voice, they almost expected Shishui to order them to keep on moving till they reached the location of the mission. "We still have 4 to 5 hours of daylight. It will be foolish to go to Land of Earth now. Hidden Stones Village will surely be active now," Let's wait and take a rest for 8 hours and then continue our journey. Shizue said, easily showing his subordinates why he was appointed as their leader. With experience of war and hundreds of shinobi missions, Shizue already knew how to control his emotions and not let them alter his decision-making capabilities. They went to the outpost. After seeing Shizue and the Hyuga, there was no need for a thorough checkup as it was very difficult to transform into someone with a working Kekkei Genkai. All of the members directly went to sleep except Shizue. It was customary for a ninja to always be on guard when on a mission, especially if that mission is an S-rank mission. No matter how secure of a place you have found for the rest, a ninja should always be on guard. Since all of his team members were tired, Shizue asked them to take a rest first while he stood guard, and they could change roles after some time. After a sleep of 4 to 5 hours, the ninja switched the role and Shizue also rested. The food was arranged for them before leaving. At 9:30 p.m., Team Shadow entered the Land of Earth. They naturally chose the farthest location from Hidden Stone's village. There was no need for them to make any move against Hidden Stone's village shinobi without any reason. There is a squad 15 kilometers to our left. From the amount of chakra they possess, they all are Chunin, most likely a patrol squad, said Satoshi Hyuga with his Byakugan active. Are they moving toward us? Shizue asked. In our general direction, but I don't think they know about us. Satoshi said. Everyone, hide your chakra signature and follow me. Shizue said. Since everyone present there was an Anbu ninja, they were masters at hiding their chakra, and the other two were elite Jonin. So there was no way they would get spotted by a team consisting of Chunin. With their chakra hidden, Team Shadow started running away from the path of the patrol squad of Hidden Stone's village. With the help of Byakugan, there was no chance any Hidden Stone's village shinobi not particularly searching for them would be able to find even their traces, let alone like the team. With the help of the darkness of the night, they swiftly crossed the Land of Earth. By morning, all of them were almost out of the country, but considering the amount of distance they had traveled, which was more than 17,000 kilometers, they were more than tired. We will take rest here. Satoshi, you will keep watch for any enemy. These two will be with you. Till then, we will take rest. After 3 hours, we will change our position. Shizue said. Yes, sir. Satoshi replied. With him and Shizue being elite Jonin along with their Dujutsu, they were the most suitable ones for keeping the watch. Since it was still night, the responsibility lies on Satoshi's Byakugan. Naturally, no one objected to Shizue's orders. After taking the rest, they continued their journey. As soon as they covered the border of Land of Earth, the change in terrain became visible. The rocky terrain of Land of Earth started to get covered in a thin layer of snow. The vegetation, which was already sparse in Land of Earth, became sparser. This was Land of Iron. If not for its mineral-rich soil, this would have been named as a Land of Snow, due to being covered in snow all year long. The vegetation was very sparse in the region. They mainly bought food from other countries. Due to the terrain, Team Shadow changed their clothes, now wearing completely white clothes. Luckily the route base is on the outskirts. So this part should be easy. One of the fairly young Anbu ninja said. This is an S-rank mission, boy. This is never going to be easy. Always be on guard during such missions, no matter how good a situation looks. Satoshi said, slightly revealing a slash mark on his hands. The Anbu ninja nodded his head. Enough talking. We are directly going to the base. According to Inoyachi, there should be no outpost near the base, but since it is Lord Third's order, we will first check for any outpost in the area of 100 Koto Mitsukami around the base before taking any action. Yes, sir. The team replied. And they started moving toward the route base. After 1 hour, they successfully reached the location. Satoshi, take 3 Anbu with you. You will be responsible for searching the east side completely. I will search on the west side. If you find anything, don't engage in the fight unless they have spotted you, and if necessary, make sure no evidence is left behind. We will meet here in 2 hours. If any of us is not present at that time, we will search for that team, but one order is absolute, don't get captured at any price. Even though they don't have strength necessary to do so, if they manage to capture you guys, Hidden Leaf Village will be in a very bad spot. Shizue said. Don't worry. Satoshi said and took a team with him. Shizue did the same, and they searched the area around the route base thoroughly. After 2 hours, both teams met at the same spot. All clear in the east. Same for the west. With the preparation complete, it was now time to complete the mission. Chapter 195, Shadows in a Land of Iron. With all of the members standing in front of the route base, Shizue said, Satoshi, can you draw the map of this base? I want the precise location of each and every person inside this. Okay. Satoshi said and started making the map of the base. Even though Byakugan and Mangekyō Sharingan have nearly the same visual power and range, there was one thing that Byakugan excelled at. The capability of Byakugan was very much perfect, whereas the Sharingan could see through some objects like armor and earth walls, but nowhere at the level of Byakugan, which could see through thousands of kilometers. Neji, Hyuga and Hinata were able to see more than 10 kilometers with their Byakugan, and Satoshi, being an elite Jonin, could also do the same. After half an hour, a detailed map was present in front of Team Shadow, with the location of each root ninja and the places where they had kept the captives. The location of the experiment room and the room where they had kept the reports of the experiments were also marked. Everything of any value had to be transported back to Hidden Leaf Village, whereas everything else had to be removed without any trace. With 40 root ninja on the watch, it would be foolish to do anything even remotely related to saving the captives. Since this base was this deep in the Land of Iron, Danzo must have made some preparations to handle any situations where someone may attack this base and point fingers at Hidden Leaf Village. So the most important part of this mission would be to silently subdue the root ninja, as according to the orders, not all of the root ninja were enemies. They were just ordered to do those things and would go through a series of mental and physical training by Lord Third himself and ultimately get recruited in Anbu. That's why Team Shadow couldn't just kill all of the root ninja in the base, they had to somehow transfer them back to Hidden Leaf Village alive. But considering the location of the mission, this condition was a little lax. They had to try to do it, but if they couldn't do it without alerting the Land of Iron, then they could proceed as they wished. Here is a plan. I will. Shizue started sharing the plan he came up with after meticulously analyzing the map Satoshi had drawn. Any doubts? Shizue asked. No sir. All other members of Team Shadow said and dispersed themselves. Shizue made a shadow clone, and that shadow clone used transformation jutsu to transform into a wolf and went in the direction of the entrance of the root base. Since the base was inside a naturally hidden cave and most of it was underground, Shizue planned to use the wolf for luring out the root ninja guarding the entrance of the cave from inside. After reaching 25 meters away from the entrance, the same distance from which the whole land was covered in seals to sense any intruder, the wolf started circling the area like it had sensed someone inside the cave. 2 root ninja were on guard duty like always. If there was someone else at their post, he or she may grow complacent after years of watching the same scenery and not getting a single intruder in that time. But due to the training the root ninja had received, which almost killed all the emotions in them and made them something akin to a machine, there was no room for slacking in their life. They completed all of their missions with complete dedication and preciseness. If we compare them to a normal ninja from any major village, they would be winners 10 out of 10 times considering their efficiency in completing any mission. A textbook example of ninja, cold and merciless killers. If not for their high death rate and high talent requirement, which only a village like Hidden Leaf Village could afford, every village would most definitely have a division similar to Root in their ranks. Those seals present around were very particular in their working. At first, only the guard would be notified of any intruder. Once they checked if they could handle that intruder or not, they could either take care of the intruder themselves or activate the second part of the seal, calling each and every root ninja for the fight. When the guard sensed that there was movement near the entrance, both disappeared from their position and appeared at the opening of the cave. Both of them were still hidden and would not be noticed by someone unless they knew what to search for. Seeing that there was only a wolf circling around the cave, they let their guard down a little. Though rare, such situations happened from time to time. Many wild animals wanted to make such a well-hidden cave their home, only to die without knowing how. I will take care of that. You go back to your location. The one on the left said. The wolf started growling as soon as he heard the voice of that ninja. With the growl, a small amount of chakra also started coming out of its body. No, that wolf is not normal. I think it will be better if we both handle it. There is no need to take any unnecessary risks. After getting agreement, both of them used body flicker jutsu to appear to the left and right of the wolf, with their kunai pointing at vital points of the wolf. When they were about to make a move, someone suddenly appeared a little away from them. They looked up to check who was the second intruder, only to find deep red glowing eyes with a revolving shuriken inside them. Before they could do anything or even think about their next move, they both lost consciousness. Seeing that, the shadow clone dispersed itself. Shizue picked up both of the unconscious root ninja and disappeared from the area. Team Shadow was waiting for him a little away from the base, mainly a Nanbu ninja who was a seal master in Fu-in Jutsu. Though he was still not a Grand Master, he was very close to that level. After Shizue and Satoshi, he was the most powerful person in the team, both politically and physically. Shinny, it's your turn now. Shizue said. Shinny nodded and placed his hands on the head of a root ninja. Even though removing the root seal would be impossible for a Grandmaster, Shinny could now do that to an extent thanks to the methods Hiruzen had taught him before he went out for the mission. Even though getting information out of their heads was still not possible, Hiruzen had made sure that Genjutsu could affect them now. This was specially done because Shisui was the one in charge of the operation. Shinny removed his hand after 5 minutes and then did the same for the next root ninja as well. "Sir, I have weakened the seal. You can proceed," Shinny said. "Okay," Shisui said and released his Genjutsu. Both of them woke up from their slumber ready to attack, but to their bad luck, once again they only saw a pair of dark red glowing eyes. Chapter 196, Deception and Strategy. "Okay," Shisui said and released his Genjutsu. Both of them woke up from their slumber ready to attack, but to their bad luck, they only saw a pair of dark red glowing eyes once again. Their eyes became completely white, as if there were no pupils in their eyes in the first place. If they didn't know better, Team Shadow would have thought that Shisui killed those two root members. But what Shisui was doing was entirely different. He was reading the memories of those two root members. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, this could be done in seconds, but he was at it for 10 minutes. The reason being, reading someone's mind forcefully may end up damaging that person's brain, even making them brain dead if the force was too much. Since Shisui still had very important use for them, he was making sure that their brains would not be harmed during the procedure. After reading the memories, he woke them up again, only to place them in a Genjutsu once again, after which he sent them back to their posts as if nothing had happened. Both of them were once again standing in their positions with the memories of the last 10 minutes erased from their minds, but there were some new memories in their heads, like their post was now changed. They now had to guard the captives' room, and since they had invested so much in those captives, their security was top priority. In case of any emergency, they had to be transported to Hidden Lee Village alive. Both of these were complete opposites of what the actual orders were, but due to the Genjutsu capabilities of Mangekyō Sharingan, there was no way these two Chunin rank ninjas could guess that. So, according to their new orders, they went to the room where the captives were kept. "We are ordered to switch over positions. You guys are on guard duty till further notice," one of the root ninjas said. "Are you sure? We didn't get any such order," the ninja who was guarding the room said. "Yes, there is some unusual movement in the Land of Iron for some time." The leader asked for some stronger guards to be placed for the time being. The guard confirmed. Though the ninja who was guarding the room was suspicious, once he sensed that both of them still had their seals intact, his doubts vanished. It was almost impossible for someone to place them in Genjutsu, and even if someone somehow did, root ninjas could sense that from their seals. After confirming that, the guards swapped. "Sir, new guards are here," Satoshi said. "Good, our plan is working. Let's make sure all of the root ninjas guarding the civilians are under Genjutsu before we make any move," Shisui said. "Yes, sir," the others said. And Shisui once again repeated the same procedure, sending a clone as a wolf, making the root ninjas unconscious, and then placing them under Genjutsu once again. Though time-consuming, by using this method, it was easy for them to accomplish both tasks, saving the captives and subduing as many root ninjas as possible without killing them. But even the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village knew the most they could do was bring back the Chunin rank root ninjas. The ninjas at the Jonin rank are specially trained against Genjutsu and mind control, and had to be eliminated swiftly before someone from the Land of Iron got an inkling of what was happening under their nose. After repeating the same thing for some time, almost 25 Chunin were under Genjutsu and they were tasked to protect the captives in case an attack occurred. After doing that, Shisui returned to the temporary base of Team Shadow. "It is time to begin part 2 of our plan," Shisui said. "Sir, there are still 15 ninjas left in the base and they will surely attack us. Since they are trained for efficient killing, I think we should do the same," one of the Anbu ninjas said. "Don't worry. Satoshi and I will try to handle as many Jonin as we can. You guys will mostly have to take care of Chunin. Mainly focus on subduing them without killing them, but if you can't, then kill them directly without a second thought. If you have to fight against a Jonin, try to stall for some time. There is no need to even think about subduing them, either kill them or stall enough for either me or Satoshi to come to your aid." "Any doubts?" Shisui said. "No, sir. The plan was already discussed, everyone knew their role. But the battlefield contains way too many variables to account for. One wrong move and the whole plan may fall into ruin. That's why the tension was understandable. But having two elite Jonin, full knowledge of the enemy, and a surprise factor, victory was almost certain. As per plan, Shisui went to the gate and unleashed all of his chakra. The alarm at the gate went off like crazy. The new guards didn't even think about checking the source and just called for reinforcement because they felt the enormous amount of chakra Shisui had released. Within seconds, all of the 10 Jonin were at the gate. Their leader was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. With his mind-controlling power and ability to read minds effortlessly, He was the perfect candidate for becoming the leader of such a base where privacy and secrecy were of utmost importance. He was the person Shisui was warned about. Even though controlling the mind of an Uchiha, especially one with a Mangekyō Sharingan, was almost impossible, this couldn't be said for his teammates. If Satoshi somehow became mind-controlled and lost his life to a Jonin, it would be a very big loss for Hidden Leaf Village. The same goes for Shinny and others. After those 10 Jonin, 3 other Chunin also arrived at the gate. "Where are the rest of our members?" Toshiro Yamanaka asked. "We don't know, sir, but we sensed a very high amount of chakra. Even though it was from a single individual, the amount was twice your chakra reserve." Since Toshiro was a Yamanaka, who were not particularly famous for having a high amount of chakra, anyone else may not think having twice the amount of chakra than a Yamanaka is a great feat. But those present knew how much chakra Toshiro possessed, second only to Fu Yamanaka, right-hand man of Danzo and greatest talent of the Yamanaka clan. Having a lineage of both the Senju and Yamanaka clans, Toshiro had a huge chakra reserve among Jonin. If someone had twice the amount of chakra than him, then that person is sure to be an elite Jonin. There is no such person in the Land of Snow, so either a great ninja village found out about this base, or someone from Hidden Leaf Village arrived here. Both of these situations are bad, and seeing how that person didn't barge inside the base, she must be aware of the safety seals inside the base. "Ryohei Nakamura, go and check the situation. Don't resort to fighting directly, the person may be from Hidden Leaf Village," Toshiro said to his second-in-command. Ryohei Nakamura is a civilian ninja who specializes in agility, complemented well with his lightning style, making him the perfect person for such a task. With his speed, evading an attack and calling for help should be child's play. Ryohei nodded his head and disappeared from his position, appearing 40 meters away from Shisui, who was standing in front of the gate just outside the range of the seals. "Shisui Uchiha, why are you here?" Ryohei was momentarily surprised, then raised his guard completely. Either the person in front of him is Shisui Uchiha or an imposter. And there was no way he could guess the truth unless Shisui used his Sharingan, because imitating a Kekkei Genkai, and that too a Dujutsu, is very difficult. Shisui also understood that and activated his Sharingan all the way to Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing that, Ryohei at least became certain that the person in front of him was Shisui Uchiha, the real one. "I want to have a talk with Toshiro Yamanaka. I have urgent orders from Lord Third," Shisui said, maintaining a calm composure. "Okay, you can come inside," Ryohei said. "No, ask your leader to come outside," Shisui said, not hostile but in a firm tone, with no nonsense attached to it. Ryohei sighed in his mind. Shisui clearly knew about the seal and was wary of them too. Since he was on an official mission, the result is not going to be good for sure. Chapter 197, Orders No, ask your leader to come outside. Shisui said firmly, his tone carrying no hostility but leaving no room for nonsense. Ryohei sighed inwardly. Shisui clearly knew about the seal and was wary of it. Since he was on an official mission, the outcome was unlikely to be favorable. Ryohei nodded, acknowledging Shisui's firm stance. He vanished from his spot, reappearing before Toshiro and the other Jonin, who were anxiously waiting for an update. "Sir, it's Shisui Uchiha," Ryohei reported. "He wants to speak with you outside the gate. He claims to have urgent orders from Lord Third." Toshiro narrowed his eyes. "Shisui Uchiha? Here? Are you sure it's him?" "Yes, sir." He activated his Mangekyō Sharingan before speaking. Ryohei replied. This was proof enough for both Ryohei and Toshiro. Toshiro pondered for a moment, weighing the risks. Shisui's presence outside the gate was a clear indication of his awareness of the safety seals within the base. This was a calculated move. "Very well," Toshiro finally said. "I'll go meet him. The rest of you, stay alert." Toshiro made his way to the gate, his mind racing with possibilities. As he approached, he could see Shisui standing calmly, his Mangekyō Sharingan still activated. Toshiro stopped a few meters away, close enough for a conversation but far enough to react if things went south. "Shisui Uchiha." Toshiro greeted, his voice steady. "What brings you here?" Shisui kept his gaze steady, locking eyes with Toshiro. "Toshiro Yamanaka, I have urgent orders from Lord Third. Your presence here is no longer required. The operation in the Land of Snow is to be shut down immediately." Toshiro's eyes widened in surprise. "Shut down? On whose authority?" Shisui didn't blink. "I already said on the authority of the third Hokage. This base can compromise our diplomatic efforts with the Land of Iron. You are to stand down and return to Hidden Leaf Village. These orders are final and non-negotiable," Shisui said, and he stopped emitting the huge amount of chakra. As soon as he did that, Toshiro could sense that Shizui was not alone. There was another elite Jonin and 7 Jonin with him. This team was strong enough to rival the strength of every ninja present in the base combined. The numerical advantage would be meaningless against the strength of 2 elite Jonin. Toshiro's mind raced. If Shizui was telling the truth, disobeying an order from the Hokage could lead to severe consequences. But what if this was a ruse? He needed to be certain. And what proof do you have of these orders? Shizui reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll bearing the Hokage's seal. He tossed it to Toshiro, who caught it and quickly scanned its contents. His eyes flickered with doubt but eventually settled on a decision. This only contains Lord Third Seal. Where are the orders from Danzō-sama? Toshiro asked. We were only given orders to deliver this command to this base and shut it down before anyone from the Land of Iron could get any inkling about this base and its connection with Hidden Leaf Village. Shizui said. But root bases are under Danzō-sama's authority. We can't close it without his orders. Toshiro said, making his point clear. He was relieved that the situation was looking rather peaceful. It would be great if they didn't have to fight. From what I know, Elder Danzo is under house arrest for operating such a base in the Land of Iron without notifying Lord Third or any other council member about it. Shizui lied through his teeth. Since there was some truth in it, like if it were somehow revealed in the council meeting about this base, Danzo would likely face similar consequences. Toshiro's eyes narrowed. House arrest? I wasn't informed of this. What proof do you have? Shizui remained calm, knowing the delicate balance of this situation. Proof will be provided upon your return to Hidden Leaf Village. For now, your priority should be to follow the Hokage's orders. If you're concerned about Danzo, then returning will allow you to clear things up. Toshiro hesitated. The logic made sense, but the risk of deception was still present. He knew he couldn't ignore a direct order from the Hokage, especially with the possibility of diplomatic fallout with the Land of Iron. Very well, Shizui. We will prepare to leave. But if this is a trick... Shizui interrupted, I assure you, it is not. We don't have time to waste. So please, start the evacuation and demolition of this base. Toshiro turned to his subordinates, giving the signal to begin preparations for departure. Ryo-hei, inform the others. We're shutting down the base and returning to Hidden Leaf Village. Make sure the captives are secure and prepare them for transport. Ryo-hei nodded and swiftly moved to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Toshiro kept his eyes on Shizui, still wary of any sudden moves. We'll need some time to gather everything and secure the captives. Any interference from your side will be seen as hostile. Even though the orders were genuine, Toshiro still had a bad feeling about the situation. Something seemed off. However, since the orders were clear to return to Hidden Leaf Village as soon as they received them, there was no time for Toshiro to check the validity and get follow-up orders from Danzo. Still, he decided to remain vigilant until they reached Hidden Leaf Village and had a direct conversation with Danzo. Shizui nodded in agreement. We'll stand by and ensure no one from the Land of Iron interferes. Your cooperation is appreciated. As the Root Ninja began dismantling the base and preparing the captives for transport, Shizui and his team kept watch from a distance. The tension was palpable, but the operation was proceeding smoothly. Danzo had already planned for a situation where information about this base might get leaked. He had made some plans for such scenarios. Using one of these plans, the Root Ninja gathered all the captives in a noble's carriage, a perfect vehicle to transport these people. Since they couldn't move stealthily like ninjas, they would move right under the noses of the Land of Iron's ninjas. But the number of scientists and captives exceeded 150, so they had to prepare 2 caravans for the travel. While this was happening, everyone in Team Shadow was happy. This was the best-case scenario. Considering how loyal Root Ninjas were to Danzo, it was difficult to make them do anything without his orders. But when Shikaku got the information that the leader of that base was Toshiro Yamanaka, he made this plan. As everyone with a little brain knows, fooling an intelligent person is easier than fooling a dumb person. If there had been any other ninja, he or she would have demanded Danzo's orders before following the instructions. But Toshiro analyzed that doing so would harm Danzo more than anything. Seeing Shizui on the mission, the Uchiha would surely use this to reduce Danzo's influence. After analyzing these things, Toshiro decided to follow the orders for now. It would not be difficult to rebuild this base once everything settled down. Since he was the one who came up with this conclusion, he had no reason to doubt it, a true show of the brilliance of Shikaku's mind. Chapter 198, Definite Loss. Toshiro decided to follow the orders for now. It would not be difficult to rebuild this base once everything settled down. Since he was the one who came up with this conclusion, he had no reason to doubt it, a true show of the brilliance of Shikaku's mind. A ninja from Team Shadow sent a hawk to Hidden Leaf Village informing about partial success of Plan A, and that no one died. As the Root Ninja finished preparations, 2 large caravans stood ready to depart. The captives and scientists were securely loaded inside, guarded by the Root operatives. Toshiro approached Shizue one last time before their departure. I assume we have to destroy the base, right? Toshiro asked. Those are the orders. And being a capable ninja you are, I don't think you would have to ask this question. Why would we leave anything behind that could lead anyone from Land of Iron to Hidden Leaf Village? Shizue asked back. I think you are underestimating Root too much. We have made enough preparation for such a case. Even if we leave everything, I mean everything behind, no one from Land of Iron or any other ninja village would be able to guess that we are from Hidden Leaf Village. Even those scientists working on those experiments didn't know who they were working for. So it is not mandatory for us to destroy the base, but since those are the orders, we would do so. Toshiro said. Even though he was arrogant and a little angry in his tone, he knew no capable ninja would buy his act. The reason he was doing that was to give Danzo a way out. Since his words have to be reported in the report and also since the base is going to be destroyed, those words will be the last clue about the base and how that could have affected Hidden Leaf Village. With those words getting out, if any mess created by reveal of the base information will be child's play for Danzo, in any other case that is, but Toshiro didn't know that. Shizue controlled his smirk very skillfully, knowing what Toshiro was trying to do, and all the political play that would have been going on in his mind only for all of them to shatter when he would return to Hidden Leaf Village. Maintaining his composure, he went to Shinny and said, take a close look. We don't want not a single seal to be left behind. Satoshi, you will be with him too. Please make sure no clue will be left behind. Both of them nodded their heads and went to the base along with Toshiro and team, with the rest of the team members going to the captive location to make sure they would remain safe. With an addition of 9 Jonin, 50 Root Ninja, and Noble's caravan, the group was as safe as it could be in the world. Well, except if you are traveling with some S-rank ninja, or the protagonist, that is. After around 1 hour, there was no trace of any base at that location. Everything under the ground was either stored or destroyed. Toshiro and team were sure that now no one would be able to put a single finger on Danzo. With a positive attitude, both teams and the caravan started their journey. It was a long journey, but since they took the shorter route, the same one Team Shadow used to come to the base, the journey was not going to be that big. If they had taken the route going through Land of Snow, the time would have been enough to increase the blood pressure of many people in Hidden Leaf Village. With so many ninja, the journey was obviously safe, and other ninja, even ninja from Hidden Stones Village, thought that someone closely related to the Fire Daimyo was using the caravan and didn't decide to do anything about it. Though it was certainly not because they didn't want to, but the team had 19 Jonin and 40 Chunin, a team that would be deadly even at the time of war. Any capable ninja with a little bit of sensory technique would not want to mess with a group like that. The one who actually tried to do something didn't go very far. With both Byakugan and Mangekyō Sharingan, it was almost impossible to make a successful sneak attack. After 5 hours when the discussion about the closing of the base happened between Shizue and Toshiro, a hawk landed at the Information Collection Center at the Hokage's building. The message was swiftly delivered to Hiruzen. Finally, a piece of good news. Hiruzen said, reading the message. I assume that my plan worked, Lord Third. Shikaku said, with a smile on his face. One could also call that a smirk that would make your face very much punchable. But Hiruzen was in a happy mood from the news and just decided to go with the flow. Yes, the start was good. Now let's make sure that nothing bad will happen when they reach Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen said. Don't worry, Lord Third. We have planned a 3-to-1 ratio for immediate welcome of the guests. Along with thousands of ninja in Hidden Leaf Village, I don't think those ninja would even try something. Shikaku, the Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village, said. It's your task. Make sure nothing goes wrong. I already had many bad news on my table. Hiruzen said. Don't worry, sir. I will make sure to not make any mistake, even though this is a drag. Shikaku said. Within 1 week, Team Shadow and company reached Hidden Leaf Village. A hawk landed on Shizue's shoulder. Shizue checked the letter and said, we have to drop all the captives and scientists at the Hokage building. Obviously, his target was Toshiro Yamanaka. We are already at Hidden Leaf Village. So I think you could handle things for now. Toshiro said. Chapter 199, Hostility. A hawk landed on Shizue's shoulder. Shizue checked the letter and said, we have to drop all the captives and scientists at the Hokage building. Obviously, his target was Toshiro Yamanaka. We are already at Hidden Leaf Village, so I think you could handle things for now. Toshiro said. Toshiro didn't want to do anything before discussing it with Danzo. Knowing he was under house arrest, he decided to go directly to him and then follow the orders he had received, but I don't think you have the leverage to think, Toshiro-sama. These are direct orders from Lord Third. Shisui said with an obvious smile on his face. I know what to do, boy. I will go there just after reporting to the person who is in charge of our organization and the person to whom we report, like always. These arrangements were also made by Lord Third. Toshiro said, his voice showing no emotion at all, like a robot speaking. But that also meant he was back to his root ninja attitude, and everything until now had been a calculated move to bring the best outcome for Danzo and Hidden Leaf Village. Toshiro-sama, until now, you had a numerical advantage over us, but the reason we didn't fight was that you knew we were more powerful. Oh, and you wanted to protect your boss from any further trouble. I respect that, but the thing is, you have even lost your numerical advantage too. Shisui said. As soon as Shisui said that, more than 50 ninja came out of the main gate and surrounded the caravan. There were some Jonin, many Chunin, and some Geinin, but all of them were almost ready to attack. Toshiro's eyes were now full of killing intent as he looked at Shisui. If he had the power to kill through looks, Shisui would have died many times. I already told you, boy, if this was a trick, you will pay. Toshiro said. Oh, believe me, this was not a trick. Those were the orders from Lord Third. You can ask him when you meet him soon. But I did lie about the house arrest thing. He is at the Hokage building. You will be filled in on the details by others. Now let's go. We don't have time to discuss this all day. I have many more root bases to close. Shisui said, obviously taunting. Both sides were ready to attack at the slightest hostility from the other side. Root ninja, both those under Shisui's Ganjutsu and those who were not, were ready to attack, and they would do so without any doubt. Toshiro was weighing all the possibilities in his mind, but at the end of every possibility where he decided to fight, it resulted in the death of most of the root ninja and the likely capture of the others. With the tension increasing every moment, both parties were at a standstill. Stand down. We will follow Lord Third's order. Toshiro said. Shisui was visibly disappointed hearing that, with the anger he was feeling from knowing about his father's death and Toshiro and his party's affiliation with his father's killer. Shisui was hoping the plan would not go this smoothly, but to his dismay, the fight he was expecting didn't happen, and everyone went to the Hokage building swiftly. Captives and scientists were both sent to the hospital, and the rest of the ninja were asked to stay in the Anbu headquarters under strict watch. They were going to go through a very long brainwashing session with Aizen himself, the person who was capable of making a child a hero when the whole world was set on making him the biggest villain. And what did he use? Just words. Team Shadow went back to their homes as they returned from a very big mission, but Shisui and Satoshi both had to file the reports of the mission. While they were doing that, an Anbu ninja came to them and said, Sir, you both are called to the Hokage's office. Right now? Satoshi asked, as he was very close to completing his mission report. A few more minutes, and the paperwork would be done. Yes, sir. The Anbu ninja replied respectfully. No one in their right mind would want to offend an elite Jonin, especially someone from a powerful clan like Hyuga or Uchiha. Okay. Shisui replied. He was done with his paperwork anyway. Satoshi also sighed and nodded his head. Good evening, Lord Third. Shisui and Satoshi said. Well done, both of you. Not losing a single ninja and safely closing a potential explosion tag, which would have blown Hidden Leaf Village's peace to smithereens, and that too in so little time. I expect nothing less from you guys. Aizen said with a smile on his face. We only did as we were ordered, Lord Third. Satoshi replied. Don't be modest, Satoshi. Now here is a question. As you guys already know our situation, do you want to take another mission, or do you want to take some time off for some rest? Though let me tell you, there is no urgent danger anymore. Most of the high-danger bases are already closed, and the rest will be done with or without your help. So you guys can take some rest if you want. Aizen said. Lord Third, I would like to spend some time with my family. I will report back after 2 days for a mission. Satoshi said. No problem. You can go now, Satoshi. Your reward will be sent to your house. Aizen said. Thank you, Lord Third. Satoshi bowed a little and then left for his residence. What about you, Shisui? Aizen asked Shisui. I have some urgent work. After completing that, I will take another mission, Lord Third. Shisui said. Kagami was both an asset to the village as well as my friend, boy. I also want to complete that urgent work of yours, but I am far too busy to do so. Here. Aizen threw a scroll to Shisui and continued, this is a mission of closing a root base at Hidden Clouds Village. The base is just 20 kilometers away from that place. You and Team Shadow are assigned to this mission for now. You will have 2 missions. First, close the root base. Second, retrieve the body of Kagami Uchiha. Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Third. Shizue said, bowing a little and continued, we will depart right now. Let those poor souls have some rest, Shizue. You will go on the mission in 12 hours. Go back to your house and have some rest. Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Third. Shizue said and left for the Uchiha compound. Remaining in a continuous vigilant state for so long and not getting an ounce of sleep had taken a toll on everyone, including Shizue. That's why Hiruzen had given them half a day of rest time. Shizue directly went to Fugaku to give him the report about the mission. Even though this was an S-rank mission, it was not mandatory to keep it a secret from your clan head, since there was no way this whole situation could now be concealed from them anyway. That's why Hiruzen had not even decided to ask everyone to keep the mission secret, though spreading the details to the general public was still not allowed. So there was no fight. Fugaku said. Yes, the plan went well, but I don't think the same will happen to this base as well. There are only Chunin present at Hidden Clouds Village, all of them very loyal to Danzō and will not take any orders from anyone else other than him. That's why the mission is to just eliminate everyone at that base. Shizue said. Are you alright? Fugaku asked. Yes, I am finally able to think clearly, but I will meet Danzō after this mess settles down. Shizue said. I know, and I am not going to say otherwise. Even though I also want to have a talk with him, you will get the first chance. Fugaku said. Both of them were angry. Fugaku was angry because of the number of Uchiha who lost their lives just because of the jealousy and foolishness of an old man, while Shizue was angry because his father faced the worst kind of death a ninja could face, a death through betrayal. Fugaku understood that Shizue had to get over this anger, otherwise, this anger would eat him from the inside. Chapter 200, Peace. After discussing everything, Shizue went back to his house. Welcome, brother. Kda said. He was sitting in the hall, and Shizue could easily see how vigilant Kda was. You don't have to be so alert, Kda. No one is going to attack our house, and Fugaku-sama has also made arrangements for our protection. Shizue said, remembering how he had instructed Kda to protect everyone when he was going out on the mission. Don't worry, brother. I also know about those two Jonin, they came to introduce themselves. Kda said with a smile. It was not that he was tense because of the situation. With the mess he had created for Danzō, it was almost impossible for him to come out of this. But the reason he was worried was because of how this whole situation started. He just decided to improve the image of the Uchiha, which Danzō was purposely ruining. It was a simple move, checking and curing some patients for free, just to improve the image, but that somehow escalated to Danzō coming after his life and the complete removal of the root organization. Even though this was a good thing, the implications were what worried Kda for his future. The knowledge of the future was such an overpowered cheat for Kda that by just using that, he was able to make such an impossible feat possible. But if a single small move could make such a big impact, there was no way things were going to remain the same in the future. The Uchiha massacre was not going to happen, Hidden Leaf Village was not going to face a sudden loss of strength, and Hidden Sand Village would not be able to attack Hidden Leaf Village like in the average story. Or it would not be Hidden Sand Village alone, as other villages might get wary of the increase in Hidden Leaf Village's strength and may attack Hidden Leaf Village way before the Chunin exams. There was also a chance of a fourth Great Ninja War starting due to the rise in Hidden Leaf Village's strength. In the original story, due to the Uchiha massacre, the general strength of Hidden Leaf Village was not that high. That's why other villages focused on increasing their strength and not on attacking Hidden Leaf Village to keep its strength in check. But now the situation would change. With Shizue, Itachi, and Fugaku, 3 Kage level ninja in the future, and so many Uchiha, the strength of Hidden Leaf Village would be enough to make the other 4 great ninja villages move. And with this, the most powerful cheat Kda had would be for nothing. Would I change any of my actions if I got a second chance? No. Then there is nothing to worry about. Even if the future may change, what I get in return is worth it, Kda thought and let go of his worries and went towards Shizue. So, how was your mission, brother? Kda asked. It went well, though I have to go on another mission in 12 hours. Shizue said with a smile. Are you going alone? Kda asked, knowing fully well what Shizue would want to do at this moment. Shizue understood why Kda asked that. No, this is an official mission. We have to close a root base in Hidden Clouds Village. After that, I will bring back father to our home. Shizue said. Kda could feel an immense amount of sadness and anger in Shizue's voice. And he was asking about you when she woke up. She is super duper angry about how you went on a mission without even telling her. Kda said, trying to change the topic. Even if he had become much more intelligent and sharp after getting the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he still didn't know how to console a person effectively, so changing the topic was the best he could do at that moment. Kda's attempt to change the topic worked, and Shizue let out a small, genuine laugh. It had been a while since he felt at ease, and he appreciated his effort to lift his mood. "Well, I guess I better prepare myself for Mom's scolding," Shizue said, a faint smile lingering on his face. "Yeah, good luck with that. You'll need it," Kda said with the same smile. After their brief exchange, Shizue took a moment to appreciate the tranquility of his home. The Uchiha compound, usually bustling with activity, felt unusually quiet and peaceful. It was a stark contrast to the turmoil he had just experienced. Shizue headed towards his room. He knocked gently on the door and waited. The door swung open, revealing his weary face and swollen eyes, proof of the sadness she had felt. "Shizue, where have you been? You had me worried sick," she scolded, pulling him into a tight hug. "I'm sorry, Mom. It was an urgent mission," Shizue replied, hugging her back. "But I'm here now." Both of them didn't mention anything to open the slightly closed wounds. After some time, they pulled back. "Come inside, and let's get you something to eat. You look exhausted," he said. Shizue followed her inside, the familiar scent of home-cooked food comforting him. He took a seat at the table as he busied herself in the kitchen. The simple act of being home, surrounded by family, was a balm to his weary soul. After finishing his meal and spending some quality time with his mom, Shizue made his way back to his room. He needed to rest and recharge before the next mission. But getting sleep was a totally different thing. The anger and frustration were not allowing him to get the sleep he needed. While Shizue was trying his best to get some sleep, he suddenly remembered the time he had spent with his father, how they played together, how his father used to train him and teach him to be loyal to the village. With a peaceful smile on his face, Shizue went to sleep. The next morning, Shizue woke up feeling a little refreshed from all the tenseness he had felt during the mission. He went out of his room only to find everyone sitting in the hall enjoying tea. "Good morning, brother," Kda and Yami said. "Did you sleep well?" he asked. "Yes, Mom, and good morning to both of you," Shizue said while sitting on the sofa and taking a cup for himself. "Mom, I have to go on another mission, but this one will be the last one for some time," Shizue said. "Shizue, you are my whole world. I know you will go on this mission no matter what I say, but understand that if anything happened to you, I would not be able to live," he said. "Don't worry, Mother. I will be careful," Shizue said with a smile. "You are needlessly worrying, Aunt. There is no one in Hidden Cloud's village who could even catch brother, let alone harm him," Kda said. Though it was not true, and Raikage could easily catch Shizue in his lightning cloak, there is no way someone as important as the Kage of a village would be roaming around. "I know, after all, whose son is he?" he said. After drinking the tea, Shizue went out of the house since it was now time for the meeting with his new team. Chapter 201, Turmoil of Emotion, Part 1. After drinking the tea, Shizue went out of the house since it was now time for the meeting with his new team. He arrived at the designated location, where 3 of the fastest Anbo Jonin were waiting for him. This elite team had been handpicked from his previous team for their speed and combat skills, making them the perfect choice for this high-stakes mission. Their combined strength would be more than enough to handle the root base, which only housed Chunin-level ninja. The team also included Shinny, who, while not as fast as the rest of them, was necessary due to his Fu and Jutsu expertise. "Good morning, everyone," Shizue greeted, his voice calm but resolute. "Good morning, Shizue-san." The 3 Anbo Jonin responded in unison, each of them nodding respectfully. "Everyone read the plan Shikaku-sama had sent, right?" Shizue asked. "Yes, sir," everyone said. "We have a clear objective: remove the root base in Hidden Cloud's village and eliminate everyone inside. So this mission is going to be an easy one, since the base only has 12 Chunin and 15 gain-in. This should be quick work for us," Shizue said, wasting no time. "Yes, sir, but we have to go to the Land of Lightning, so I think the danger is still very high," one of the Anbu ninja said. "This is a knee-rank mission. Of course, this is going to be difficult, but if we maintain proper alertness, this will be a piece of cake for us. And what to worry about? We were able to complete a mission in the Land of Iron without getting detected. The Land of Lightning is not going to be that difficult," Shizue said. "Any more doubts?" Shizue asked. "No, sir," everyone said. "Great. Then we will modify anything needed in the plan after reaching our destination," Shizue said. The team set off immediately, their movements swift and silent. They traveled at top speed, reaching the outskirts of Hidden Cloud's village in record time. "From here on, we will remain on full alert. Even though the patrols are very relaxed in this area, there is still some risk of us getting detected. So follow my lead without making any sound," Shizue said, activating his Sharingan, though only to the 3 Tomoe level. There was no need to tire himself before any major incident. They once again started moving. Luckily, this base was also on the outskirts of the Land of Lightning, quite far away from Hidden Cloud's village. There was no way Danzo was going to take such a big risk of sending his ninjas, even though they were Chunin, very deep into enemy territory. As they approached the root base, they quickly assessed the situation. The base was well hidden and was guarded by a ninja in Hidden Cloud's village's uniform. If not for their prior knowledge, Shizue and his team may have guessed that this was one of the safe houses of Hidden Cloud's village. After checking that the initial information was correct, Shizue gave his final orders. Positions. Shizue commanded, and the team spread out, each taking up a strategic point around the base. Shizue signaled the attack, and in a matter of minutes, they had breached the defenses. The Chunin inside barely had time to react before they were overwhelmed by the swift and deadly strikes of Shizue and his team. One by one, the root operatives fell, their attempts to mount a defense proving futile against the Anbu Jonin's superior skills. The mission was unfolding exactly as planned. The attack team had taken their positions around the root base, ready to strike. After confirming everyone was at their designated position, Shizue gave the final command, which also became the last words those root ninjas heard before they died. Attack! Shizue and 3 Anbu Jonin moved with blinding speed, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Shinny, while not as fast, provided essential support with his Fu in jutsu. The base was covered in seals, and it was his job to make sure the team didn't fall for any traps and also to remove as many seals as possible. As the team advanced, they encountered a group of Chunin-level root ninjas. These operatives were experienced and disciplined, but they were no match for Shizue and his elite team. One of the root ninjas lunged at Shizue, kunai in hand. Shizue sidestepped effortlessly, his Sharingan predicting the attack with ease. He countered with a swift kick to the side, sending the ninja crashing into the wall. Before the ninja could recover, Shizue was already upon him, delivering a precise strike to his neck with his katana. Meanwhile, the other Anbu Jonin engaged the remaining root ninjas. One Jonin, specializing in taijutsu, weaved through the enemy ranks with fluid grace. He delivered a series of powerful punches and kicks, each strike landing with bone-crushing force. The root ninjas tried to mount a defense, but their efforts were futile. The Jonin's speed and strength were overwhelming, and within moments, several root operatives lay defeated at his feet. Another Jonin specialized in kenjutsu, wielding a sleek, razor-sharp blade. She moved with the precision of a seasoned swordsman, her blade cutting through the air with deadly accuracy. A root ninja attempted to block her strike, but her blade easily deflected the weapon, followed by a swift and clean strike that sucked the life out of the enemy's body. Shinny, though not directly involved in the melee, played a crucial role from the background. He skillfully removed preset Fu and jutsu traps, ensuring that none of his teammates faced any unfortunate accidents. Shizue continued to cut through the ranks of root operatives, his Sharingan allowing him to anticipate their every move. He moved with unparalleled speed and agility, his strikes precise and lethal. As he dispatched the last of the Chunin-level ninjas, a group of Genin-level operatives attempted to regroup and mount a counterattack. Not so fast. Shizue muttered, dashing towards them. With a series of rapid hand seals, he unleashed a powerful Ganjutsu, ensnaring the Genins in an illusion. They froze in place, unable to distinguish reality from the nightmare Shizue had created. Finish them off. Shizue commanded, and his team swiftly moved in, incapacitating the remaining root ninjas with practiced efficiency. In the span of a few minutes, the battle was over. The root base lay in ruins, its operatives defeated and incapacitated. Shizue and his team regrouped, taking a moment to catch their breath. Status report. Shizue said, scanning the area. All targets neutralized, no casualties on our side. The taijutsu master reported, his breathing steady despite the intense fight. Good work, everyone. Let's secure the area and complete the task. Shizue ordered. The team moved quickly, searching the base. This time, the mission was to just shut down the base. There was no mention of bringing back the survivors to Hidden Lee Village since the experiments were done on some Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Also, this was not particularly a scientific base. There were a handful of captives in the base who were neutralized swiftly by Anbu ninjas. After that, they cleared all of the seals and buried the base after destroying it completely. Mission accomplished. Now, let's proceed to our next location. Shizue said, his voice calm but resolute. Chapter 202, A Father's Resting Place. Shizue Uchiha stood at the base of the mountain in the Land of Lightning, quite a distance from Hidden Clouds Village, the village hidden in the clouds. The mission had finally been completed. The instructions he'd followed led him to this secluded spot, high above the mountain, where a makeshift grave awaited him. Alone, Shizue ascended the mountain, his heart heavy with anticipation and sorrow. His 3 Anbu Jonin teammates stayed at a distance, keeping watch to ensure he remained undisturbed. This moment was personal, and Shizue needed the solitude to confront the past. At the summit, Shizue dug some earth and found the grave. The stones were meticulously arranged, a testament to Danzo's twisted sense of respect. As Shizue knelt beside the grave, his fingers traced the outline of the stones, a silent tribute to his father's memory. "Dad," Shizue whispered, his voice breaking. "I've come to take you home." A tear fell on the stone he was touching. With a heavy heart, Shizue began the delicate task of unearthing his father's body. Each movement was heavy, like lifting hundreds of kilograms. As he worked, memories of his father flooded his mind, moments of laughter, training, and the quiet strength his father had always embodied. Finally, Shizue uncovered his father's remains. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gazed at the lifeless form before him. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the next step. Carefully, he placed his father's body into a storage seal, ensuring it was secure for the journey back to Hidden Leaf Village. With the body safely stored, Shizue stood up, taking a moment to look at the sky. The skies in the Land of Lightning are often overcast, with dense cloud cover being a regular occurrence. Today was the same, but when Shizue looked up, the clouds parted a little and a ray of sunlight fell on the mountain Shizue was currently standing on. Like his father was seeing him from the Pure Lands, Shizue finally found enough mental strength to start moving again. Descending the mountain, Shizue rejoined his team. Without a word, they understood the gravity of what had just transpired. They set off immediately, moving swiftly and silently, their mission now complete. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, the news of Shizue's return spread quickly. Uchiha, Shizue's mother, awaited him at the entrance to their home. When Shizue arrived, he handed her the storage seal. He could not speak a word at all. He was the same, she could not speak a word either. She knew the turmoil of emotion her child must be facing, but she was the same. He looked at the storage seal in her hands and placed it on a bed. She activated it and saw her husband's body, her cries echoing through the house. Shizue held her, his own tears mingling with hers as they mourned together. Kda and Yami were both standing a little away from them, silent, not speaking a single word. He and Shizue had kept their pain hidden for too long for each other, but now they had to let it flow for the peace of their minds and souls. After crying for nearly an hour, he and Shizue calmed down. Kda went to them and said, "Take all the time you need to grieve. We're here for you. Let us handle the preparations for the funeral. You both have carried this pain for far too long, and now it's time to let it out." Then he went out, leaving Yami behind to take care of Shizue and Adhi. Kda met with Fugaku and talked about the preparations needed to be completed for the funeral. The Uchiha clan held a grand funeral, attended by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the village elders, and various clan heads. The ceremony was a solemn affair, filled with speeches that honored Shizue's father's contributions and sacrifice. He and Shizue were present at the front of the crowd, gathered in front of the grave of Kagami Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the assembled crowd, his voice steady and full of respect. "Today, we honor a great man who gave his life in service to our village. His legacy will live on in his son, Shizue, and in the hearts of all who knew him." As the funeral concluded, Shizue felt a sense of closure. His father was finally at rest, and his family could begin to heal. He looked around at the gathered friends and family, feeling their support and strength. Kda, beside Shizue, placed a comforting hand on Shizue's shoulder. "I never had the chance to meet Uncle, but from everything I have gotten to know, I understand he was an incredible shinobi and an even better father. I am sure he will continue to look after you from the Pure Land." Shizue nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. He didn't say anything, his heart was still very heavy from the grief. After the speeches from everyone who knew Kagami concluded, the funeral ended. Everyone left the place except for Shizue, he, Kda, and Yami. "Yami, can you bring Mom back to our house?" Shizue asked. "Yes, brother," Yami said and helped he back to their house. Kda and Shizue sat there silently. Shizue knew Kda was not going to leave him alone, so he didn't even try. Kda, understanding his brother's feelings, sat there silently without speaking a single word. The weight of their shared loss hung in the air, but in their silence, there was a bond of unspoken support and understanding. After a long time, Shizue stood up. The sun was almost gone, a faint red glow covering the surroundings. "It's time to move on. I am sure Dad wouldn't want his son to be like this," Shizue said, wiping the last of his tears. "But I am sure he would be proud of how much his son has matured," Kda said, also standing up. Shizue just smiled at this. "Let's go back," Shizue said, and they both went back to their house. "You guys are finally back. Do you want to eat anything?" came a voice from the kitchen. Yami was sitting in front of the kitchen door. She looked helplessly toward Kda and Shizue. I asked her to take some rest, but she scolded me and went into the kitchen. Yami clarified the situation. She just wants to keep herself busy. Shizue said. He was also planning on doing the same. Yes, and we are super hungry. Kda said. Then go and wash your hands, the food is almost ready. He said. Kda and Shizue looked at each other, both having a smile on their faces. That night, Kda and the family had a peaceful dinner. Chapter 203, Uprooted Root. Hidden Leaf Village was unusually active these days. Every clan was busy dismantling root bases, and ninja were either on missions or resting after them. Even civilians noticed something was amiss. The village's constant activity felt like the movements of wartime, causing tension among its residents. I think this has something to do with those blasts a few days ago. An old man said. Yeah, even the Hokage came to visit the site, but nothing was disclosed about the attack. Now, Anbu ninja are raiding places all over the village. Another man added. Maybe they're searching for whoever was responsible for the attack? I hope they clarify the situation soon. The last one of the group said. Such discussions were happening all around Hidden Leaf Village, and everyone was tense about the situation. However, the person most affected by all this was. What a drag. That old geezer was really thorough and shrewd. Not only are root bases spread throughout the world, but he also made sure no one in Hidden Leaf Village could act against him without risking those bases turning into a sword that strikes Hidden Leaf Village down. I don't think he ever trusted anyone other than himself. Shikaku said. Don't tell me what I already know and focus on your work, Shikaku. There are still 10 bases left for us to close. Hiruzen replied. I haven't slept for 2 days, Lord Third. I need some time off. I'm sure you can handle this much better than me. Shikaku said, shamelessly evading work. Yes, but I want you to be trained for when I'm not around. You can rest after making sure everything is taken care of. Hiruzen said, using his age as an excuse. Both of them were equally shameless, making them a perfect team. This was why Hiruzen was confident they could manage without Danzō. Shikaku had enough intelligence to do so, he just needed someone as shameless as Hiruzen to make him work. At least give me a short break. I want to see my family. Shikaku made his last effort. I can call your wife here if you miss her so much. Hiruzen said with a smile. No, I can't let my feelings obstruct my work. Let's focus on the remaining bases, Lord Third. Shikaku said, finally becoming fully alert. Everyone needs to have such a wonderful wife, Hiruzen thought. The root bases, once spread across the ninja world, were now a thing of the past. Some of the bases, located in small villages far from Hidden Leaf Village, were left for last because they had minimal contact with Hidden Leaf Village. However, when Hiruzen and Shikaku learned what was happening in those bases, they decided to destroy them along with their residents. The ninja there had become monsters, experimenting on pregnant women to create super ninja, strong from birth similar to clan ninja. It would be a lie if Hiruzen and Shikaku said they weren't interested in the results of these experiments. However, 2 things were certain, the experiment was not complete, and the children died along with their mothers a month after delivery. The number of women and children who died to reach this stage was sickening, and continuing the experiments would require the same amount of sacrifice. One reason Danzō never informed Hiruzen about these experiments was that they didn't have the resolve to kill so many innocent people, including children and women, for a little strength. During the war, Hiruzen had to make many tough decisions, resulting in the deaths of innocent people. But at that time, the safety of his village was at risk. He had to choose between the lives of his ninja or those civilians and did what any leader would do. Even then, he tried to save as many young ones as possible and gave women a chance to save themselves. Hiruzen wouldn't say his hands weren't covered in the blood of innocents, but he was still not a monster. If Danzō had informed Hiruzen about these experiments, Hiruzen would have surely stopped them. The discussion on how to handle those bases and whom to send went on for an hour. Finally, the last question, which none of them wanted to discuss, came up. What should we do about the results of those experiments, the findings they made? Shikaku asked. You already know the answer. We can't just burn them. That would make those deaths meaningless. Even if we aren't going to continue those experiments, it doesn't mean we can't use the results of the ones already done. Hiruzen said. Even on Earth, there have been hundreds of cases where people or companies conducted research on humans to make cures for diseases or treatments for once incurable diseases. People would most likely question if those researchers were even human if they knew what they did. However, would humanity stop using the medicine developed after those experiments? No. Even if they don't do it now, not using already built medicine just because it was developed at the cost of many lives and letting more people die would be utter foolishness. Humans were everything but foolish when it came to survival. Using similar logic, Hiruzen didn't want all that research to go to waste. Many ninjas from all the great villages and many civilians from major and minor villages lost their lives because of those experiments. What about the civilians in those bases? Shikaku asked. Just bring them here. I'm sure they don't know anything about the Root Ninja Station there, let alone Hidden Leaf Village. From what they've experienced, they won't be able to go back to their usual lives anymore. Even if the village has to stretch its budget to manage such a number of people. Hiruzen sighed, thinking of the additional number of civilians who came to Hidden Leaf Village in the last couple of weeks. He could even form a new clan from the people who became part of Hidden Leaf Village coincidentally. It should be noted that every normal person in the world dreamed of becoming either rich or connected enough to get the opportunity to live in one of the 5 great villages. Hidden Leaf Village was the first location that came to the mind of every civilian. The 5 great ninja villages were the safest places in the world during wartime. Sure, they would have wars, but it never reached the main village as they would make some agreements before that. During such times, every civilian outside those villages was at the mercy of thousands of shinobi. They could kill them just because they were tense and wanted to relieve their stress. That's why everyone wanted to live in one of the 5 great ninja villages. Since the village normally focused on ninja, one way was to have a very talented ninja, and you might get recruited into the village. Second, become rich enough to get land in the village, which was very costly compared to outside, almost 10 times the amount even for the cheapest property in the village. Lastly, you could somehow become useful to ninja, like a plumber, gardener, or chef. However, there was heavy competition for such roles. In short, getting to live in the village was very much dependent on luck. Those people would get this for free, but if someone asked them if that torture was worth it for this price, the answer would most likely be, "Are you mad? I'd rather live in the streets of a war-torn village than face that." But beggars can't be choosers. Now, getting to live in a safe place for the rest of their lives should be enough for them to find some peace with life. I don't think the budget will be a problem for the coming years, Lord Third. For some reason, Danzo had stored twice the village budget in his funds. Shikaku said. I know what you want to say. Yes, I already knew about his plan to remove me from my position and become Hokage. But come on, I am still stronger than him, and there is no way he would have gone to war with me. In the end, I didn't want to lose one more friend. I should have done something from the start, and I didn't. I've acknowledged this 1,000 times, so don't bring it up again. This is an order. Hiruzen said, his tone becoming stricter by the end of the sentence. Yes, sir. Shikaku said, his lazy attitude vanishing. The order was from the Hokage, not the friendly old man everyone knew. Shikaku could act any way he wanted because of his mind and talent, but only until Hiruzen allowed him to do so. With the plan ready, Hiruzen called Eagle, the head of the Anbo Guard, and gave him a scroll. Arrange the teams as mentioned in the scroll. Hiruzen said. Only that much was needed. Eagle understood the task and left the office. Can I go now, sir? Shikaku asked. Yes, but I will call you when the reports about other missions come. Hiruzen said, once again smiling as if his little outburst never happened. What a drag, Shikaku thought but didn't say anything. He just nodded his head and headed towards his house. Chapter 204, Burden of Truth. Kakashi had been quite curious after his meeting with Kda. He would lie if he said he wasn't curious about Kda's claims. That little boy was so confident about everything, as if everything had happened right in front of him. Obviously, Kakashi wanted to check if what Kda said was true or not, and whether Root was actually experimenting on Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. He also wanted to know if the second claim, that Danzo was behind the miserable condition of his sensei's son, was true. He was near the base when the explosion happened since he was the one who gave the location to Kda after confirming unusual activity there. Kakashi confirmed that something was going to happen at the base, and then it happened. A blast like every hell had broken loose. Due to Kakashi being in close proximity, he could feel the wave of the explosion hitting him. They made quite a show, and it will be almost a mortal blow to Uchiha if they don't have a solid reason for this. Kakashi thought. Then, at a second location, another blast occurred. Kakashi went straight to the blast location even before Hiruzen and his company arrived. Even though there was a huge amount of dust in the surrounding area, Kakashi was able to see something inside the base, including the half-deteriorated bodies of some ninjas with their names written on the side to identify whose corpse it was. Some of them were ninjas who once worked with Kakashi. When Hiruzen removed the dust cloud, the whole truth came to light. This base alone contained so many bodies and body parts of ninjas that it became certain in Kakashi's mind that Kda was correct about Danzo. If Danzo could do something this terrible to our own ninjas, doing something like that in Naruto is very easy for him. He may have done worse if not for Lord Third. What was I doing all this time not seeing the truth in front of me? Kakashi thought. He knew about the disappearance of his former comrades, but he believed the official news that they died during a mission, even though his mind always told him that they were way too smart and talented to die during such missions. While he was thinking all this, his Sharingan was uncovered, and the problem with Sharingan is that it sees everything, even if you want it to or not. Kakashi was able to see a vial of blood with a name, Kakashi Hatake. For a second, Kakashi didn't want to believe what he saw. Why was his father's blood in a root base that was conducting human experimentation? It is to be noted that Kakashi was still not completely sane. He had lost nearly everyone he ever cared for. When he saw that vial of blood, he remembered his father, the man who was once known as the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village, the person who is stronger than all three Sannin combined. But he committed suicide because some useless people thought he was incompetent, just because he chose his teammates' lives over the mission. Kakashi never came to terms with his father's suicide. He knew his father was not that weak that he would do something like that just because people said some bad things about him. He had survived and even made Hidden Leaf Village win the Second Great Ninja War. How can you say that he was weak? And now, seeing the vial of blood, Kakashi's suspicions once again arose. When he saw that, he wanted nothing less than to go to Danzō, put his kunai on his neck and Chidori near his heart, and ask about the vial. But before he could even move, he saw Hiruzen attacking Danzō and taking him along with the other clan heads. Kakashi could join the meeting if he wanted. He was a clan on his own, even though he was the last member of his clan. The Hatake clan had done so much for the village that they still held massive respect in the village. Kakashi could surely get a seat in the meeting if he wanted, but since there was literally nothing he wanted from the village for his clan, he never actually took part in any meeting. But today, he regretted his decision. He was dying to know the truth. After that, some Ninja came and took everyone to the Hokage building on Hiruzen's orders. Kakashi understood the higher-ups didn't want this news to spread, and he could understand why. This could very well make Danzō the biggest enemy of Hidden Leaf Village. Even other elders will have to answer many questions about how they didn't know about such a thing when it was happening right under their noses. After waiting for some time, they simply got an explanation that Root was responsible for some crazy experiments and that an investigation was ongoing. No one was allowed to share what they saw with anyone. Since it was Hokage's order, everyone had to comply with those orders. Kakashi wanted to ask about the blood, but since he knew that asking Danzō would be pointless, he decided to ask Hiruzen about the matter. Due to seeing all those things and the talk he had with Uchiha, Kakashi was already thinking of Danzō as some greedy and evil old man who would do anything for power. When he remembered his father, even though he didn't want to make any connection, his mind was not able to forget anything. That vial surely had his father's name on it. Kakashi was feeling a multitude of emotions at the moment, so he decided to take some rest and get an explanation before doing anything. Even though he kept telling himself that, a part of him surely did want to personally interrogate Danzō about the truth. Knowing his mental condition was nowhere good enough to meet Hokage, he went back to his house and locked himself inside his room, trying to calm his emotions. After nearly an hour, Kakashi calmed down and decided to go to the Hokage office to ask about the situation. But when he was going toward the Hokage office, he was called by an Anbu guard. Kakashi Hatake, these are orders from Lord Third. You are given this A-rank mission. The team will be ready in an hour. Prepare for departure. Eagle said and then went back to his next task. Kakashi remained standing there holding the scroll in his hand. After a couple of minutes, Eagle looked up and asked, "Do you have any doubts?" "No, but I have something I want to ask Lord Third. Can you ask him to make some time for me?" Kakashi asked. "Okay, I will ask for an appointment once you are back from the mission," Eagle said. Kakashi just nodded his head and went back. In truth, he just ran away from the truth. He was afraid to know the truth about his father. After a week, Kakashi and the team came back from their mission. Since Kakashi was the leader of the team, he had to file the report. By then, more details had become clear about the situation with Danzō. Kakashi was now even more afraid to know the truth, but he steeled his resolve and went to the Hokage office. "Oh. Come in, Kakashi. Well done on your mission. I expected nothing less from you," Hiruzen said with his grandfatherly smile. "Lord Third, I want to ask you about something important," Kakashi said, completely serious. "Go on. What are the chances that my father would have become Hokage if that incident hadn't happened?" Kakashi asked, maintaining constant eye contact with Hiruzen. Hiruzen also kept looking toward Kakashi. His mind was working on finding the reason behind Kakashi's question, and the guesses were not good. "Almost certain," Hiruzen said after some time. "Do you know something about my father's death that I don't?" Kakashi continued. "I know where you are going with these questions. I will ask Inoichi to read his mind. I will call you when I find something. But if your suspicions are true, then that fool has harmed Hidden Leaf Village much more than I initially thought. Hiruzen said. Kakashi didn't say anything. He just left. Though this could be seen as a disrespect toward the Hokage, Hiruzen didn't care about formalities at the moment. Chapter 205, Father's Memories. Kakashi was sitting in his room, the dot in his mind had become clear. Even though Hokage had said that he would check whether Danzō had something to do with his father's death or not, Kakashi could see guilt in Hiruzen's eyes. He was guilty of not keeping his friend in check, and there was no way Hiruzen would not have suspected that something was odd about his father's death, but he turned a blind eye to that. Kakashi kept on sitting in the same pose for an unknown amount of time and only came out of this state when someone knocked on his door. "Sir, you are called to the Hokage's office," one of the young Anbu ninja said. Since he was quite young and a Chunin, he still feared and respected every Jonin, unlike other Anbu ninjas. Kakashi just nodded his head and vanished from his place. The Anbu ninja was still standing there. Kakashi had left his house without even closing his doors, and it was quite practical. Unless your house was guarded using some powerful seal, there was no way you could guarantee its safety. Even any Genin could get inside the house, let alone a Chunin or Jonin. For some time, the Anbu ninja was confused about what to do, but then he just closed Kakashi's door from the outside and left. It was not like he had asked for my help, he thought. Kakashi was standing in front of Hiruzen, his face completely serious. Your doubts were correct. Danzō was behind your father's death. I am sorry. Hiruzen said. Even though he was already old, this recent event had taken a few more years from his life. Kakashi, who was already sure about this, kept on looking toward Hiruzen for 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. I want to know the full truth, was the only thing Kakashi said. Okay, when your father came back. Hiruzen was just about to start what he learned about Tsukumo's death when Kakashi interrupted him. Not by mouth. I want to see it, Kakashi said. Both of them looked toward each other. This was truly a difficult decision for Hiruzen. From what he had learned about Tsukumo's death, he was 100% sure Kakashi would kill Danzō without even thinking. He had already promised to Uchiha to give Danzō to them. Okay, but you have to promise that you will not lose control and kill Danzō after that. Don't worry, he is going to face something worse than that soon. Uchiha has demanded me hand him over after this root mess is over. He had harmed them the most. Hiruzen said. Kakashi just nodded his head. Seeing Kakashi, Hiruzen almost wanted to not allow Kakashi to know the truth, but the cat was already out of the bag. Follow me. Hiruzen stood up and took Kakashi to the basement. It was guarded by 2 elite Anbu ninjas. They were personal guards of Hiruzen. He trusted them the most in Anbu. When they entered inside the basement, Kakashi was shocked to see the condition of Danzō. He was chained to a metal table and many seals were placed on him to stop him from performing any jutsu at all. Inoichi was sitting near his head, with his hand over Danzō's head. Inoichi, Kakashi wants to see the truth about his father's death. Can you do it now? Hiruzen asked. The reason for that was because Inoichi has been constantly working on finding the information about Root or any other plan Danzō had made for such situations. In short, Inoichi was already overexerting himself, and in result, Danzō's mind was being constantly attacked by Inoichi. If it was any other person, they would have become brain dead long ago, but Danzō had extensively trained his brain in case he was kidnapped and tortured. As a future Hokage, he could not have such a weakness. Due to this, Inoichi could easily extract information from his mind without effectively killing him. Kakashi, I would not recommend you to do that. I know you want to know about your father's death, but the truth is really, really ugly. Sometimes you should just forget about your past and live on. I knew Tsukumo-sama, he would not want you to worry about him and get yourself into this. It will do more harm than good. Inoichi Yamanaka said. He said everything Hiruzen could not say because of his guilt of not doing anything even after knowing the truth. I understand your concern, Inoichi-sama, but till now I grew up thinking my father was weak. He could not handle criticism and left me alone. At a corner of my heart, I somehow hated him. I don't want to keep on thinking that. I want to, no, I have to know the truth. Kakashi said, the conviction in his voice apparent. Sigh. Fine, come here. Inoichi said. Kakashi went to him and placed his hand on Inoichi's hand, and the procedure started. Danzō got the news that daimyo was considering Kakashi Hatake for Hokage's position. Even though he had failed an S-rank mission commissioned by daimyo himself, Tsukumo was still a prime candidate for the position. This news was very devastating for Danzō. It was one thing if Hiruzen was Hokage. Danzō always believed that he would be next since Hiruzen was way past his prime. But if someone as young and powerful as Tsukumo became Hokage, not only would Danzō lose all chance of becoming a Hokage, He would even lose the power he had as an elder and Hokage's friend. This can't happen, I have to do something, was what Danzō was thinking. Then an evil smile came on his face. Looks like I have to fan some rumors once again. Danzō ordered his subordinate to spread rumors about how Sakamo failed an important mission, and it made Hidden Leaf Village lose both face and many political as well as financial resources. After a week of this order, the whole of Hidden Leaf Village started talking about how Sakamo was a disgrace as a ninja. How could some lives be compared to the whole village? Even his teammates who he saved were somehow placed in a subtle genjutsu and were made to believe that Sakamo made a very big mistake. This affected Sakamo quite a bit. He fought the second Kazekage on the battlefield and killed both his son and daughter-in-law. He killed hundreds of ninjas for these people and did so many missions for the village, and now that he failed a single mission, all of the village was against him. Normally, this would have made him sad, but he could have brushed it off. So what if everyone was against him? He just had to win their trust back. This was the type of person Sakamo was. But Danzō had made arrangements for that. He had mixed a special kind of poison in Sakamo's water by poisoning all of the water supply of that area. The poison was a very subtle one, only targeting the brain of a person, and made them more emotional. This poison started affecting Sakamo's mind day by day, and since he was being ridiculed by the whole village, his mental health started taking a hit. And when Sakamo was at his lowest, Danzō made his final move. He appeared at the Hotake compound when Sakamo was alone. "Danzō-sama, why are you here? You could have called me," Sakamo asked when Danzō came inside. "Sakamo, your strength and loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village are unparalleled. However, there is something we must discuss." "What is it, Danzō-sama?" Sakamo asked. "Your recent mission failure has caused quite a stir. The other clans are questioning the integrity and strength of the Hotake name. I did what I believed was right. I couldn't abandon my comrades. Even if his comrade was not grateful for that, if given a chance, he would do the same thing again." Seeing this, Danzō once again thought about whether he should continue with his plan or not. Chapter 206, Son's Grief. I did what I believed was right. I couldn't abandon my comrades. Even if his comrade was not grateful for that, if given a chance, he would do the same thing again. Seeing this, Danzō once again thought about whether he should continue with his plan or not. Only I can make Hidden Leaf Village the greatest and most powerful village, one that no other village would even think about offending. This is all for Hidden Leaf Village, Danzō thought. With this reason in his mind, Danzō continued, and yet, the mission's failure has placed the village in a precarious position. The other clans see this as a sign of weakness. If you were to rise to Hokage, they might see it as an opportunity to revolt. I have always served Hidden Leaf Village with everything I have. My loyalty is to the village, not my own pride. There is nothing for them to worry about. As for the Hokage position, I am not even interested in that," Sakamo said. "Indeed, but the perception of the village matters as much as reality. You are a Hokage candidate. You are a symbol, Sakamo. A symbol that now represents failure to some. If you were to step down quietly, it might restore the faith and stability of the clans in Hidden Leaf Village." Danzō said. "Step down? What exactly are you suggesting?" Sakamo asked. Danzō placed Sakamo in a knee-rank genjutsu. Due to his already weak mind, Sakamo fell for it. If he was in peak condition, Danzō would never have been able to do something like that. Now, for Sakamo, whatever Danzō said became something like common sense. For the greater good of Hidden Leaf Village, sometimes sacrifices must be made. Your death could be seen as a final act of loyalty and atonement. It would prevent any potential uprising and solidify the village's unity. You want me to die for the village? You think my death would solve these issues? It is not an easy request, nor one I make lightly. But your sacrifice could ensure the future stability of Hidden Leaf Village. The Hotake name would be remembered with honor and respect, not as a stain on our history. I have always put the village first, but this is different." Even in the genjutsu, his survival instincts were telling him that the suggestions were wrong and he should not think about this. Think of your son, Kakashi. His future depends on the stability of the village. Your sacrifice would pave the way for a safer and more united Hidden Leaf Village for him. This was the final straw that broke Sakamo. His son had always been his soft spot. After his wife died, Kakashi had become his whole world, and if it was for Kakashi, Sakamo could give his life. Kakashi, who was seeing this, became tense and released a killing intent so strong that Danzō almost woke up, even though he was given a very strong sedative which could even put an elephant to sleep. For Kakashi. And for the village. If this is truly the best way, Sakamo said. It is the only way to ensure peace and unity. Your name will be honored, and your sacrifice will not be forgotten. For the village. I will do what must be done. Kakashi forcefully came out of the memory and Inoichi's jutsu. Birds chirping could be heard in the surroundings. Suddenly, Hiruzen vanished from his position and caught Kakashi's hand, which was glowing with Chidori, and pointed at Danzo's chest. "I am sorry, Kakashi. You can't do that, otherwise Hidden Leaf Village may fall apart," Hiruzen said. For once, Kakashi even thought about attacking Hiruzen. He was that mad, but he was a ninja. Cold and calculative was his instinct. He knew he would achieve nothing by attacking Hiruzen. "He killed my father. Who deserves to kill him more than me?" Kakashi asked, his voice filled with poison. "He also killed Kagami Uchiha, and that too by backstabbing. The number of Uchiha who died because of him is in the 3 digits. Every clan has a list of ninjas who lost their lives because of this thing." Hiruzen didn't even want to mention Danzo as human anymore. Even though Kotoa Mitsukami played an initial role in putting Hiruzen against Danzo, his current feelings were his true feelings. The Danzo he knew as his friend had long since died. The person in front of him was not human anymore. Kakashi cancelled his jutsu, and Hiruzen let go of his hand. Kakashi knew there was no way he could kill Danzo here. The strongest person in Hidden Leaf Village was standing there. He decided to leave for now, but before leaving, he gave a strong punch to Danzo's chest. Hiruzen could have stopped him, but he could see that this attack would not kill Danzo, so he didn't do anything. Some of Danzo's ribs broke and punctured his heart, but no one, not even the medical ninja present, did anything. A ninja of Danzo's caliber can survive such an injury on his own, though it will be very painful. Someone who knew about Kakashi could guess where he was. He was sitting in front of his father's grave. I am sorry, Dad. I never came to you after you went away. I'm sorry that I never believed in you. I'm sorry that I could not avenge you." Kakashi was crying. The wounds which were almost closed were now opened again, and this time they had become deadly. His father was the definition of loyalty, and he died because a motherfucker wanted to become Hokage. Kakashi punched a rock at the side. Since he had not coated his hand in chakra, his hand became a bloody mess, but he remained sitting there. If one searched a bit, they could see Guy sitting on a tree looking at Kakashi. He was sent by Hiruzen to look after Kakashi after getting a brief info about what had happened. Guy wanted nothing else than to relieve his friend from this pain, but there was nothing he could do. And from what he knew about Kakashi, he was sure he wanted to remain alone at the moment. Guy remained sitting there, watching over Kakashi. Kakashi remained sitting there, looking at his father's grave. The sun set in the west and the moon rose, but neither of them moved even an inch from their position. "How long are you going to sit there?" Kakashi said. "Till you are like this. I can't leave my rival like that," Guy said, but his characteristic smile was missing from his face. "You can go back. I am fine now," Kakashi said. "That's good, but I am liking this place. It is very good to train my youth, so I will stick around a little," Guy said. Then both of them became silent once again. The night passed and the next day came, then only Kakashi stood up and said, "Hey, I am going back, so go to your house and get some sleep." Guy was on a mission before he was sent here, and due to that, he had not slept for 4 days, but he still sat there doing nothing for his friend. Truly, having someone like Guy as a friend was the best thing that had happened to Kakashi. Guy nodded his head and went back, but only after seeing Kakashi reach his house. Chapter 207, A Time to Heal. Guy was on a mission before he was sent here, and due to that, he had not slept for 4 days, but he still sat there doing nothing for his friend. Truly, having someone like Guy as a friend was the best thing that had happened to Kakashi. Guy nodded his head and went back, but only after seeing Kakashi reach his house. It had been 3 days, and Kakashi was still sitting in his house. He had cut all of his connections from the outside. Only Guy was able to talk to him in the past couple of days, and even then, the conversation was quite short. Kakashi just told Guy that he was fine and just needed some time to think things through. Guy was not someone who was very good at this kind of conversation. He just nodded and told Kakashi that he could call him any time he needed and left. Due to the condition around Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen couldn't allow 2 of his best ninja to take a rest at the same time. Yes, Kakashi couldn't take any missions, and Hiruzen was not going to give him one, but Guy had to go on a mission. That's why Kakashi was truly alone now. But then he heard about the funeral of Kagami Uchiha. His son had brought his body back, and now the funeral was going to take place. This was the problem with being a Jonin-level ninja. Even if he wanted nothing to do with the outside world, his senses easily picked up anything that happened near his surroundings, like the conversation between the people who were passing by his house. Then Kakashi remembered how Danzo was responsible for Kagami Uchiha's death too. Who was his son? Shizue Uchiha, and Danzo is going into their custody. I can't take Danzo from them even if I want to, and there is no benefit in talking to Fugaku. But I have someone in the Uchiha clan who I have helped. Maybe the chance for revenge is still not zero, Kakashi thought, and life returned to his eyes. He quickly changed his clothes and went to the funeral. Everyone was grieving for Kagami, but Kakashi was searching for a single person. With a quick sweep of the area, Kakashi found Shizue as well as Kida. Both of them are really close, but this is not the right time for the talk, Kakashi thought and sat at the end of the area. After everyone left and only Shizue and Kida remained, Kakashi still didn't go ahead for the talk. At that moment, Shizue would most likely be feeling the same thing he was feeling. There is no way he's going to let anyone else touch Danzo other than himself. I will talk to them tomorrow, he thought and left the area using body flicker jutsu. Next day after Kagami's funeral, Shizue and his family were still sleeping, even though it was already 8:00 a.m. It was unusual because these were people who usually woke up by 5:30 daily for the last couple of months. But today, the silence of the house was a little saddening. Kida finally woke up. He was sad for his brother and aunt, but he was more terrified about the future. The future is going to change rapidly. I don't want to think about it, but even the fourth great ninja war may happen way before Obito starts a war for capturing all the tailed beasts, and if that happens, everything will get messed up. I am sure that will still take some more years to happen since the 5 great villages are still recovering from all the bloodshed that happened in the third great ninja war. In a sense, it was the most devastating ninja war because villages took nearly 2 decades to build their strength back, while all the other times, only a single decade was enough. So, even if other villages get wary of Hidden Lee Village for its increase in strength, that still doesn't change the fact that it will take at least 5 more years for them to build their strength back, and I will have that much time to increase my strength. It looks like it is now time to start some real training, Kida thought. But there was no way he could do anything for the next couple of days, other than meditation and getting familiar with his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. But even that is a step forward. After thinking all that, Kida went to the bathroom to complete his morning routine and then went to the kitchen to make some breakfast. After some time, Yami also came down. Good morning. Good morning, Yami. Do you want some help? Yami asked, seeing Kida making all of the breakfast alone. Oh. Yes, can you please bring Aunt to the dining area? I will bring brother, otherwise, I don't think they are going to come for breakfast on their own. Kida said. Yeah, how is brother? Yami asked. He is fine, don't worry about him. He is an elite Jonin. Even though he is sad, this is well within his mental capacity. He should be fine in 1 to 2 weeks. Kida said. I can't say the same for Auntie. She is very depressed. Even after coming back from that funeral, she cried a lot. Yami said. That's why we are here for her, Yami. We have to make sure she can cope with this. Kida said. Yes. Yami said with a smile. She could see Kida becoming more mature day by day, and she was very happy about that. By now, she had forgotten about the little competition of strength she was having with Kida. She understood that there was no way she would be able to match someone with the best qualities of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. There was a reason they were once the best clans in the world. Now she was just focusing on increasing her own strength, but then this whole situation took place, and she knew how well Kida was handling things. Even when Shizue was gone and Anki was also on the verge of depression, Kida tried his best to cheer her up and make her mood a little better, from bringing various herbal teas to spending time with her and going on walks. Whereas she was just following his footsteps, looking at him from behind, and it was not a bad feeling at all. So, following the pattern, she went to he to bring her for breakfast, while Kida went to Shizue's room to bring him too. Brother, breakfast is ready. Kida said from outside of Shizue's room, but no reply came out. Brother? Kida opened the door, only to find Shizue sitting on his bed looking at the diary Kida had given him, the one which contained many torture methods. Kida sighed in his mind. This was the world where ninjas killed on a daily basis. It would be a fool's errand to tell someone to forget the past and forgive. Kida went to Shizue and placed his hand on his shoulder. Brother, breakfast is ready. Kida said. Shizue looked up from the book and asked, Kida, are you sure that if I applied all of these methods on Danzo one by one, he will not die if I give him your medicine? Not at all. He would die after the 5th or 6th method, I guess. A normal Jonin can barely take 3 of those torture methods, even with the medicine. Kida said. Then why did you even give me these many methods? Shizue asked. Oh. I just meant that he would die if he got no medical treatment, but we can't let him die early until he gets what he deserves, right? Kida said. Chapter 208, Bato. I just meant that he would die if he got no medical treatment, but we can't let him die early until he gets what he deserves, right? Kida said. Shizue understood what Kida was saying. After each method, they would heal Danzo and then begin the next method. This way, Danzo wouldn't die, at least not until everyone was satisfied. And what about this method? Shizue was about to ask. Brother, we have all day for this. Let's eat breakfast first. Kda said with a smile. If this conversation was happening on Earth, these two would have been considered psychopaths. But here, it was normal, well, almost normal. Listening to Kda's words, Shizue nodded his head, and both of them went toward the dining area. There, he was sitting with Yami. Both of them could see that he had not slept well last night. From the condition of her eyes, which were swollen and a little red, she must have cried. Kda just sighed in his heart, there was nothing he could do. It was natural for her to cry. She had already gone through this once when she got the news that her husband had died, and now she had to relive that feeling once again. Why? Because of Danzō. Due to this, Kda was even planning on adding some more torture methods in the diary. At last, he just shook his head and went to the kitchen to bring the breakfast. But the first thing he brought was not breakfast but a strong herbal tea. It was not only a tea but a type of medicine. He had developed it with the help of his teacher, Mitsuru Nara. When she learned why Kda wanted this medicine, she decided to help on her own. The medicine would help in calming the brain with no negative side effects. They had tried many formulas, existing and new, to make the medicine. It was not that such a medicine was not present before, but there were many side effects of that medicine. Kda diluted the effect of that medicine. In return, he got something less effective but with no side effects. And this was what he had prepared just now. Even the smell was on the strong side. Everyone drank the tea, and with each sip, their mind started to relax, and the tension and grief started to melt little by little. After finishing the tea, they talked a little about some light topics, followed by a hearty breakfast. Since none of them had any dinner last night, the breakfast was on the heavy side. If they had not drunk the tea before, the grief would have still clouded their senses, and none of them would have eaten their fill. But now they ate, and Kda could see some simplicity coming back into the family. Shizue, you are going to kill that man, right? He asked all of a sudden. Silence. Yes, Mom, and I will not change my decision, no matter what you say. Shizue said. Oh. Don't worry, I am not going to stop you. I just wanted to say, make it a little painful. He said. Shizue looked toward her and then toward Kda, who was rubbing the back of his head. I think the alcohol content of the tea was a little too much, and Aunt may have spoken her true feelings. Kda said. Shizue just sighed and then turned to his mom. Don't worry, Mom. He will regret doing that to Father. Shizue said. He just smiled and then stood up. I am going to get some sleep. Yami also stood up and helped he reach her room. You know that Mom doesn't drink, right? Well, it was not a drink. It was a medicine to help her calm down. I think that because she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, the alcohol affected her a little more than we had thought. Kda said. Good luck explaining that to her. Shizue said with a smile. Probably she will not remember when she wakes up. Kda said. Ding ding. I will check. Kda said and went to the main gate to check who had arrived. I didn't expect you to be here, and that too so early in the morning. Kda said, seeing Kakashi standing in front of the gates. I have something important to discuss with Shizue and you. Kakashi said. Okay, come inside. We just had breakfast. Do you want any? Kda asked. No thanks, but if you guys were eating, I could wait for some time. Kakashi said. Oh no, we had already finished eating. Come, let's sit in the hall. Shizue said, coming to the gate as well. All three of them went to the hall and sat on the sofa. So, what do you want to talk about? Shizue asked. Kakashi looked in Shizue's eyes for some time before speaking. Danzo was behind my father's death too. Shizue was shocked when he heard that, but the person who was more shocked was not him but Kda. What the hell? How? Didn't Sakamo commit suicide? Wait, this does make more sense than him committing suicide, but was Hiruzen such a fool that he allowed Danzo to go to such lengths? Kda's thoughts were running wild. But Shizue was thinking why Kakashi told them about this. I am very sad after hearing that, but I don't think I can help you. Shizue said. Kda was confused when he heard that, but then it clicked to him too. Kakashi wanted revenge too, but since Hiruzen had promised that Danzo would be given to the Uchiha clan, Kakashi could not do that. Wait a minute. I think we should calm down a little before reaching any conclusions. Kda said, seeing Kakashi becoming a little angry. He then went to the kitchen to bring back that same tea. He poured one for all three of them. Seeing the tea, Kakashi was reminded of the poison Danzo had given to his father, and his fist clenched at that thought. All three of them drank the tea in silence. The drink should be enough to make a Chunin who had just lost a body part calm down, but since all three present there were Jonin, their bodies were much more powerful, and the most this medicine could do was calm them down. Obviously, Kda had given him a milder version of this medicine. I want to know what you meant by Danzo being behind your father's death. Shizue said after placing the cup down. Kakashi nodded his head and told everything he had seen in the memory. From time to time, his killing intent leaked a little. After listening to all of this, both Shizue and developed a new level of hatred for Danzo. Shizue then looked toward Kakashi and said, "I will still say the same thing. I will not give Danzo to you." But. Chapter 209, New Level of Hatred. After listening to all of this, both Shizue and developed a new level of hatred for Danzo. Shizue then looked toward Kakashi and said, "I will still say the same thing, I will not give Danzo to you. But this is what I am going to do to him." Shizue handed the book that had given him to Kakashi. Even though Kakashi didn't like the second refusal, he still took the book, just out of curiosity. With each turn of the page, Kakashi became more and more shocked. "He will die before you could even perform 3 to 4 of these operations," Kakashi said. "This medicine will improve his pain tolerance, well, more likely, pain-bearing capacity. He will be able to feel twice the amount of pain that could kill a person." "Do you know what that means?" Shizue said. "He will feel pain worse than death," Kakashi said with a glint in his eyes. "But those methods are hard, and I may need help with them," Shizue said, resting both hands below his chin. Kakashi understood what Shizue was implying. Giving Danzo to Kakashi was not an option because the anger he was feeling would cloud his judgment, and he would surely kill Danzo. But this much was fine, they both deserved the chance to take revenge. "Thanks, I will be in your debt," Kakashi said. Shizue was going to say it was no big deal, but Kda interrupted him. "Well, we can talk about this debt thing afterward," Kda said. Shizue just shrugged his shoulders, he didn't want to have anything to do with that. Kakashi just nodded his head, and Kda poured another drink for all 3 of them. After drinking the second drink, Kakashi's belly started making sounds. He had not eaten anything for the past couple of days. In his anger and grief, he was not able to eat anything even when he tried. But now that he got his chance to get revenge, along with the calming effect of the tea, his body and mind went to a more normal state, and he started feeling hungry. "We have a lot of breakfast left, and I was feeling hungry too. Do you want to have some?" Kda asked. "Sure," Kakashi said. He was not some 10-year-old who would go all shy because of something like that. All 3 of them once again enjoyed some breakfast. Of course, Kakashi was the only one who ate the most. After eating, they talked a little more about how they would proceed further, and Kakashi told them that he was going to stay in the village and that they could call him as soon as they got custody of Danzo. Kda and Shizue agreed with that. Also, Kakashi and Shizue decided that they would later decide who would get the chance to kill Danzo. But for what they were planning to do with him, death would not be a punishment for Danzo. After discussing some more things, Kakashi left. "When the hell can we get that fucker, and just how many bases has he built?" Shizue grumbled. Even though he rarely cursed, many people experience a personality change during periods of intense anger or frustration. Something similar was happening with Shizue, but Kda knew it was just temporary behavior, as Shizue was able to remain cheerful until the end of his life in the anime. No matter how many bases he has built, from what I know, either all of the bases are closed already, or even if some of them remain, they must be closed within 2 to 3 days. Since we only had 2 to 3 weeks to handle the bases, I am sure someone like Lord Third and Shikaku-sama will not take chances and will close those bases well within 1 week before the deadline," Kda said. "And how do you know about Shikaku-sama's personality?" Shizue asked with his eyebrow raised. "You told me about previous missions, and he is Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village. Obviously, he would be smart, otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village would be doomed to perish. No Hokage will make the mistake of making someone incapable the Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village," Kda said. "Okay, smarty pants, now can you stop acting all smart?" Shizue said, ruffling Kda's hair. "I am not acting," Kda said with a little pout on his face. Kda knew this little moment was only because of the medicine, but now that Shizue was a little more normal, he would not go back to his depressed self. Even though he would remain angry, his mind would not become clouded with emotion, as it had now gained clarity. Kda was happy because of that. Shizue then stood up and said, "I am going to headquarters. Maybe Fugaku-sama will have some news about this matter." Kda nodded his head. After Shizue left, Kda checked on He and was relieved to see her sleeping peacefully. Yami was also sleeping near her. Kda knew that she had also been awake last night, sitting with He. She was the reason why Kda could go back to his room and sleep. After seeing that both of them were asleep, Kda went to the garden and activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Then he started making continuous hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Even though he could make it without the hand seal, the timing would increase. Also, it was more tiring mentally than using hand signs. After performing the jutsu, there were 3 kaidas standing in the garden. He could have made more, But the garden was quite small, and any more would make the space congested. Since those clones had these memories, they knew what they had to do. They simply took out their swords and started attacking Da. Yes, Da was going to train his Sharingan's reactive and predictive capabilities. From the time he had gotten his new Sharingan upgrade, Da had not been able to train. One thing after another kept on happening, but now that he knew about the possible major changes in the future, Da was now more motivated than ever to increase his strength. With his Sharingan activated and chakra flowing to make his perception faster, his clones appeared like they were moving a degree slower than they actually were. If their actual speed was 10 meters per second, Da was seeing it at 5 meters per second. They were moving too slowly. He just sidestepped the stab through his heart while also moving his shoulder to the right to dodge the attack from the second clone. Due to the sudden movement, the clones went past Da. If they were enemies, this was a perfect chance to attack them, but he wanted to sharpen his reactive power, so he just dodged. To make things a little difficult for himself, he put his hands in his pockets. Seeing that, the clones got a little angry. Even though they were the same person, it felt like their enemy was making fun of them. They started attacking Da with more power and speed than before. Aside from anger, they also knew that, unless Da got a fatal wound, he could heal himself. One of the benefits of having great medical knowledge. Even though the clones were attacking with their full power, Da could easily dodge their attacks. They were only able to tear Da's clothes using everything they had before their chakra ran out. This is the gap between someone who has a KK Genkai and someone who doesn't. Both my clones and I have nearly similar physical strength, but they were not even able to land a single attack on me, even when I gave them such a handicap. It is a good thing that I have this Sharingan. The difference of having it and not having it can only be felt by someone who can compare their difference firsthand, Da thought. Da then made 2 more shadow clones, and the training continued. Chapter 210, Final Countdown. Shizue entered Fugaku's office. "How are you, boy?" Fugaku asked. Even though his tone was casual, one could still feel hidden care behind it. "I'm holding up fine. I just wanted to know if this whole closing route base thing is complete or if it will take some more time," Shizue said. "You know that many people are waiting for this answer, right? He has killed more than 50 talented Uchiha ninjas in the shadows. Their families want to know when they can get hold of that thing," Fugaku said. "You don't have to worry about that. When I get my hands on him, just call all those families. I am sure they will be satisfied with what is going to happen to him," Shizue said. Fugaku could feel a shiver down his spine. The way Shizue simply said that was not good. The boy in front of him was a symbol of innocence. Even on missions where he had to kill someone, he always made sure they died the most painless death possible. And that boy was saying that he is going to torture someone, and that too this casually. But then Fugaku remembered how close Shizue was to his father and knowing how his father died and that he was not even told his father's last words. The anger was valid. Fugaku just sighed and said, "All of the route bases are mostly closed, and they have already got everything they could from Danzo. I had already asked Hokage-sama to hand over Danzo, and he said that he would give him to us by tomorrow morning. He will be held in the basement. I will talk to the others about how Danzo will get what he deserves. So do whatever you want, but you have only a single day. If you want, you can kill him. We already got everything we wanted from him, though in Noichi. Even though we didn't get all of his memories, Hokage didn't hide anything related to the Uchiha from us," Fugaku said. "Danzo was responsible for the death of Kakashi Hatake too," Shizue said. "I know. As I said, I got some of his memories," Fugaku said, but he knew what Shizue was trying to say. "Tomorrow, Kakashi will join me and Da," Shizue said like he was telling Fugaku. Fugaku's eyebrows went up. "I understand Kakashi, but are you sure you want to bring Da with you? He is still a child," Fugaku said. Shizue, for the first time, smiled a little and then took out a small book. "He was the one who gave me this book for tomorrow," Shizue said while passing the book to Fugaku. Fugaku took the book and skimmed through it, but he stopped at some parts. Some of the torture methods were new even for him. I may have underestimated that boy a little, Fugaku thought, but he understood why Shizue wanted to bring Da with him. To perform these tasks, they would need the help of a medical ninja, and others might get trauma for their life seeing someone in that state. Fugaku now actually pitied Danzo for the first time, but was he going to stop Shizue? Of course not. Danzo deserved every bit of this. "Do whatever you want. You can either kill him or let him live. But if you do that, I will just hand him over to someone else," Fugaku said. "I'm not planning on doing that in the slightest," Shizue said. Fugaku nodded, and Shizue left the office. He returned to his home, only to find his mom and Yami peacefully sleeping and Da practicing in the garden. He had placed some tags to stop the sound of his practice from coming inside the house. But since he stopped his training and looked toward Shisui as soon as he made the slightest noise, they could hear everything even with the tags. They were a little advanced versions of isolation tags. Shisui looked toward the garden and decided to blow off some steam too. He went to Kda and took out his katana. "Let's spar," Shisui simply said. Kda just nodded with a smile and took out his sword, while also activating his Sharingan. Shisui also did the same, but he didn't activate his Mangekyō Sharingan, only his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. And they started attacking each other. Both of them were quite fast, but Shisui was both older, meaning having more experience as well as a more powerful body. He was 5 years older than Kda, and that was shown in the spar. But Shisui was sure that this strength difference would not be maintained for long. Kda was already pretty close to his strength level. Within a year or two, they both might have the same strength. This was just how much of a cheat Senju blood was. It has to be noted that Shisui himself was a prodigy, a genius of the Uchiha clan. If Kda could reach his level by being so much younger than him, one could imagine the benefits. After crossing their swords many times, Kda stopped between the clash and asked, "So what did the clan head say?" "Tomorrow." "What about Kakashi?" "He doesn't have a problem. He said I have complete custody of Danzo for tomorrow. I can even kill him if I want. But he will have to pay for his crimes before that," Shisui said while doing a downward slash with his sword. "He sure will," Kda said while stopping the slash with his sword. Next day, Kda went to the Hotake compound to call Kakashi. "Danzo is waiting for us." "How long are you going to sleep?" Kda said without the knocking on the door. Before he could say anything else, the door opened, and Kakashi was standing there fully ready. "Where is he?" "Not here, so control your bloodlust, buddy. Let's go," Kda said and gestured for Kakashi to follow him. Kakashi quietly followed behind Kda. They both used the body flicker jutsu to arrive at the Uchiha headquarters. Shisui was already standing there. "Danzo was sent here in the middle of the night. He is currently in the basement," Shisui said. Kda nodded his head. They both started walking toward the building while Kda just sighed. Even though both of them were trying their best to hide it, a little amount of killing intent was still leaking from their bodies. Chapter 211, Price of Ambition. Danzo was sitting on a chair in a dark basement. Many seals were placed on him to stop him from using any chakra. Although he didn't usually appear strong, Hiruzen knew how powerful Danzo actually was. Nobody in the second Hokage's squad was weak, and Danzo, who placed strength above everything, definitely wasn't the type to accept growing weak as he aged. So, even though he was not as strong as Hiruzen, he was still a Kage-level ninja. If given the slightest chance to flee, he would do so in no time, and a rogue Danzo would be much more dangerous for Hidden Leaf Village than Orochimaru could ever be. That's why Hiruzen had made sure that Danzo could not use any chakra, even going as far as applying all the seals himself. If not for the Uchiha's demand to get Danzo in perfect condition, Hiruzen might have preferred cutting Danzo's chakra pathways and making him unable to use chakra ever again. He would still have his chakra, but he would be unable to move it. For Danzo, nothing would be worse than that. Though Hiruzen would never do that, or rather, the old Hiruzen would never do that. The current Hiruzen now knew everything he had actively tried to ignore. He now knew how much damage Danzo had inflicted on Hidden Leaf Village. He could confidently say that the friend he once knew may have died in the past, and the person in front of him was now a different person who just wanted power and would go to any lengths to achieve it. In a sense, every ninja would do that. But once this started to affect your friends and family, and you become a beast who uses innocent lives to achieve power, you become an enemy of everyone, including your old friends. "If not for the Uchiha's request, I would have loved to kill you myself," were Hiruzen's last words before sending Danzo to the Uchiha compound. None of the elders came to Danzo's rescue anymore. He was now a sinking ship, and the best thing everyone could do was take their valuables and run. There was no way the elders were going to drown with this ship. While Danzo could take some elders like Koharu and Hamura with him, since they knew many things he did behind Hiruzen's back, they were so insignificant in his mind that he didn't even think about them. In a sense, it was their luck that Danzo never became Hokage. Otherwise, the first people who would have died were those corrupted elders. Danzo was not going to keep them in his council. But now, Danzo's mind was only thinking about his mistake. What did he do wrong? His plan was perfect, its implementation was perfect. Those damned Uchiha didn't even guess that he was sullying their image and making them enemies of Hidden Leaf Village step by step. In a couple of years, when they would have guessed that something was wrong, everything would already be out of their hands. But then that brat came. He started improving the Uchiha's image in Hidden Leaf Village, and since he didn't have to be discreet in his actions, he almost ruined years of work in just a few months. Danzo obviously became angry and tried to kill him, It was the logical thing to do. But somehow, that was the point when everything took a turn for the worse. He knew there was nothing he could do now, only death awaited him, and one with lots of pain. Danzo even tried to commit suicide to take away the pleasure of torturing him from those who wanted to do so, but these pests didn't even allow him to do that. Now he was just sitting in a dark room, only the gods knew where. But then the gates of that room opened, and someone came in, and the lifeless eyes of the person Danzo hated the most in the world appeared before him. Even though 3 people came through the door, Danzo's eyes were only focused on Kda. You. I will kill you. It was you who did this to me. If you are a man, untie my hands for a second and see what I will do to you. Danzo said, moving so much that he fell with the chair he was tied to. Haha, as I said, there was no way that simple mind reading would damage his brain, brother. He is way too shrewd, there is no way his mind would be weak. See, he is still trying to find a way to run away by acting angry. Kda said, laughing at Danzo's antics. Then he turned to Kakashi. I have a gift for you, Kakashi. Kda said. What is it? Kakashi was having a hard time not attacking Danzo. He was the man who was responsible for maybe half of his problems. If his father were alive, maybe, just maybe, he and his team would not have had to do that bridge mission, and they would still be alive. Kda also understood how impatient both of them were, so not wasting any further time, Kda took out a bottle of liquid from his bag. The only person other than Kda who knew what that liquid was lay on the ground, but from the concentrated smell of the liquid, Danzo could easily guess what it was, and for the first time, he now felt fear. What is this? Kakashi asked. This is the same poison Danzo used to make your father do that. Also, it is a highly concentrated one, so Danzo will be susceptible to any and every Genjutsu after drinking this. When everyone heard that, they all had different reactions. This is the best start for the day. What are you waiting for? Take it and make him drink it. Shisui said to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the poison with fire in his eyes, and his killing intent and bloodlust even seemed to threaten the bottle, which was understandable, but Kda protected it. The bottle was costly and rare, and Kda had to ask his teacher Mitsuru for help in finding this poison. I am sorry. Kakashi said and took the bottle from Kda. No problem. Kakashi went to Danzo, grabbed his mouth open, and started pouring the poison in his mouth, but Danzo was not swallowing it. Seeing that, Kakashi thrust the bottle down Danzo's throat. The size of the bottle was much bigger than how much a person's mouth could stretch, causing Danzo's lower jaw to break and his throat muscles to tear. Kakashi kept the bottle there until it was empty. Obviously, Kakashi didn't care about Danzo's injuries. Normally, it wouldn't have been a problem for Danzo to have torn muscles, his chakra would have repaired the damage in a minute or two. But now that his chakra was sealed, he was just a little stronger than a common man, so the tear and blood coming out of that injury started stopping the airflow from his lungs. Kakashi, Shisui, and Kda just stood there looking at him. After 5 minutes, Kda said, he may actually die like this. And placed a kunai on Danzo's throat. With a small thrust, he made a small hole and took out all the blood, then used a healing palm jutsu to close the wound. He is good to go, he said, and then went back to the room. Kakashi and Shisui both activated their Sharingan. Kakashi just removed his headband to reveal his Sharingan. Chapter 212, Closure. Kakashi, Shisui, and Kda just stood there looking at him. After 5 minutes, Kda said, he may actually die like this. And placed a kunai on Danzo's throat. With a small thrust, he made a small hole and took out all the blood, then used a healing palm jutsu to close the wound. He is good to go, he said, and then went back to the room. Kakashi and Shisui both activated their Sharingan. Kakashi just removed his headband to reveal his Sharingan and then started the first round of torture. Danzo first saw a desert, a never-ending desert. He had to keep moving because the sand was so hot that if he stayed in one place, his feet started to melt. After moving for 3 days, the most painful part shifted from heat to thirst. He became so thirsty that he even tried to cut his finger off and drink his own blood, but as soon as he cut it, his blood evaporated due to the heat. After another 3 days, he was on the verge of dying. Normally, he would have known he was in a Genjutsu, but the effect of the poison and the inaccessibility of his own chakra prevented his mind from making any effort to defend him. But he could finally end his suffering and die. His eyes went open, and he found Kakashi standing in front of him drinking water, the same water he had dreamt of for the last 6 days. But even though it had been 6 days for Danzo, in reality, only 10 minutes had passed. But before he could attune his mind to reality, his consciousness once again faded, and he opened his eyes in a jungle, surrounded by many insects. To his dread, he knew every one of those insects, all of them were poisonous but not deadly enough to kill him. The poison was a slow-acting one. It would slowly melt the bones, muscles, and skin of the area they bit, and Danzo was paralyzed. Once again, an excruciating day of pure torture started. Once he opened his eyes before his death, he started a cycle of one Ganjutsu to another. Kakashi and Shizue were competing on who could make it more painful, and Kida had to give his everything to stop Danzo from getting permanent mental damage. Even though the basement was soundproof, Danzo's screams were still heard by many members in the Uchiha headquarters. They promised themselves to never get on the bad side of the three people in the basement. Many people who wanted to have revenge against Danzo came to the compound and left with a smile on their face. He was already getting what he deserved. Most of them were going to stab him many times until he died, but now he would suffer before death. Many people wanted that to happen but didn't have the guts to do so. But if someone else was doing it for them, then there was no need for them to worry about anything anymore. In the basement, the mental torture ended after 2 hours when Kida finally said that it would be too difficult to keep Danzo sane any longer. Kakashi and Shizue just sighed and shifted to physical torture, removing nails, breaking bones, and even peeling the skin off. Kida even thought, maybe I went a little too far in writing those things. After another 2 hours, Danzo was begging to be killed. The cunning and ruthless man was dead long before. Now, he was an old man who just wanted his pain to end. He had already forgotten about anything he did in his life. The only thing going on his mind was to free himself from the pain. He had already tried to beg them to spare his life, but it didn't help, and the pain kept on increasing. He even shifted to requesting his death. Shizue and Kakashi just looked at him in disgust, but Kida placed his hand on their shoulders. The one you guys wanted to take revenge on is already dead. The thing in front of you is just a husk of his previous self. It's time to move on. Shizue and Kakashi kept on looking at Danzo, who was just lying on the ground, hopefully looking forward to his death and the end of his suffering. I don't even want to kill him anymore, Shizue said and left the basement. Same. Kakashi said too. Now only Kida and Danzo remained in the basement. I would have left too, but I know how dangerous you are, and under no circumstances can I let you live. I am sorry, but since I am going to give you a painless death, I want something from you, Kida said. What do you want? Danzo said with venom in his voice. He knew even though Kakashi and Shizue were the ones who tortured him, it was Kida because of whom he had suffered. Whenever he thought he had no more strength left in his body and he could finally die, Kida would heal him and prolong his suffering. Oh. You don't have to worry. I will take that myself, Kida said and placed his hand on Danzo's head. I have still not forgotten the vacuum jutsu you used against Sasuke in your last fight. That was the jutsu I liked the most in that fight, something so lethal and invisible and even powerful enough to slice through stones like hair. There is no way I would not want that, Kida thought. He started looking through Danzo's memories using his Sharingan. If not for his new power-up of getting a 3-Tomoe Sharingan and Danzo still under the effect of the first poison, this would have been almost impossible to do. But now, with everything in the right place, Kida was able to search Danzo's brain for the training of vacuum style. There had to be something about it. Even though there were some memories damaged in his mind, the training a ninja did get so deeply embedded in their mind that they could perform those moves in half-sleep, so those memories would be the last thing to leave a ninja's mind. After some searching, Kida found those memories and quickly learned everything he could about the jutsu, the training techniques, the uses, its variations, and potential. After doing that, he placed his kunai on a vein in Danzo's neck and sliced it. Now Danzo would not feel any pain. He would quickly grow unconscious from blood loss and die before he even knew. This was the last mercy he got. If I was on Earth, I don't know how I would have reacted after even seeing something like this. Now not only have I seen this, but I was also even helping them. I think all the killing has also killed something inside me since I don't feel any remorse or anything from this. Heck, I am even relieved that such a big threat is resolved. Is this bad? Should I try to change? No, this mentality is very important for my and my family's survival in this world. There is no place for weaklings here, Kida thought. After stealing his resolve, he went out of the basement, only to find Shizue and Kakashi looking toward the gate. He is dead, Kida said. Both of them nodded their heads and disappeared from their positions. Kida already knew where they went and why they had waited to do so. Even though they said they didn't want to kill Danzo, they simply couldn't let the man who killed their father be alive. When Kida waited, they knew he was going to kill Danzo. As for where they went, of course, to tell their fathers that they could finally move on. Luckily, both of their fathers were loyal to Hidden Leaf Village and made sure their sons would remain loyal too. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village may have gotten two very strong S-rank ninja as its new enemy. Hiruzen doesn't even know how big of a bullet he just dodged, Kida thought and simply went back to his home. Shizue came back after 5 hours, his eyes were a little swollen, but the life had come back to them. Welcome back, brother, Kida said. Chapter 213, What? Everything had gone back to normal. Shizue had gone on a mission after a very long time. Everyone decided to give him some time to sort out his feelings, and the same happened to Kakashi. Kakashi and Shizue actually met once again that week. It was just a normal meeting arranged to see if both of them were doing fine or not. Since all three of them were not really friends, he decided to meet and was happy to see that Kakashi was also doing fine. Well, he already handled the worst of anything that could have happened to him. I don't think there is anything reality can throw at him that he will not be able to handle. The thought. Kakashi also started taking missions once again. Kida started going back to the hospital for his medical jutsu training and then to Sora for his Fuin jutsu training. Yami also started going for her sensor and tracking training. Everything went normal for quite some time. He still took some time to get back to normal, and after 2 weeks, she decided to focus on work once again. She now started to make preparations to start the bathhouse. Due to the sudden stop, some of the last stage development had to be halted in the middle. Now, some of the work will have to be redone, which will increase the duration to start the bathhouse by 1 more month, but no one had any problem with that. With everything on track, one day Kakashi came to meet Kida. It was Sunday, and Kida was at his house training his kenjutsu with Shizue, when Kida, your friend is here to meet you. He said from inside the house. Friend? Both Kida and Shizue said and went inside, only to find Kakashi sitting in the hallway with his classic eye smile. Oh. What are you doing here, friend? Kida asked. Haha, I have something important I have to discuss. Kakashi said. I'm listening. Kida said. I know that by giving you some simple coordinates of the root base, I have not done much. Rather, you have helped me much more, but I think you remember why I helped you in the first place. Kakashi said. Kida's eyes went wide when he remembered his first meeting with Kakashi. He had used Naruto as a bargaining chip to get Kakashi's help. And now, even after 2 weeks, he had not even tried to look into how Naruto was living. For any other person, this would seem like he just used Naruto like others and tossed him aside as soon as his work was done. I am sorry, I was so busy in the last couple of weeks I almost forgot about that. Kida said. Forgot about what? Shizue asked. Kida turned to Shizue and told him about Naruto. That poor boy, he has suffered so much at such a young age. I think I know more about him. He was thrown out of his orphanage with the absurd reason of him not behaving well. For God's sake, he was just 3 years old. If not for Lord Third making living arrangements for him, he would have been in a much worse condition. Shizue said. That must also have been done on the order of that fucker. Kida said. How old is he now? Shizue asked. In 2 months, he will be 5 years old. Kakashi said. This will be a problem. Shizue said. What's the problem? Kakashi asked with furrowed brows. If he was a normal child, we could have easily taken him into our family without any external problem, but him being a Jinchuriki changes everything. Now, he is a symbol of power in Hidden Leaf Village. Shizue said. And the clan which gets him will gain an increase in strength. Kakashi said. And that will break the balance of power in Hidden Leaf Village's clans. So if we try to take care of that boy, other clans will not allow that. Shizue said. Luckily, we can somehow use our current situation for the best. Kida said with a smile. What do you mean, our current condition? Shizue asked. Hidden Leaf Village has many clans, but the only one as powerful as the Uchiha clan is the Hyuga clan. Since they also have such a powerful Jujutsu as well as a similar number of Jonin, other than them. If we want another force to rival the Uchiha, many clans would have to form an alliance to reach that level. Kida said. Both Shizue and Kakashi nodded their heads. But they don't have any S-rank ninja, and now we have 2 of them. One is brother himself, even though he can barely be considered Kage level, he is still young and has a bright future ahead of him. And then there is the clan head. Now that he has shown he has Mangekyō Sharingan, every other clan can't refuse his Kage level strength. In one way or another, the power balance of Hidden Leaf Village's clans is already broken, similar to how Hidden Leaf Village is the most powerful village. But this doesn't mean that Hidden Leaf Village will have peace. In our world, if you have more power than others, it will just make them insecure, which will result in others forming some alliance to attack the one who broke the power balance. Kida said. So adding Naruto will not change anything for us? Shizue said after thinking about why Kida was saying this. No, brother, that would simply mean that the Uchiha will have 3 Kage level ninja in the future, and no other clan head will want that. But then we also have Itachi, who shows more talent than his father. So the Uchiha will keep on increasing their strength while other clans can only watch. This will make them wary of our increasing strength. Kida said. Shizue and Kakashi went silent for some time. The things Kida said were very heavy, This could result in extreme enmity between the clans and can even cause a civil war. Though it will be in the very distant future, the chance of that happening is not low. Do you know any solution to this problem? Shizue asked. Yes and no. I mean, I have an idea, but whether it is possible or not is not up to me. Kda said. What is the solution? Shizue asked with complete seriousness on his face. Simple. You leave the Uchiha clan and join Anbu. What? Shizue shouted, and Kakashi was also shocked at the same level. Chapter 214, Choice Simple, you leave the Uchiha clan and join Anbu. What? Shizue shouted, and Kakashi was equally shocked. I always wondered why Shizue and Itachi would join Anbu. I could accept the very odd reasoning for the Uchiha wanting to spy on Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups while outwardly showing loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village. But there was no reason for Shizue to join Anbu. Now, the reason is becoming more and more clear to me, Kda thought. Why would I have to do something like that? Shizue asked, calming his mind a little. When you were the only Kage-level ninja in the Uchiha clan, others may not have had much problem with that. Even though it's difficult, it is not impossible for the clan to handle a single Kage-level ninja. Kda said, pausing for them to understand. But now that the clan head has also shown he is a Kage-level ninja, the limit is broken, and now it may lead to some problems in Hidden Leaf Village. Shizue said. Exactly. But if you leave the Uchiha clan and join Anbu, then the Uchiha will once again have just a single Kage-level ninja, and the power balance will remain the same. With you in Anbu, the village will be more secure. Kda explained. Kakashi then asked, I understand this, but how will that help Naruto? I don't want to be a jerk, but this was the main reason this whole debate started. Kakashi said with an awkward smile. To him, it was too much for a child to be discussing something like this. Even though he knew how smart Kda was, it was still a 9-year-old boy discussing the fate of Hidden Leaf Village, which could face civil war. Now, one thing everyone didn't know was that, with a Sharingan, the Uchiha gained the ability to read minds. There is also another way to understand what a person is thinking. Even in the real world, some psychiatrists can tell if a person is lying by observing minor muscle movements, like twitching muscles near the eyes, hand movements, or specific postures. They can guess what the person is thinking. The Sharingan enhances this capacity, allowing the user to notice these things better. With higher mental capacity, they can process those observations more effectively. Because of this, Kda and Shizue could tell that Kakashi was not taking this conversation seriously. However, Kda was not offended. Even I wouldn't take a kid's word seriously. In my previous life, many people would discuss how a country should be run or how new decisions by higher-ups would ruin the country in the future, even though they knew nothing about the leaders' thought processes and why they made those decisions. So how am I different from those people? Well, I know the details about Hidden Leaf Village much more than anyone else present in the whole village. Also, all those plot holes in my knowledge could now be filled with actual and true data. With this and increased mental capacity, deducing such small things is not much of a problem, Kda thought. But, of course, he and Shizue didn't say anything about that. These two things are really related to each other, Kakashi. Like, tell me, who should Naruto live with? Kda asked. With? Kakashi stopped mid-sentence. He wanted to say with me, but even he could guess how bad that would be. He would be out of Hidden Leaf Village for missions, so what difference would it make if Naruto lived alone or with him? I don't know. Kakashi said with a sigh. Aunt Kushina and Aunt Mikoto were good friends, so ideally, Naruto should live with her. Since she has a son of the same age as Naruto, he would have a better chance to feel at ease there. But the problem is, other clans will not allow that under any circumstances. Then the second best option I could think of is this house. Kda said. Both Kakashi and Shizue were shocked by that. Why? This time, Shizue was the one who asked the question. And he is friends with Aunt Mikoto, and it was because of their discussions that I was able to learn about Naruto's condition. Also, was an orphan myself and know how good this house is for an orphan. And the last reason is safety. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of Hidden Leaf Village. We would need an Anbu squad protecting him wherever he goes. But who do you think would be better at protecting him than an Anbu squad? Both Kda and Kakashi looked towards Shizue, a Kage-level ninja. Then Kakashi looked towards Kda, who, while not as strong as Shizue, was still a Jonin-level ninja. Now he could easily see why Kda said this was the best house for Naruto. With his motherly nature, Naruto could get a family, and there are very few places other than clan headquarters that can provide better protection for him than this house. That's why you said that I have to leave the clan. Shizue said. Yup, for others, you are the head of the house. If you are part of the Uchiha clan, there is no way others will allow us to take Naruto in. But But if he becomes part of Anbu after leaving the Uchiha clan, then it will be the same as Lord Third making arrangements for Naruto, and no one will have any problem with that. Kakashi completed the sentence. Did just nodded. Is anyone going to ask for my permission before making such a decision? He said as she came into the hall with a tray full of snacks and tea. Of course, Aunt. We are just discussing the possibility. Without your permission, we can't do anything. Kda said. You are learning from your brother day by day. You are also getting his silver tongue? He said and gave tea to everyone. Don't worry, I also want to help that boy. His parents did so much for us, and he is living such a sad life. He said. Everyone nodded in agreement. But the stuff about the clan and Anbu, I think you guys should go and discuss that with the clan head. That stuff sounds much more serious. He said. Yes, I was thinking about that. Kda, you also come with me. Shizue said. Then I will take my leave. Please notify me about future developments, if that's not too much trouble for you guys. Kakashi said. After enjoying some tea, they all went to their respective destinations. Chapter 215, Emotional. Uchiha Clan Headquarters. Knock knock. Come in. Sir, Shizue-sama is requesting a meeting. What happened now? Ask him to come in, I am free for some time anyway. Fugaku said with a sigh at the end. Good morning, Fugaku-sama. Shizue said, followed by Kda, who also bowed a little and greeted Fugaku. What happened? Fugaku went straight to the topic. Recently, the Uchiha clan was busier than during the time when Danzō was present and suppressing the clan. Even though the public image of the Uchiha was not as bad as it used to be, the relationship between the Uchiha and other clans was now facing some strain. Fugaku could already guess the reason, but he didn't want to act on it yet since the situation was still not out of control. Fugaku-sama, today Kda told me something interesting. I want to know if what he is thinking is true or not. Shizue said with a smile. Shizue, I am quite busy now. Fugaku said with his usual serious tone. I know, uncle, but what he said concerns the safety and stability of our clan. That's why we came here as soon as we could. Shizue said, still maintaining his smile. Fugaku's interest was piqued now. He knew that Kda was not just some ordinary boy with unusual strength, he also had a good head on his shoulders. What happened, Kda? Fugaku-sama, I was thinking about the power balance of Hidden Leaf Village's clans. Kda then proceeded to tell everything he had told Kakashi and Shizue, though he excluded Naruto from the discussion for now. Why were you thinking about this matter in the first place? Fugaku asked, his tone and face not giving even the slightest fluctuation. I should stop hiding things from Fugaku. In both experience and power, he is way above me. Just as I could tell what Kakashi was thinking, he should also be able to do that, but on a higher level, Kda thought. Fugaku-sama, as you know, Kakashi helped us get the root base locations, and I was the one who took those locations from him. Fugaku just nodded his head. For that info, I used a small piece of information I got while I was living at your house. It was about a boy named Naruto. Hearing the name, Fugaku's eyes went wide for the first time. So you used his living condition and somehow tied it to Danzō, and had Kakashi help us in return for helping his sensei's son. Fugaku said, easily guessing what had happened. Kda just nodded his head. So you want Shizue to leave the clan so that you could keep your promise, huh? Fugaku said while releasing a little pressure. I never said anything like that, Fugaku-sama. What I said was just a solution I could think of. I am sure you could easily come up with something way better than that. Kda said respectfully. He dodged that skillfully. Others in his position would be afraid, because what I just said was almost like accusing him of treason, but he is very calm, Fugaku thought, then sighed. Unfortunately, you are wrong. I could not come up with anything better than what you have thought. The relationship between us Uchiha and the other clans is indeed becoming a little heated. They are not willing to form squads with our ninja. Even though it is on a small scale, I am sure it will increase in the future. I was also thinking that they are getting unsettled seeing the increase in our strength. Now that we don't have someone suppressing us, we actually don't need to have such strength, so we don't need to have 2 Kage level ninja in our clan. Since I cannot leave the clan for obvious reasons, the obvious choice will be Shizue, but he is my responsibility, and the situation is still not dire enough for me to take any action. Fugaku said. There is no need for us to let the situation become that dire anyway. If the end result is the same, why should we take unnecessary risks? Shizue said. Shizue, I want you to understand, you are like my own son, and even if Itachi were in your place, I would have done the same to him for the clan too. Fugaku said. Uncle, don't you think you are becoming too dramatic? It is not like you are killing me, it is just that I would work for the village in some other way, and I will only leave the clan on paper. At heart, I will always be an Uchiha, and my friends and family will not treat me any differently just because I am not part of the Uchiha clan on paper anymore, right? Shizue said. Ha. It is not that simple, brat, but you are correct. You will always be part of the clan. Fugaku said. Isn't this becoming way too emotional? Luckily Guy and Lee are not here, otherwise they may start hugging and crying at the same time now, Kida thought, shaking his head. As for Naruto living with you guys, I will ask Lord Third about that when I meet him regarding Shizue, but I also think that he should agree with your request. Fugaku said. Thank you, Fugaku-sama. Kida said, bowing a little. Oh. I nearly forgot, Itachi was asking if you forgot about the spar? Fugaku asked. Not at all, Fugaku-sama, it is just that so many things have happened around this time that I couldn't find time for the spar. Kida said. I totally forgot about that, Kida thought. He forgot about that, Shizue thought. He totally forgot about that, Fugaku thought. So do you want to have a spar or not? Fugaku asked. I would love to learn something from Big Brother Itachi. When can I have this spar? Kida said. He was also interested in the spar, since getting to know what your level is compared to a genius is something everyone wants. I also want to see that spar. I will make some arrangements for that. Maybe by tomorrow it should be ready. I will send someone to notify you. Okay, Fugaku-sama. Kida said. Okay, you can take your leave. I have something I want to discuss with Shizue. Kida nodded and bowed a little before leaving. Chapter 216, Balancing Power. After some time, Shizue also came out of the office. Now, do we have to go home, or do you have something else to do? Kida asked, as Shizue may have gotten a mission from Fugaku. Nah, let's go home. Shizue said. Kida nodded, and they both went back while Fugaku was now sitting in his office with a frown on his forehead. There is no such thing as peace, even clans inside a village are wary of each other's strength. The whole peace thing is just superficial and on the surface only. Now I have to reduce the strength of my own clan just so that others will not feel threatened by our power. What kind of freedom is this? Alas. There is nothing I can do. The only good thing is that Shizue agreed to my plan, Fugaku thought. He then wrote a letter to the Hokage requesting an urgent meeting. Kida and Shizue went back to their home and began practicing Kenjutsu once again, as there was no mission for Shizue, and Kida had a day of rest. What did you guys talk about? Kida asked while throwing a horizontal slash with his sword toward Shizue. Nothing much. Actually, it is not like he asked me to keep it secret from you, so be it. He asked me to think of this arrangement as only a temporary setting and to help the Uchiha when necessary. Shizue said. I don't think he even had to tell you that, as you would have done it anyway. Kida said, blocking a sword strike from Shizue that was targeting his neck. I don't mean simple help. He wants me to act as a spy for the clan and tell them about the village's plans if they decide to make any move against the clan. Shizue said, following his previous attack with another one, this time focusing on Kida's leg since Kida deflected his sword downward. But is there any need for a spy anymore? The person who used to hate the Uchiha is already dead, right? Kida asked, jumping while deflecting Shizue's strike once again. I also asked him the same question, and his reply was just to be on the safe side, Shizue said, blocking Kida's attack aiming to slash his abdomen. Well, we all know that Uchiha and Senju were at war for so long, and since our leader fought with the first Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village does have some reason to be suspicious of us Uchiha. Kida said. I agreed with his demand, but from what I know, the third Hokage doesn't discriminate against us, and the rest of the elders, though they have power, don't have the guts to go against the Uchiha in daylight. So there is not much need to have a spy. But since there is no need, and I only have to report if the village plans anything against the Uchiha, there is not much loss in agreeing to Uncle's request. Also, there is no way I am going to break all of my connections with the clan just because some people are afraid of the increasing strength of their own allies. Shizue said. Well, if you put it that way, then there is nothing more to say. Kida said, and their spar continued. The reason they were talking while fighting was also for training. Many times, your enemy tries to distract you during the fight, so one should have the ability to keep focus even when the enemy is trying to distract. Well, this was according to Shizue. For Kida, this was simply dumb. If your enemy says something useful, then great, otherwise, just focus on killing him without talking at all. As the strongest jutsu of this world is simply talk no jutsu. After the spar, Kida said. Brother, let's visit our new family member. Shizue was about to say yes when he stopped. No, Kida, let's wait for some time before talking to that boy. Even though your reasoning about how our house is best for Naruto is good, it is still not confirmed that he would be allowed to live with us. Let's not give that boy unnecessary hope. Shizue said. I was not talking about telling him about moving with us, just some normal talk, just seeing how he is doing and all. Kida said. That we can do. Shizue said with a smile. Then they both used body flicker jutsu to go toward the area where Naruto lived. It was a very rusty area with many old buildings that could be demolished by a single punch from someone like Guy. The building was the one where some immigrants would live for some time when they had no money. When Kida saw that, he thought. This is the place arranged by the Hokage for a Hokage's son who gave his life for the village? Maybe Hiruzen is a shrewd man trying to act as a good leader. Hell, even I, as an orphan, had better living conditions than this place. I don't know why he is living here and why the third Hokage arranged it as such, but I think he should have his reasons for this. Shizue said, looking at the judging expression of Kida. Can you guess a single reason for that? I mean, it may have been Danzō who is behind everyone hating this poor boy, but this place was arranged by the third Hokage. And how much does it cost to arrange something better than this? Does he have to be this stingy? Kida said. Kida, there are people hearing you here. Shizue said with a smile. That is my point, brother. There are Anbu ninjas standing guard here. A single one of them has a salary enough to rent the best room in the main district for a year. And if the village is spending this much, why not give this boy a little better living condition? Kida said, frustration apparent in his voice. It was Danzo's idea so that others would not guess that this boy was someone important for the village. An Anbu ninja said, appearing near Shizue and Kida all of a sudden. But both Shizue and Kida knew about him from the start, so none of them were startled. All this and a simple Chunin level spy knew about Naruto's identity of being a Jinchuriki. Why wouldn't he? For God's sake, everyone in Hidden Leaf Village used to call that boy a monster. It was not that hard for anyone to guess his identity, Kida thought but didn't say anything. May I know why you guys are here? The Anbu ninja asked. Since he had worked with Shizue on some missions, he didn't show any rude behavior and just asked the standard question. Nothing special, we just wanted to talk with him, but seeing him living like this, let's just postpone it for some more time. Kida said with a sigh. Shizue just nodded his head. He knew seeing him would not actually do any good, and the only reason Kida and he came here was to actually see Naruto's living condition. The talking was just an excuse. But one thing was sure, the little guilt of torturing Danzo with such brutality was now gone. Kida and Shizue then went back to their house, while Hiruzen got a report about their visit. What were they doing here? Hiruzen thought after reading the initial line, but as he read ahead, he could only sigh. The more things come to light, the more I regret trusting Danzo so much. He was planning on breaking Naruto emotionally and then becoming the only light in his life to get his utmost loyalty. For some reason, I don't even feel that surprised anymore. He could have done worse if I had not given Naruto Anbu protection 24/7. God knows what he would have done if I had agreed to his request of giving Root the role of protecting Naruto. Anyhow, it looks like I have failed even the last promise I made to Minato, Hiruzen thought while closing the report. Then he looked toward Fugaku's request for a meeting. This request and the sudden visit of Shizue and Kida to Naruto's residence, along with Kakashi's sudden friendship with Shizue, are definitely not coincidences. Hiruzen called his secretary. Yes, Lord Third? Chapter 217, Power Struggles. Hiruzen called his secretary. Yes, Lord Third? Send a letter to the Uchiha clan that I am free at 6 p.m., and we can have the meeting at that time. But sir, you have a meeting with the elders at 6. The secretary said. Oh. Then postpone that meeting. I have something important to discuss with the Uchiha. Hiruzen said. Anyway, they are only going to ask if letting the Uchiha kill a former elder of Hidden Leaf Village and not even giving him a proper burial is a proper thing for a Hokage. I am tired of their nonsense at this point, Hiruzen thought. The secretary just bowed her head and went back to send the message to the Uchiha clan. Good evening, Hokage-sama. Fugaku said, sitting in front of Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. Good evening, Fugaku. So, what did you want to discuss? Hiruzen asked. Only the two of them were present in the office. Even the Anbu guards were sent out since it was an official meeting requested by a clan head. Lord Third, as you know, the relations between the clans are getting turbulent during recent weeks. Fugaku said. Hiruzen nodded his head. As Hokage, there were few things in Hidden Leaf Village he didn't know, and something this big was not news that could be hidden from him. But it was not at a level where Fugaku had to make a move. Heck, with their recent strength, they could have it easy for a couple of years, even with the other clans pressuring them. So Hiruzen couldn't understand why Fugaku was sitting in front of him regarding this matter. Fugaku also understood that, so he continued. Even though it doesn't affect my clan at all for now, due to recent events, I know how much of an effect these small things like public opinion matter for a clan. and we Uchiha don't particularly have a good image among the general populace. But it is different for the other clans. We don't have any major problems with them, and I would like to keep it that way. So I decided to handle this issue before it becomes too big. Fugaku said. Hiruzen nodded his head. So, the Uchiha are now finally going to maintain a proper image for themselves, huh? Hiruzen thought. Both the Hyuga and Uchiha were founding clans of Hidden Leaf Village along with the Senju clan, but the Hyuga had a better image and respect among the general people of Hidden Leaf Village, even known as the noble clan of Hidden Leaf Village. Whereas the Uchiha were somewhat seen as a group of highly arrogant people who usually bullied normal people, even though Danzo played a major role in making and maintaining this image, the arrogant behavior of the Uchiha clan ninja didn't help either. Along with them being the police force of Hidden Leaf Village, who from time to time read the memories of normal people to find out the culprit, also didn't help. Even though it was the most efficient way, those who were innocent didn't feel good about their privacy being invaded by someone. And for a very long time, the Uchiha didn't care at all about this image. But maybe now things were going to change. So, what are you planning to do? Hiruzen asked. Lord, you also know what the major reason for this sudden friction is. Fugaku said. Hiruzen nodded his head. They are just afraid of me and Shizue both being part of the Uchiha. Fugaku said. He didn't say Kage-level ninja because he was talking to Hiruzen. Even though it may not look like it, Hiruzen was a very powerful ninja. Even when his strength declined due to old age, he was still able to fight weaker versions of the Senju brothers along with Orochimaru on almost equal footing. In his prime, Hiruzen was surely among upper Kage level. Both Fugaku and Shizue combined may not reach that level, but Hiruzen understood what Fugaku was trying to say. Seeing Hiruzen nodding, Fugaku continued, so Shizue and I came to the conclusion that Shizue will leave the Uchiha clan and join the Anbu. This should help others with this whole power balance thing. Shizue will leave the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen asked. He will not be under my direct order. You will be able to send him on any mission, and I will not have any say in that. But I am not going to force him to sever every tie he has with his own clan, and I hope you will do the same. Fugaku asked. Hiruzen was not new to this power struggle. When Fugaku mentioned his and Shizue's names, Hiruzen had already guessed what he was going to say, and even according to him, this was a good move. Fine, we can go with this. I will make arrangements to add Shizue to the Anbu. You can handle the documentation of him leaving the Uchiha clan. We can tell the others about this in the next meeting if they haven't gotten the news by then already. Hiruzen said, as he knew Fugaku would spread this news as soon as the procedure was complete. Otherwise, he would have waited for the next clan meeting. Well, we can use this to say that we Uchiha are helping the village by sending our prodigy to the Anbu for the village. I don't think Lord Third will have any problem with that. Fugaku asked with a smile. Sure, go ahead. Oh. I want to ask you something. Da and Shizue visited Naruto's apartment area today. Can you tell me what is going on? Hiruzen brought up the main reason he called Fugaku for the meeting. Well, this will be a little long story. Fugaku said. Oh. Luckily, I have some free time. Hiruzen said with an old neighborhood grandpa smile on his face. Fugaku nodded and began telling Hiruzen how he found out the root base location from Kakashi, how he used Naruto as a bargaining chip when he found out about him from Mikoto and he talking, and then about how Kakashi was worried about his sensei's son. Also, how he thought that their house would be best for Naruto. I think I don't have to tell you how many elders will reject this idea without even listening to it completely. I can somehow influence the decision of some clans, but the majority of them will also be against this. Because no matter what, Shizue will still be an Uchiha, and directly or indirectly, Naruto will be going to the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen said. The clan matter can be handled by us, Lord Third, as we Uchiha are already taking a step back in this matter. Also, about the elders, please don't get me wrong, but I don't think they have any say in this matter. Fugaku said. Hiruzen could see a little anger in his voice, and all he could do was sigh. Till now, both Hiruzen and Fugaku, along with some others, knew about the elders' involvement in some of Danzo's acts. They either took money to keep their mouths shut or even supported him. Due to this, many of them had to resign. Those who were too high in position and had to be retained had to pay a heavy fine for this. But this was still a light punishment, and was done because the power vacuum created by Danzo's death had made Hidden Leaf Village a little unstable. So they needed some time to regain their stability, which was why they could not create a bigger power vacuum at the moment. Hiruzen this time just nodded his head and said, okay, let's just say that I handle the elders and some of the clans. What about the other clans? We both know you and I are only worried about the Hyuga clan, Lord Third. With the Inoshikacho trio along with the Sarutobi clan, with some influence, even the Senju clan will tell what you ask them to tell. With the Inuzuka and Aburame alliance with Asuchiha, and even the Hatake clan being in favor of this proposal, only the Hyuga are the ones who could cause any problem. Other clans just nod when all major clans put forth this proposal. Hiruzen said. And the Hyuga are not a little problem, Fugaku. They have a say in how the village runs. I assume you don't want to go against them on this matter? Hiruzen asked. It is not that difficult for him to send Naruto to Shishui's house when he has so many votes. But now that the Uchiha are paying attention to their image, they surely don't want to create any animosity between the next biggest clan of Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Third, before coming here, I exchanged some letters with Hayashi. He was the one who was handling the elders of the Hyuga clan complaining about the Uchiha's increasing strength. So when I offered a deal of sending Shisui to the Anbu in return for Shisui getting to take care of Naruto, with a promise that we Uchiha are never going to use Naruto for our clan, and him being allowed to check this from time to time, he agreed quite easily. Fugaku said, pushing some letters in front of Hiruzen. It's all good then. Since you have already called a council meeting, I think this time, I myself have to call one. So I wait for a week. After that, I will call one, then we can send Naruto to Shishui's house. Hiruzen said. Chapter 218, is S rank this common? It's all good then. Since you have already called a council meeting, I think this time, I myself have to call one. Sigh. Wait for a week. After that, I will call one, and then we can send Naruto to Shishui's house. Hiruzen said. Thank you, Lord Third. Fugaku said. There is nothing to be thankful for. It's actually you who are doing me a favor. I had neglected my duty as his guardian for too long. I should have arranged something like this from the beginning. Hiruzen said. It is still not too late, Lord Third. He is still 4 years old and can have a somewhat decent childhood even if it starts now. Fugaku said. The reason he said decent and not good was because the children in this world don't have much time to live their childhood. At most, at the age of 13, they will be released from the academy and will be eligible to go to war if there is one. Since Naruto has already lived 4 years of his limited childhood in misery and all the people already hate him due to Danzo's schemes, giving him the best childhood was out of the question. But something like a decent childhood, where he doesn't have to deal with the constant anger and disgust of people around him and has someone to care for him, will not be difficult. After that, Hiruzen and Fugaku discussed some more details regarding the clan and other matters. After an hour, Fugaku went back to his clan. Even though things are a little turbulent at the moment, once everything stabilizes, Hidden Leaf Village will regain some of its lost strength, Hiruzen thought. The reason behind these thoughts was the number of root ninja he had reclaimed from Danzo. According to what Danzo had reported, he only had 400 ninja under him, which was by no means a small amount. He alone rivaled a whole mid-sized clan. But the actual number was even more shocking. Danzo had more than 600 ninjas under him. Unfortunately, many of them were so loyal to him that they had to be neutralized, otherwise, they may have done something drastic when they found out what had actually happened to Danzo. So the number of new ninja admitted into Anbu was only 550, but among them, 42 were Jonin, which is a huge bonus. Now it was almost like a clan like the Aburame or Inuzuka was added to Hidden Leaf Village. They have a similar number of Jonin, while clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha have more than twice that amount, mainly because of their respective KK Genkai. So once Hiruzen safely makes them believe in the will of fire and turns them into loyal ninja of Hidden Leaf Village won't have to be under so much pressure anymore or in fear of war. Like just 1 year before when the Hyuga Fair happened, it will forever remain a stain on Hidden Leaf Village's reputation, having had to sacrifice an elite Jonin to an absurd claim. When a Hidden Clouds Village ninja who came to Hidden Leaf Village for a peace treaty tried to kidnap the princess of the Hyuga clan but died trying, Hidden Clouds Village demanded the head of Hayashi Hyuga. If not for his brother's sacrifice, war would have been the only option for Hidden Leaf Village. But all the members of the Hyuga clan, along with others, still felt the shame when that happened. For everyone who knew about this, it was a shame they would never forget. If not for the weakened state of Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen would have never agreed to such a request. Even though Hidden Leaf Village is still not at full strength, things are looking better, and fighting someone like Hidden Clouds Village would not be a problem anymore. But it is not so simple being the strongest village and having the most fertile land for yourself. When war between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village starts, others will also join Hidden Clouds Village to get a piece of Hidden Leaf Village. That's why Hidden Leaf Village is still not in a position to act as they want, they have to lay low and build their strength. Luckily, things are looking good, Hiruzen thought, looking at the reports in front of him. In one of the reports was the name of a potential super talented ninja in root-like. Yamato, ability, wood style, Only a few people, including Hiruzen, Shikaku, and by default Inoichi, knew about him. K. Ink Jutsu, talent for Fu in Jutsu S rank. Shin, talented in Vacuum style and Lightning style, chance of reaching S rank, 30%. Temporary member. Trunabarame, genius of the clan, danger in close range, S rank. Kabuto Yakushi, genius in medical jutsu, talent S rank. Seeing this, a single thought was in Hiruzen's mind: is S rank this common? These were the files present in front of Hiruzen. All of them had the talent to become Kage-level ninjas. If Hidden Leaf Village can get even 2 of them to reach S rank in 10 years, they won't have to fear war at all. With Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Fugaku, Shisui, Kakashi, and Guy all being Kage or close to Kage rank, if 2 more people join this group, Hidden Leaf Village will have 9 S rank ninjas. Even after sending 2 S rank for each village, they can still leave 1 in Hidden Leaf Village for any emergency. How did I forget that boy? Hiruzen mused, thinking about a boy whose name was mentioned many times in his recent meetings. 3 Tomoe Sharingan, specialist level medical jutsu, beginner level Fuin jutsu, Jonin level Kenjutsu as well as Ganjutsu, and Chunin level Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, all this at the age of 9. If anyone had the best chance of becoming S rank in the future, it would be him, Hiruzen thought. I don't think I have to mention who the person Hiruzen is thinking about, right? Even though there were many other people who had similar or even higher level talent than Kda, like Itachi, Hiruzen was more biased toward Kda. Why? Well, when Shisui used Koto Matsukami on Hiruzen to make him hate Danzo 5 times the original amount, he also did one more thing at Kda's request. Yes, he increased Hiruzen's mental image of Kda's talent and value by 5 times, and since Hiruzen himself wanted to nurture talented ninjas like Kda, the effects were monumental. This resulted in Hiruzen giving Kda most of his focus, but whether it was a good thing or bad will be for the future to decide. Hiruzen started reading various reports in front of him, as these were the people he had to pay close attention to, along with the orphans with KK Genkai Danzo had saved from other villages. Fugaku went back to his office completely satisfied with the result of the meeting, but then he remembered how he had asked Kda for the spar between him and Itachi. The reason was he wanted to see the progress Kda had made by now. Even though he had heard many things about him, he had not seen his strength level yet, while he knew about his son perfectly. Seeing them fight each other, Fugaku could gauge Kda's strength as well. If by any chance everything he had heard about Kda was true, then the Uchiha would not only have him and Shisui as its strength, but even Itachi and Kda would join the queue. Maybe our Uchiha clan will finally regain our old strength, Fugaku thought. The time when Madara and Izuna were alive was when the Uchiha were most powerful. Even though they were not really rich at that time, no one other than the Senju could handle their strength then. While the Uchiha rarely had any armor, only Izuna Uchiha wore anything close to armor. They even had similar clothes for every occasion. So all the wealth the Uchiha had came after this collaboration between the Senju and Uchiha and the village formation. Just my thoughts, and I am open to any suggestions you guys have. Chapter 219, Itachi vs. Kda was about to leave for the hospital when an Uchiha ninja came to their house. The clan head is asking if you are ready for the spar. He has already arranged everything for that. Shit, I forgot about that once again, Kda thought. Yes, just give me a second. I have something important to take care of, Kda said and went inside his room. He came out in a minute after creating a shadow clone to tell Mitsuru that he would be a little late for the lesson. He had forgotten to inform her, and today she was going to teach him something important. He didn't want her to wait for him, so he sent his shadow clone to inform her. Where are you going, Kda? He asked, coming out of the kitchen. She had only heard about Fugaku calling him. And, do you remember that when we were living at the clan head's house, Itachi and I decided to have a little spar but were unable to do that because of all the things happening? He nodded her head. The clan head yesterday asked if I was ready for that spar now, and I agreed to that, so he has made some arrangements for the spar, Kda said. Oh. Then wait for a second. I also want to see that. I was just going to get bored sitting in the house for now. Your spar would be entertaining to watch, he said with a smile and went to her room to change her clothes. She was sure that Mikoto would be present there as well, so she could also have a chat with her friend. After some time, she came out of the house completely ready as if she was going for a social event. But didn't say anything about that and just turned to the ninja and said, "Let's go." The ninja nodded, and they slowly made their way toward one of the training areas reserved specifically for the Jonins of the Uchiha clan. They had modified it with many platforms for spars and jutsu practice, mainly fire-related ones, while still leaving ample space for a forest area if someone wanted that type of environment for training. They followed the ninja to one of the sparring platforms, where they could see Fugaku sitting with Mikoto and some of the elders of the clan. Seeing them, they could tell that, even though they were old, they were still very powerful and could easily take on a Jonin in a one-on-one fight, though an elite Jonin might be a completely different story. It was simple nature that while getting old a ninja could not retain their peak strength, but still being at the level of Jonin at the age of 70 and above was in itself a symbol of their strength at their peak. But then Kda remembered Hiruzen, who was still an upper Kage level ninja even though he was so old. No doubt he got the title of God of Shinobi after Hashirama Senju, Kda thought. "Hi Mikoto, I knew you would be here," he said as she went to where Mikoto was sitting. She was a little away from the crowd as Fugaku and the elders were discussing something. Kda could also see Shisui sitting near them, and they were talking to him from time to time. Shisui was looking at Kda with a smile on his face. Then Kda looked at the other corner of the sparring area where Itachi was standing, leaning on the wall. The air was blowing his hair, and his eyes were closed. I don't know why the hell Naruto was the main character. This guy has everything he needs to be a main character. Just look at him, looking all cool and handsome without even trying. TCH, Kda thought as he could see some of the Kunoichi stealing glances at the area, and he naturally thought they were looking toward Itachi. Seeing everyone had arrived, an elder stood up and said, "Today both of you are going to have a spar, and we are also using this opportunity to judge the future potential of our clan. But since Itachi is 1 year older than you and quite powerful, a simple spar will not be fair. So, we have made some changes. According to Shisui, who knows both of you, Kda has better Kenjutsu and Itachi has better Ganjutsu abilities. Only these two are allowed in the spar, no use of any other jutsu. Any doubts?" The elder said. "Me, better than Itachi in Kenjutsu? Like how this is true," Kda thought but didn't say it out loud as everything would become clear in a minute or two anyway. "No, sir," Kda said while Itachi stood straight and just nodded his head. Seeing everyone was ready, the elder went back. Only Kda and Itachi remained on the platform. "Are you ready?" Itachi asked, his voice calm and composed. Kda nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Let's begin." Without another word, they sprang into action. Kda closed the distance quickly, his sword flashing in a swift horizontal slash aimed at Itachi's midsection. Itachi parried smoothly, their blades clashing with a metallic ring. Kda pressed the attack, his movements fluid and relentless. He aimed a series of precise strikes at Itachi, each one intended to test his opponent's defense and speed. Itachi countered each blow with practiced ease, his eyes never leaving Kda's. Kda could swear that even though both of them didn't have their Sharingan active, Itachi was somehow fighting like he was using Sharingan. He countered each of his blows like he was able to see them beforehand, like he could predict Kda's next move. Then, Itachi made his move. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he cast a minor Ganjutsu. For a split second, Kda saw Itachi's sword coming down in a vertical slash. Reacting instinctively, Kda moved to block, but the real strike came from the side. Itachi's blade grazed Kda's arm, drawing a thin line of blood. "Impressive," Kda muttered, stepping back to reassess. He had to be more cautious about Itachi's illusions. "That was great, just like the one I read from that book, but I had not tried it till now." Well, no time is better than now, Kda thought. He focused and used his own Ganjutsu to create a feint. He made it appear as though he was going for a high slash, but in reality, his sword was aimed low. Itachi saw through the illusion just in time, deflecting the true attack with a swift parry. The exchange continued, each combatant using a blend of Kenjutsu and Ganjutsu to outmaneuver the other. Kda's swordsmanship was truly great, his strikes fast and precise. Itachi, however, countered with an elegant economy of motion, his Ganjutsu creating openings where none should exist. Kda's blade sang through the air in a wide arc, aiming for Itachi's shoulder. Itachi cast another Ganjutsu, making Kda see the attack as a straightforward thrust. Kda adjusted too late, his sword missing its mark as Itachi sidestepped and delivered a swift counter-strike. Kda barely managed to block, their swords locking together in a test of strength. "You're good, Kda," Itachi said, his eyes glinting with respect. "But you rely too much on direct attacks." Kda smirked, breaking the lock and spinning away. "And you rely too much on illusions." Saying that, Kda activated his Sharingan. In his red eyes, 3 Tomui emerged and started rotating. But his opponent was also an Uchiha and quite a talented one at that. Itachi also activated his Sharingan too, now both had 3 Tomui rotating in their eyes. "Well, Sharingan should help me in falling for any more Ganjutsu a little, right?" Kda thought, but before he could think anything else. They clashed again, their swords moving in a deadly dance. Kda focused his chakra, heightening his senses to detect the subtle changes in Itachi's Ganjutsu. With the help of his Sharingan, He saw through the next illusion, a feint aimed at his left side, and countered with a swift upward slash. Itachi was forced to leap back, the tip of Kda's sword narrowly missing him. The tide of the battle began to shift. Kda's relentless offense and keen perception started to put Itachi on the defensive. He pushed harder, his attacks becoming faster and more unpredictable. Itachi, for the first time, found himself having to fully concentrate to keep up. Especially since he had to make sure he didn't use anything deadly. Yes, he was holding back a lot because from a young age he was trained to kill, so he had to be careful not to use any lethal move against Kda. Not that he was underestimating his opponent, but being a ninja doesn't mean being the most powerful. That is what a warrior or samurai does. A ninja is someone who can efficiently and swiftly kill their opponent in the most optimal way. The opponent's strength may be higher, but they will still die to a well-trained ninja, and Itachi was already one. Since Itachi was holding back a little in most of his main moves, Kda and Itachi were evenly matched in the fight. Though Kda had taken some hits, he was able to heal them by following Yang Chakra in his body with the help of his Sharingan. The exchange of slashes and strikes continued for a whole 10 minutes. Kda was learning a lot from Itachi, but Itachi was also surprised by how efficient and precise Kda's Kenjutsu was at such a young age, especially his defense. Kda was able to block most of his attacks at the last second even when he was getting fooled by the Genjutsu. None of them used any major Genjutsu for two reasons: it would be pointless as both of them could come out of many Genjutsu easily, and in such close-range fights, the precious seconds it would take to cast any major Genjutsu would be enough for the enemy to end the fight. But Itachi had one more thing that Kda didn't have: experience. Itachi had already fought many people and done many missions. He constantly fought many Jonin arranged by Fugaku, so his battle strength and battle IQ were higher than Kda's. Due to this, the wounds Kda was getting in the spar were much more frequent than what Itachi was getting. After 10 minutes, Itachi cast the most powerful Genjutsu he could in that short amount of time and then appeared behind Kda. But for Kda, Itachi was still standing in front of him. Itachi suppressed all of his killing and battle intent and swiftly moved his sword near Kda's neck. If there was any killing intent in that strike, Kda would have blocked it like he had done many times. So Itachi took advantage of the fact that it was just a spar and removed any intent behind his strike. Even though it sounded simple, it was one of the most difficult things to do for a ninja. With the sword on Kda's neck, Itachi stood behind Kda, and Kda came out of the Genjutsu. Well, I never thought I would win against him anyway, Kda thought. He looked toward the audience, but their expressions were not what he was expecting. Chapter 220, Jealous Elders. Well, I never thought I would win against him anyway, Kda thought. He looked toward the audience, but their expressions were not what he was expecting. Shisui was normally smiling at the result. He knew about Kda's strength the best, and since he was friends with Itachi too, Shisui had quite a good idea about his strength as well. He was still happy that his brother was able to hold his own for so long. One of the elders turned to Itachi and asked, "Didn't you say that his Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomoe just 1 month before this?" "Yes, elder. I was the one who helped him with that," Shisui replied. "How could he stabilize and be so proficient so soon then?" the elder asked. His doubt was genuine. In this world, nothing was for free, every power has to be earned. You may be lucky in one aspect, but you have to compensate for that luck. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan gives its user quite a huge boost in power, along with an increase in chakra reserves too. But as a result, the mind-body coordination becomes very bad, almost like you are controlling someone else's body. Due to this, the fighting capabilities of a ninja actually degrade after getting the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, at least until they can regain their body balance. And Kda not only regained that in 1 month but was already using his Sharingan with quite proficiency. "Uncle, I think you are forgetting who his father was," Fugaku said. Then every elder remembered that the boy in front of them was not only an Uchiha but a Senju as well. Every elder felt a bit of jealousy toward that boy. He actually got the best of both worlds. Even though Uchiha were very proficient in everything and were superior in many fields compared to other clans, a strong body is something they never had, normally. Those with strong bodies and huge chakra reserves are usually born with them. If not for the Sharingan increasing their chakra reserves each time it evolved, they might not be able to match a Senju on the battlefield. But this boy doesn't have that problem. Suddenly, they had a very uneasy thought in their minds. They turned to Shisui, then Kda, then once again Shisui. Shisui understood what they were thinking and said, "You can directly ask him, elder." One of the elders stood up and called Kda. "Yes, elder?" Kda asked after coming in front of him. "Kda, I want to see your chakra reserve." Kda turned to Shisui, who just shook his head, meaning he could do whatever he wanted. It was also Fugaku's idea to check whether Kda trusted them or not. Kda just nodded his head and stopped masking his chakra. Seeing the amount of chakra Kda had, every elder felt a small heartache. You're saying this boy is just 9 years old? He already has more chakra than I had when I was in my prime. The elder who asked Kda to check the chakra said. Kda just smiled awkwardly at that. Before he could say anything, Fugaku asked, Kda, did your chakra reserve increase when your Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomoe? Kda just nodded his head. A normal ninja has a 4 to 5 times increase in their chakra reserve. Did you have the same amount of increase? Fugaku decided to share some of the details as well. He didn't want to make it sound like some sort of interrogation. Kda's face became a little sour, and he said, not at all. I only got a 2.5 times increase. Kda said, like someone who had been deeply scammed. After hearing that, every elder had to stop themselves from beating this ungrateful brat. He was already in the top 10 people in the Uchiha clan according to the amount of chakra he possessed, and he was still not satisfied with the amount. But after their initial jealousy, they focused on the meaning behind Kda's answer.